Good morning. I'm trying to figure out something. There it is. Hold on one second. I got to put the other thing up I had up. There we go. We are here. Oh my goodness. My room is very dark. Hold on one second. I need to do something. Be right back. I was running to get ready. Oh my goodness. Time changed on me, and I have to accommodate myself to change, which is not easy. Here I come. Here I come. I forgot the light. I'm like, wait, oh, it looks dark. Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness, what day are we on? Holy mackerel, we have made it. We are here to almost the finish line. I cannot believe how big of a trial, how long this whole thing has been, this whole process has been with this case. We're here. We got it. So let me say hi to the chat really quick, and then I'm going to do my thing and get ready for it to start, because it is like I was looking at my clock going, okay, what time is it? What time is it? Oh my goodness, they changed it. And now I have to change, and change doesn't do well with me. So I need to calm down. I need to take a breath, because the coffee that I devoured a little bit ago is running through me like a freight train. So let me get to the top. Candy, good morning. Sandra Stevens, good morning. Luna Lake, good morning. Paula Schofield, good morning. Brian, good morning. Stevie, good morning. Tina Beagle, oh my goodness, some names I just don't see very much, and I'm so happy to see you guys here. Stephanie McCall, I keep calling you, wanting to say Steven. I got so many Steves and Stevens and Stevies in my life that I turned that into one too. So let's see. Lemon Curd, good morning. And Wita Sama, good morning. And I made it to the bottom. Yay. Okay, let me get going with my recappy thingy. This is going to be it. This will be the last recap. Anything we do, if this deliberation goes into other, like, multiple days, we'll figure out what I'm going to do. I just may come on and sit here and stare at you. But this will be the last update, last recap that I do, other than, what we fill in until we get a verdict. So let me get going on this. So we are on day 31 of this trial. We are on the final stretch. We are at closing arguments. I made my little thingy. Did you see it? I think I put it up. It was this right here. Yeah, we are here. Oh my goodness, I gotta breathe. We've gotten to the finish line with 17 of the 18 jurors. We lost one a few weeks ago due to illness, and I hope that juror is good today. Today, 5 of those jurors will find out that they are alternates. I often wonder in big cases if that realization is a plus or a minus for the alternate jurors. Sitting on a case, not knowing the entire time that you will not be in the deliberating room, is that a crushing blow or a sweet relief? That's my question to jurors. I would like to know, I'd like to hear from jurors, the ones who are alternates and who have to walk away from a large trial like this, and what they felt in that moment when they heard their number. I assume it'll be a number, when they heard that called to, when they, however, I forget how they do it. I don't know how they do it in this case. Do they do it by a lottery, one of those lottery wheels that we've seen that they, do this with, and then they pull out a number? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. So if you were a jury in this case, or juror, sorry, in this case, where you, what would your thoughts be on that right now? Like, how would you guys feel uh, having to be an alternate? Would you be very upset that you don't get to deliberate, or would you be, in this case, like, oh, this is a death penalty case, thank the Lord I don't have to be in that deliberation room? So I kind of want to know, put your comments in the chat or in replay or whatever, and let me know your thoughts on being a juror in a case like this. Yeah, like I say, is that sweet relief for you? For me, I'd be good with it. I'd be just I'd be fine. I'd be like, okay, yeah, yeah, I'm okay. I can I can just not be in the deliberating room on a case like this. Yes, I went through 8 weeks of a trial, but for the anxiety portion of what I've experienced so far in jury duty, I'd be like, yep, okay, whew, sigh of relief. Nate was saying, I went and watched all of his stuff, and was saying that it could happen that we have a verdict today, or it could be 48 hours from now, depends. I agree. I think this is not going to be a quick verdict. And I don't think it should be in any death penalty case. That there's a lot of evidence, there's a lot of stuff that the jury they have to go over, and there is no way that anything in the case like this should be, in my opinion, a quick verdict. Jury has so much evidence, I cannot imagine. So I'm feeling like we could be here for a while, and we're going to do this together, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do. We can play more of that game that I found yesterday. We could do whatever we can play. I think that we could play and discuss this time. We could go actually discuss the actual past testimony that we haven't really gone over yet. And I see Dana is here. Hey, Dana, I can see you. The jury has, I think that like I said, I think it's going to be a while. So what took place yesterday? The first thing was arguments outside the presence of the jury. It's a motion in limine for, I always want to say lemonade, or for Janice Olson. This was the issue. This was the issue that happened first thing yesterday morning. Olson is the one who overheard, either through being told or directly hearing, not sure which one it is, that Chad wanted Tammy to up her life insurance before she retired. This was the issue that that this witness had said. She'd said it in prior testimony. Olson was like I said, she's old. She previously testified. She had been released from her subpoena and did watch some of the testimony. She admitted to it. Because of that, Judge Boyce did rule after the argument that she cannot testify since she'd seen some of the witness testimony. Just a side note from Nate that this is the Zumba instructor. I thought this was funny. I had to say something about it. This is the Zumba instructor that invited both he and his wife to a high fitness class. Nate said that would be funny, him in a high fitness class. I get that, Nate. I get it. I thought of that. I'm sorry, it makes me giggle. I thought of that, and it makes my legs cramp is what it does. So hello, MLS. Oh my gosh, I have to put this up. Hello, I'm doing my recap. I'll be right in the comments and get with the chat in just a second. So then the next thing that happened after that from yesterday was the direct examination of Eric Christensen. He had previously testified. This is the witness that did the autopsy on Tammy, who ruled that she died of homicide due to asphyxiation. He told the jury that he'd reviewed Dr. Raven's testimony. Let me do one thing. Let me pause one thing because I need to put this up so that we can see what's going on. Let me get it. Where the heck are you? There it is. Let me get that. There. Now we got it. Let me get me bigger. And there we are. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you, MLS. All right. Back to it. So, this is the witness. Like I said, this is a witness that said that it was homicide by asphyxiation. He told a jury that he'd reviewed Dr. Raven's testimony. She's the one who said she didn't agree with Tammy, or with Christensen, that Tammy had died. That he said homicide by asphyxiation, that it should have been marked undetermined. Christensen was brought by prosecution to try to refute what Raven had said. He'd reviewed all of the findings and still insists his ruling stands as homicide by asphyxiation. Then we had direct exam of rebuttal witness. This is retired Rexburg Police Detective David Stubbs. This is the detective that went through all of the phone data tracking Alex and Chad, etc., all the phone stuff. We all know how phone data can be a lot, but it's actually kind of interesting if you're that type of forensics person. Like, yeah, I like data and all the stuff, even though numbers and all that stuff kind of confuse me sometimes and I get lost in them. I still like the whole anything that has to do with forensics. So he did bring new evidence not heard yet, and that is whoever was using Chad's Google account shut off location services, which results in location not being tracked. That same person also requested that all previous location going back to 1970 be deleted. The reason for 1970, cell phones were not a thing back then. So Nate says that this is the date that computer companies use as their start dates. And if you've ever reset your computer or done anything where you had to do that, that is the date that does come up. I have experienced that in the past. Not that I was getting rid of anything, like trying to hide anything. It's just I needed room on my computer. So the request was made in August 24, 2019. So to have that location date cleared. The Google search was how to erase history from an iPhone. So Pryor then gets up and he cross-examines Stubbs and says, do you know that Chad doesn't have an iPhone? Woods then makes the point in his redirect that someone trying to hide an affair would try to erase that info. Would a criminal do the same thing? Stubbs, of course, says yes. Nate said, we know, and this is why this is a thing, because, and this is why iPhone, even if it's an iPhone, it doesn't matter that, Pryor's all like, he didn't have an iPhone. Nate said, we know that Chad didn't have an iPhone, but Lori did because of her iCloud account. So that person who did this search could have done it for someone else and shut off their services for them. Good point. Thank you, Nate. Direct exam of the next witness was rebuttal witness Rexburg Detective Ray Hermosillo. How many times was he on the stand? This was his third time. He basically cleaned up some of the stuff that Daybell, that the Daybell kids testified to, like Emma saying she saw him at the gym, came over, worked out right next to her, and she said she didn't have a good feeling about it. Also, Joseph saying the detective would constantly try or drive by the house slowly. He basically said in his testimony in this rebuttal that he saw Emma one time early on in the investigation before JJ and Tylee were found on Chad's property. Before. He also said he didn't approach her or talk to her at the gym, didn't ask her questions, didn't work out by her. Then he stated he drove by the Daybell property as part of a very active investigation before the children were found. But he states he didn't drive by 2 times a week because Joseph said he was driving by all the time. Well, according to this detective, he says, nope, that's not accurate. So did not drive by 2 times a week or a lot like Joseph testified to. There was no follow-up on this witness by Pryor, and nothing else was asked of him. Pryor was like, nope, I got nothing further. And this was the last testimony in this case heard by the jury. Then there was the charge conference that was outside of the presence of the jury. We always know charge conferences are never seen. I actually, even though a lot of people find them boring, I really try, even though my focus is really cruddy because ADHD and that whole thing, but I try and sit and listen to charge conferences to kind of get an idea of what each side is really wanting to hone in on jury instructions. So that happened after court. Remember, court quit, and I said I wasn't going to turn it off because the thing was still up and I just wanted to wait and see. Well, it ended up being that they did come back, and it was a very short charge conference because they did all of the back and forth outside of the presence of the jury, outside of the public, and all the things. And they came on just so that they could put it on the record, the things that each side had agreed to. So if you missed that, we can replay it after the closings during deliberations.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Guess what? Shoot. I'll finish the rest of this later. Let me get us big. Hold on. This is exactly what I wanted. The jibber jabber until you heard the judge. Okay. I knew there was so much information that I was taking down that I knew I wouldn't get through it in 15 minutes. I tried. So, I'm seeing if anybody else came in. Come on,
All right. Good morning, everyone. We are going to go on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. This is the time where the court is going to read final instructions to the jurors, and we're going to have closings today from both parties. I'll note that the state is present with the prosecution. The defense is present as well. We'll have the jurors brought in here momentarily. I will note that our 17 jurors have all arrived and signed their juror affirmation forms this morning as well. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, counsel. Mr. Bailiff, please, if you could have the jurors brought in.
Look at that. We get to see more of the court. The courtroom. Look at, oof, it's bigger than I thought. Uh-oh. Chad's got the murder tie on. Closing arguments day. He wears the murder tie. Wait. Is Pryor's tie matching? Do they both have the same tie on? Holy mackerel. Hey, Wendy. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. The anticipation. Somebody sing that song, please. It's like a pen could, I can't stand the silence. Oh. It's neat to be able to see this angle though.
All right, please.
And now we can't see his head. All we can see is murder tie.
Here's all we got for you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court will note the jurors have all returned and are properly seated at this time. The court has received the juror affirmation forms from each of the 17 jurors, so thank you for continuing to follow the court's admonishing instruction each day as we recess. At this time, I'll just outline the proceedings for this morning. The parties have now concluded with the submission of evidence in the trial. The court is going to read you additional jury instructions this morning. After the instructions have been read, then the parties will make their closing arguments, beginning with the state. Addressing the jurors now, each of you has been provided a copy of the instructions the court will be reading. Your copies have a watermarked copy logo on each page. With those copies, you may follow along with the court if you wish. You're not required to as I read the instructions. You're also allowed to make notations if you'd like on your copies of the instructions. However, there will be one actual original set of instructions, and I would have those included in your deliberations. Please don't make any markings on those original instructions that will be provided to you. The court will note that in the beginning of this trial, instructions 1 through 12 were already previously read to the jurors. I'm not going to reread all of those instructions, but there are a few of them. And so at this time, I'll begin with the reading of certain instructions. And once I've concluded the reading, then again, the closing arguments will commence, beginning with the state. So the first instruction I'm going to read is instruction number 3, noting this is one previously read to you. Instruction 3 reads as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. The next instruction I'm going to read is instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all of the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction I'm going to read, I'm going to go through the ones previously read and move up to instruction number 13. That's on page 16 of your packet. Instruction number 13. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. Instruction number 14. As members of the jury, it is your duty to decide what the facts are and to apply those facts to the law that I have given you. You are to decide the facts from all the evidence presented in this case. The evidence you are to consider consists of 1. Sworn testimony of witnesses, 2. Exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and 3. Any facts to which the parties have stipulated. Certain things you have heard or seen are not evidence, including 1. Arguments and statements by lawyers. The lawyers are not witnesses. What they say in their opening statements, closing arguments, and at other times is included to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence. If the facts as you remember them differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, follow your memory. 2. Testimony and or questions that may have been excluded or stricken, or which you have been instructed to disregard. 3. Anything you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session. Instruction number 15. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each count separately on the evidence and the law that applies to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty on any or all of the offenses charged. Instruction number 16. During the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. Instruction number 17. Certain evidence was admitted for a limited purpose. At the time this evidence was admitted, you were admonished that it could not be considered by you for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. This includes those exhibits admitted for demonstrative or illustrative purposes only. Do not consider such evidence for any purpose except the limited purpose for which it was admitted. The following exhibits were admitted only as demonstrative or illustrative exhibits. States Exhibits 4, 10A, 30, 31, 62, 69, 76, 84, 85, 86, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 179, 182A, 182B, 296, and 303. Defense's Exhibit 138. These exhibits are available for your review during your deliberations upon your request. Please advise the bailiff by written note of any such request. Instruction number 18. The law makes no distinction between a person who directly participates in the acts constituting a crime and a person who, either before or during its commission, intentionally aids, assists, facilitates, promotes, encourages, counsels, solicits, invites, helps, or hires another to commit a crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission. Both can be found guilty of the crime. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Instruction number 19. An act is willful or done willfully when done on purpose. One can act willfully without intending to violate the law, to injure another, or to acquire an advantage. Instruction number 20, the crime of conspiracy as alleged in counts 1 and 3 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crimes of first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The crime of conspiracy as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crime of first-degree murder. Criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho, and 1 or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties to the agreement. It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or may be implied by the conduct of the parties. Instruction number 21. Before I continue, thank you. All of the parties to a conspiracy need not enter into the agreement at the same time. A person who later joins an already formed conspiracy with knowledge of its unlawful purpose is a party to the conspiracy. Instruction number 22. Murder is the killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Instruction number 23. Malice may be expressed or implied. Malice is expressed when there is manifested a deliberate intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with the conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the intentional doing of an act with express or implied malice, no other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of time. It only means that the malice must precede rather than follow the act. Instruction number 24. To obtain property means to bring about a transfer of an interest in or the possession of the property. Instruction number 25. An owner of property is any person who has a right to possession of such property superior to that of the defendant. Instruction number 26. Person means an individual, corporation, association, a public or private corporation, city or other municipality, county, state agency, the state of Idaho, federal agency, or United States of America. Instruction number 27, property means anything of value, including labor or services. Instruction number 28, a person steals property and commits theft when, with intent to deprive another of property or appropriate the same to the person or to a third party, such person willfully takes, obtains, or withholds such property from an owner thereof. Instruction number 29. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, as alleged in count 1 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1. Honor between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2. In the state of Idaho. 3. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, with Lori Noreen Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4. To commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. 5. The defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6. One of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A. Honor between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying the homicide of Tylee Ryan. B. On or about August 16th, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did change the deposit of Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits from Tylee Ryan's JP Morgan Chase account to deposit money directly into Lori Noreen Vallow's personal BBVA account. C. On or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter JJ Vallow. D. On or about September 8th, 2019, Chad Guy Daybell Googled SSW wind and visited a website entitled, "What is the definition of SSW wind direction?" E. On or about September 9th, 2019, Alex Cox did go to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Rexburg, Idaho. F. On or between September 9th, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of Tylee Ryan's death. G. On or between September 25th, 2019 and January 22nd, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect 5 monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of Tylee Ryan. 7. And such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 30. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 2 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1. On or between the 8th and 9th of September, 2019. 2. In the state of Idaho. 3. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tylee Ryan. 4. With malice aforethought. And 5. The murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 31. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception as alleged in count 3 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1. On or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2. In the state of Idaho. 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, Lori Noreen Vallow, and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4. To commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. 5. The defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6. One of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following overt acts. A. On or between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying the homicide of J.J. Vallow. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson, J.J. Vallow. C, on or about September 23, 2019, Alex Cox did take possession of J.J. Vallow. D, on or about November 26, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow provided a fake and or misleading physical location of J.J. Vallow to law enforcement during a lawful investigation. E, on or between September 23, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of J.J. Vallow's death. F, on or between September 9, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect four monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of J.J. Vallow and 4 monthly Social Security child and care payments. 7, and such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 32. Count 4 of the amended indictment contains a clerical error in that, quote, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019, end quote, should instead state, quote, on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019, end quote. You may consider the dates on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019 in your deliberations regarding count 4. Instruction number 33. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 4 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Joshua Jackson, J.J. Vallow. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime, either before or during its commission, by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission, are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find the elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 34. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018 to January 15, 2020. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell, Lori Noreen Vallow, and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed 4, to commit the crime of murder in the first degree of Tamara Tammy Daybell. 5, the defendant intended that the crime would be committed. 6, one of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A, on or about or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did encourage and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of justifying and or encouraging the homicide of Tamara Tammy Daybell. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell did move to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson, hereinafter JJ Vallow. C, on or about July 30th, 2019, Chad and Lori sent text messages to each other regarding death percentages for Tammy and JJ. D, Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone on September 18th, 2019. E, Alex Cox obtained a burner phone on October 9, 2019. F, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell sent text messages to each other about Tamara Tammy Daybell being in limbo and Tammy being possessed by a spirit named Viola. G, on September 8, 2019, Chad Guy Daybell signed an application along with Tamara Tammy Daybell to increase her life map insurance to the maximum allowed under her policy. H, Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tamara Tammy Daybell on October 9, 2019. I, Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches between the dates of October 8, 2019 and October 12, 2019, including searches related to Grendel, drop, and shooting through a Dodge Dakota. J, Alex Cox went to a gun range in the month before October 9, 2019, when the attempted shooting of Tamara Tammy Daybell takes place. K, Alex Cox traveled from Sportsman's Warehouse to the vicinity of the Daybell residence on October 9, 2019. L, Alex Cox was in the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on the night of October 18, 2019. 7, and such act or acts was done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 35. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 30, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive Life Map Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to Life Map Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 36. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 31st, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Guy Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive Primerica Life Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to Primerica Life Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 37. In this case, you will return a verdict consisting of a series of questions. Although the explanations on the verdict form are self-explanatory, they are part of the instructions to you. I will now read the verdict form to you. It states, "We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception?" And then not guilty and guilty options. Question 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Not guilty and guilty options. Question 3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 4, in regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? And then there are 2 options, guilty or not guilty. Question number 5, in regard to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Not guilty or guilty option. Question number 6, in regard to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty and guilty options. And then question number 8, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty or guilty options. Then there's a place to insert a date and a signature for the presiding officer. I'll note to the jurors, there will be a separate verdict form. This is just the language out of that form, but one original form to be signed by the presiding juror. Jury instruction number 38. You have been instructed as to all the rules of law that may be necessary for you to reach a verdict. Whether some of the instructions will apply will depend upon your determination of the facts. You will disregard any instruction which applies to a state of facts which you determine does not exist. You must not conclude from the fact that an instruction has been given that the court is expressing any opinion as to the facts. Instruction number 39. The original instructions and exhibits will be with you in the jury room, with the exception of exhibits 172, pickaxe, and 173, shovel, and illustrative or demonstrative exhibits. For safety and security reasons, the tool exhibits may be viewed with the assistance of the bailiff if requested by the jury. The demonstrative or illustrative exhibits may be available as explained in instruction number 17. They are part of the official court record. For this reason, please do not alter them or write or mark on them in any way. Some of the exhibits have been sealed in bags or containers that allow you to view them. Do not open or remove the contents of those exhibits. If you have any questions about the handling or use of exhibits, submit those questions in writing to me through the bailiff. The instructions are numbered for convenience in referring to specific instructions. There may or may not be a gap in the numbering of the instructions. If there is, you should not concern yourselves about such gap. Instruction number 40. Upon retiring to the jury room, select one of you as a presiding officer who will preside over your deliberations. It is that person's duty to see that the discussion is orderly, that the issues submitted for your decision are fully and fairly discussed, and that every juror has a chance to express himself or herself upon each question. In this case, your verdict must be unanimous. When you all arrive at a verdict, the presiding officer will sign it and you will return it to open court. Your verdict in this case cannot be arrived at by chance, by lot, or by compromise. If after considering all of the instructions in their entirety and after having fully discussed the evidence before you, the jury determines that it is necessary to communicate with me, you may send a note by the bailiff. You are not to reveal to me or anyone else how the jury stands until you have reached a verdict or unless you are instructed by me to do so. A verdict form suitable to any conclusion you may reach will be submitted to you with these instructions. Instruction number 41. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence to determine the facts. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or to state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position, even if shown that it is wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but are judges. For you, as for me, there can be no triumph except in the ascertainment and declaration of the truth. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have seen and heard in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinion. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion was incorrect based upon the evidence the jury saw and heard during the trial and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence or as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant because the majority of the jury feels otherwise or for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. All right, that concludes the reading of the instructions then. At this time, the next matter we would take up would be closings, beginning with the state. Is this going to be Ms. Blake presenting closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
May we approach just briefly?
Yes, you may.
Okay, before closings begin, we have a sidebar. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got the chills on that last part. The "you are judges" part. I never thought of it that way. Really, that puts a whole new spin on. Oh my goodness, it gave me the chills. What I saw, Dana got the chills on something, and so did I on that. Oof. Doesn't looking? Let's see. Oh, wait, where'd it go? There it is. In other words, no bullying a juror who doesn't come to the same conclusion. Yes. Anybody ever watch the movie 12 Angry Men? That's one of my favorite movies. And that's where we sit, waiting for Prosecution's closing by Lindsey Blake. Whew. And Beanie asks, why does the state go first for closings in some trials? And it depends on the court. It also depends on who decides who wants to go first and that kind of thing. Most courts will go prosecution because prosecution has the burden, and then defense, and then prosecution will finish up with their rebuttal because they have the burden of proof. beyond is it beyond a reasonable doubt, or is it all reasonable doubt? I should put a vote to that because I always forget. I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. Thank you, counsel. We are going to take a quick break here while state sets up something for closing. So because we started when we did, I don't think we necessarily need to take a extensive regular mid-morning break. So let's try to make it about 15 minutes, and then right about 11 o'clock, we'll get started with the state's closing. So we'll be in recess for a moment.
All right, please.
All right, here we sit. Waiting. Oh my goodness. I kind of held my breath a little bit during that. I was trying really hard to focus. Focus. I have such a hard time with reading long things and trying to listen to the words without reading along or whatever, taking notes or whatever. So I was trying. So we kind of, it's basically the same jury instructions that we normally hear. There was while this is a quick break, I'm going to finish up what my recap was, because there's some stuff about jury instructions that I was going to get to before we got to this part. That didn't happen. So I'm going to go back a little bit, and then I'll just go back. So I'm going to start from where I said there are 41 jury instructions, whatever you want to call it. So basically, I think it was about an hour. I was going to clip them, but I didn't get that far. So maybe in a second after I read this, I'm going to go stop real quick and try to clip it, and then so that I can do it. I have to do it in such a window so I can get it. I think it was about an hour long. Anyway, okay. So Nate mentioned new jury instructions that went into law only a few days ago. This is the first jury that will hear these new it wasn't the new death penalty ones. It was the new I got it right here. First I thought it was death penalty, then I went, no, it's not that. It's the I see what I did. So it'll be the reasonable doubt. So it's about the new instruction that was added, and they are the first jury. Nate thinks, that will hear this new instruction on reasonable doubt. Judge Boyce asked, I don't know if you guys knew that. I had no idea that they amended or read whatever you call it on the Idaho state's instructions, and exactly basically what it is Nate says it happened on May 22nd. New instruction came out about just what reasonable doubt it actually is. I assume that it was what they were talking about yesterday. I don't know what it says. Actually, I can look that up. I'll do that in a second. But Judge Boyce did ask counsel, do we go with the new rule or the old ones? Oh, this was during the jury thing. This was part of the last thing that ended the day yesterday. So this is what they were going over. Do we go with the new rule or the old one? The rule that the jurors have heard from the start of the trial, or do we now say that rule has changed? Here is how it now is stated. Prosecution said, stick with the old way so there is no confusion. Defense, of course, disagreed with that, and Judge Boyce decided they'd go with the old way so as not to add confusion or any issues for the appellate process, which is up to him to make the final ruling because of appeals. And that's what the judge is looking for when he's doing his rulings. It's not like pick a side, who's got it right. It's all about the appellate issue. You want to do everything you can in a trial to avoid appeals. And doing it this way, going with the old rule, which means prior was right. It makes it less of an issue later on down the road when we know that all trials go through appeals process, and we know that when this one gets there, that won't be an issue. So that's why the judge went with that. Addi over explains. So there. Anyway, I meant to get that part in. That was the last of my recap that I was going to do, but then I jibber jabbered too much, and I got to add it now. So whatever. So anywho, that was a lot to listen to. I really would have to go back and do what I normally was doing to really get and have it sink in for me, to go back and read what Nate had put in on the tweets. But that's a lot. 41 instructions is a lot. And I don't really know if I want to go back and read 41 instructions. So I will just go with it as it is. So let's see what you guys are saying. See that this is it. I mean, we could do that. We could read it and I could be all dramatic like I normally read stuff. I don't read stuff in I taught my kids how to read this way when they were little. My oldest, he was reading it too. He actually could read it too. Yes, he could read a full book at 2. And like I've said before, my kids are on, like their mama, on the spectrum. I didn't read till I was 10, so that's not fair. I had an issue. I had learning disabilities. He did not have those. He learned it too. My second son was more like me, struggled a bit more like I am, struggled with it. And he didn't read until he was 10 either. But they both now, yes. But so when I taught them how to read, I taught them how to read in voice inflection, like you're reading a story and then you talk like the person. So when I'm reading and stuff to you guys, it may sound like I'm really dramatic in it. That's because that's how I grew up doing it. It helped me pause and focus more on what I'm trying to read, especially with dyslexia and all the things, which you'll see sometimes I'll transpose things and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, going back and reading things is basically how I really have to do it when things yammer on and I get lost in it. So, we could do that, because re-listening to it, that's still the same issue that I have, the issue of someone's droning on and I'm lost in the droning. Also, that comes from growing up as a Jehovah's Witness and hearing what we call, talks, where somebody drones on for an hour and you're sitting there, and if you're not taking notes, you get lulled to sleep practically. So that's an issue with it. But Lemon Curd said something about, she thought that when I said the amended thing, I thought that he was going to say to them, hey guys, we had to add this thing happened, it was a date thing. I'm wondering if they're going to mention that before they send them off to deliberate, because I was expecting the judge to go, we had to fix this error. It was an error in the original whatchamadoodle, in the original indictment. And it had to do with this date for J.J. Vallow in, what is it, number 4, the charge 4, J.J. Vallow. And the dates were fixed, and here's the new amendment. That's kind of what I thought was going to happen, but we haven't heard that happen, right? It wasn't part of this thing. It was just stated the amended indictment instructions. But I think that that's what that was for. I could be wrong, but when I heard the word amended, I'm thinking, oh wait, that had to have been the 4, the charge 4 that was messed up in the indictment. So maybe the amended thing was something else, but I don't think so. I think it's that. So I don't know why. I thought they were going to make a big deal out of it, is what I mean. And I didn't see that happen. So I now have no idea, because when Lemon-Curd said that, and I'm thinking, wait a second, but wasn't that what they were talking about? Just saying, telling them that it's been amended. I don't know, because now I'm confused. Thoughts on that? Let me scroll up a little bit. So I'm going to read it after. Thanks for the PDF, Linda. I've downloaded it. Oh, Linda, can you put that in our chat thingy? Thank you, por favor. Is that what? Let me see. Stevie says, is that what all the words were about, being convinced to change their vote? Yeah, you got to be careful with that. I think, right? Jurors have to be careful with trying to sway other jurors or try to pull them out or try to bully them out of their thing so that they can get the unanimous. I have a feeling that death penalties, I don't know. I don't know if this is a thing that could happen, but I have a feeling that there's going to be one who says, yeah, in this case, I can't, it's not going to be unanimous for death penalty. So maybe that's what I think. I don't know. Could that be a thing that's going to happen? So Stephanie says a lot of cases have closing and going to the jury today. Oh, Chad, Trump, and the treadmill abuse case. Oh, okay. So I don't know what trial the treadmill one is. I haven't heard it. I think, oh, no, I did see a picture and I realized what it was about. I'm like, yeah, no, can't. I can't go with that one. I do not want to deal with another Farrader case, but I think this one was actually probably worse than the Farrader case, because I don't know. So did he die? The little one died, right? Ugh. That's why I remember. I put that one out of my head because I can't do those. I can't. Farrader was awful. But oh my goodness. The ones where there's a child and this one was So Stevie says, so Pryor is setting up the appeals lawyer because if they decide for the death penalty, it will automatically be appealed. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Appeals is usually a part of a trial. They get denied or whatever, but yeah. I feel comfortable saying that appeals are part of most trials. And and also, yes, I think it's automatic. Isn't it automatic appeal for a death penalty case? And that's the term that should be used with that. I think we're almost to closings in Karen Reed also. Okay. Linda posted them in the chat, and thank you so much. Thank you, Linda. Linda will put it in the thing for us later. Yeah, I expect that one to wrap this week. Okay. Yeah, see, I have heard judges read a certain way. He is very read it as it goes, kind of like I try not to read my recaps. Because see, I write my recaps off of what I'm hearing Nate say and stuff like that. And then I try to put it in my own words, but then my memory stinks and I forget what I wrote 5 minutes ago, because I normally write my recaps in the morning. And so then it's easier just to read it the way I wrote it. So it may sound like it's like I'm reading a book or whatever, but that's because if I don't, I can't remember what I wrote. So Wendy asks, I wonder if Lori knows Chat threw her under the bus. Chat. See, I keep saying Chat. I need this trial to end. His name is driving me nuts. Are you watching the treadmill trial? I couldn't do it. Too much for me. I agree with Stevie. I was thinking, we could. Then I went, oh wait, no, that's not. If we have trials where we have a period of time where we have no trials, like right now, I'm trying to keep an eye out, but I'm not good with finding trials. I will admit that I do not. I've never been good. I relied on a whole trial team to know when the trials are coming, and so that is not my forte. So if anybody knows of any trials you guys want to, you can Instagram me trials you've heard of, names, things coming up. I also do look at Twitter. I've got a thing up, and I'm putting hashtags in to hopefully help me find some jury selection or new trial or anything like that. So if you guys hear anything, you can Instagram me, you can sweeter me. You can X me. I said I would never use the one letter, which is why I say Twitter. Elon took my one letter. So, but yeah, you also, in the process for members, I will be working on getting my Discord ready for members to be able to join. So that's part of the perks for membership. I do have a Discord. It's been up for quite a long time, and we're back.
Thank you. I believe we've got our jurors lined up or close to lined up, so we'll remain standing. Mr. Bailiff, if you could have them return to the courtroom, please.
So here comes the jury. Camera. They have it so closed in now, you can't even see his head. All we see is the M tie.
All right, please.
And they both do have the same color tie on, and boy, are they making sure y'all see it. It's the same tie. Oh, Pryor's been watching Linda from It's a Crime. If you don't know who she is, Linda is adorable. She is so cute. I just love her. She's been following this case since day one, like Nate.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I forgot the all rise thing.
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. The court concluded reading of the jury instructions. At this time, then we're going to have closing arguments beginning with the state. Ms. Blake, once you're ready to proceed, you can begin your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to test this. Is this working?
It is.
And Your Honor, can I get the HDMI?
Yes, I'll instruct the clerk to activate that.
And may I proceed?
You may, Ms. Blake.
Thank you.
What's that?
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmates.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. M&M's. So Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant, Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. 2 of them children, his mistress's kids, Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan, were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead in their marital bed. And for what? Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough. Thank you.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. You heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad. But Chad was receptive. You heard from Investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Chad and Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell were alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous lives. And you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference, but he stayed at Lori's house. And you heard how other people stayed there as well. And one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori. And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names, or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were 2 of those names, Raphael and Lily, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from Analyst Heidemann. James and Elena. Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. He also, another excerpt, he resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex. The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori. And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial. Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial, there was testimony about what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future. He also told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times that he would tell them he could get answers. But again, he didn't have to have that to give them the answers. Common theme, Chad has the answers, Chad has the knowledge, Chad has that special ability. Shortly after this meeting in early 2019, Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark. He actually said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider. In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle, there were some other descriptions, but at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information, Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually, Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body, was gone. An evil entity was in that body, and in order to set the person free, the body had to die. So when a casting was successful and the body didn't die, well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them. So Charles became Garrett. Castings are done on Garrett. They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. The body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos is an even more demonic entity. Iplos is so dark that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos, is that Charles actually confronted Lori about her affair with Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to email Tammy Daybell. She deserves to know what's going on. Charles, in fact, sends an email to Tammy Daybell on June 29th of 2019, informing her of the affair. Charles also sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication. You heard that throughout the trial. They're having an affair. They're talking. They're getting burner phones. And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex. Only 10 days later, 10 days after Charles threatens to go and tell Chad's wife about the affair, Charles is shot and killed. He's shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. We heard from the Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead. Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. And you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Because he also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know, don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. Chad, at this point, they've started to talk about labeling people as dark. And again, Chad is the one that can do that. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream, I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from? He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. He feels trapped when he's at home with his family. Who does Chad want freedom from? Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow is upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him. Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be a visionary. He held himself out to have spiritual gifts, and he would manipulate Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response, I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't, fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is gonna be finished and everything is gonna be fine and it's gonna work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lola. Things are going to work out. Not just because he said so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people, and I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely. That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered.
Again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there. She talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate, given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die, and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that, and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they moved to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to move close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father to go into an account associated only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, "I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary." Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, "Find out her percentage for me and JJ's." What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, "She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad. Check Tylee. Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful. Her daughter was being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th, pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment, and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark. Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartelink how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartelink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartelink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September. She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, where's Tylee? Because she didn't see her. Lori's response, don't ask. Zulema talked about how she did see JJ though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, I need you to check JJ. Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori that JJ was getting close. Says, when I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body. On August 10th, again, Lori had asked, please check JJ. Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, is he at 0 yet? Chad's response, yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck, that being Chad had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was on the morning of September 23rd. He said, I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left. They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property, and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic, and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, we saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori. Her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill. Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, he has a nanny. She's really helpful. Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon said that Jeep was missing the tire off the back. He noticed that. And you heard from analyst Heidemann how on October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date. You heard from her sister, Samantha Gwilliam, how because Tammy had been diagnosed with depression at some point, she made it a habit that when she would see her, she would give her a once-over. She would check on her, make sure she looked healthy, make sure she didn't appear to be suffering with the depression. Samantha did that on this trip. And what did she notice? Tammy appeared fine. She noticed no physical problems. Tammy reported no physical problems. She reported no medical issues to Samantha. Samantha saw none. In fact, what did we hear? Tammy put on a clogging routine. She had a nice visit with her family. Both Samantha and Jason Gwilliam talked to you about some changes they'd noticed before that October 4th visit, and particularly with Chad. Chad and Jason had been very good friends. Conversation flowed easily. But that summer of 2019, they talked about Chad and Tammy coming to visit, and Chad was awkward. He didn't really engage with them. They took note of it, but they didn't know what was going on. Then you heard from Samantha how Tammy was down there around her birthday. Samantha didn't even know Tammy was going to be in Utah. Tammy runs up to the door to give her her birthday present. gets to stay just long enough to watch her open it. Chad never left the car. Chad and Jason were friends. And you heard Samantha say they'd had no falling out. Nothing that she could think to explain why Chad wouldn't come into the house. Again, back in July, when Chad and Lori are talking about death percentages, Chad tells Lori he got the inspiration to go back to he uses my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned. Chad had the death percentages to track Charles. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Iplos left. It is encouraging. Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. Since he left, Tammy's levels were dropping. Chad then tells Lori Tammy is at a 3. Chad tells Lori on July 30th of 2019, this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Interestingly enough, Coroner Dye made a similar note in a report that Chad told her something along the lines of Tammy not feeling connected to her body. Chad said that back in July. On October 5th, Chad messages Lori, big news about Tammy. The short version is she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. Tammy's now a zombie, essentially, or she has a dark entity in her. Again, someone's dark, someone's a zombie, the body has to die. And Chad can tell and controls the death percentages. Chad goes on to tell Lori, I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Chad then tells her, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait. Someone's dark, the body has to die. Chad doesn't want to wait. On October 9th of 2019, you all heard about an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Earlier in the day, a device associated with Alex Cox traveled down to Sportsman's Warehouse, and you heard how Alex purchased several items. They were all dark in color, a face mask, a knit beanie, frog tog pants, and mittens. And you heard the gloves were a flip mitt. You could pull them back to do things that you needed your fingers for, such as shooting a gun. You heard how later on the 9th, after going to Sportsman's, that device drove up by the Daybell residence, didn't stop, but was in the vicinity, and then left back to Rexburg. What you also heard was that Alex Cox had purchased a burner phone on October 8th of 2019, just the day before. That device was activated on October 9th of 2019. Chad Daybell also had a new burner phone that he'd activated on October 8th of 2019. And you heard talk of the 401 number. That particular phone was only in contact with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. You heard how around October 9th and in the days after, there were multiple searches conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account. Homer J. Maximus was Alex's account. He had searched drop from 100 yards to 300 yards, 6.5 Grendel. How to prep your AR for the cold, how to load your AR, help load your AR in the cold, how to shoot through a Dodge Dakota, how to shoot through a windshield. You heard that the Daybells owned a Dodge Dakota, and you heard mixed testimony on who drove the car the most. But what was unrefuted is that at a minimum, Tammy did drive that car at times. At a minimum. On October 9th of 2019, there were multiple messages exchanged between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori. The attempted shooting occurred at around 9:15 p.m., and then 4 text messages were exchanged between Alex and Chad between 10:28 and 10:29. Remember, Alex's normal phone or his usual device was left at his apartment, but he had just activated a burner phone. You heard from Zulema that on this same day and around the same time, Lori invited her over to Melanie Pulowski's house in Arizona to conduct a casting on Tammy. And Zulema had told her, "We finally have it figured out. We really know how to do this." And you heard from the ladies that what they were taught is if a casting was successful, the body would die or it would naturally expire. They weren't taught that anyone was going to take any action on the body. They were just taught that it would naturally happen. Zulema talked about how that night Lori got a phone call, and she said she had never seen Lori so mad. And when Lori got off the phone, she made a comment along the lines of, "That idiot can't do anything right or can't do anything by himself." And when we talk about the timeline on October 9th, you can see there were multiple communications between Chad and Lori and Alex and Chad. The other thing that you notice on here is this incident is reported at 9:41, originally by Joe Murray. And you heard from Joe Murray, he's Tammy's son-in-law. You see that the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was dispatched at 9:45 p.m. And then at 9:49, Tammy made a call into the non-emergency line in Fremont County. 9:52 is when the Fremont County deputy arrives on scene. And why does that matter? Tammy had done a search, or someone using Tammy's account had done a search for first an airsoft gun and second a paintball gun. But when you look at the time of the search, 3:29, if you do the calculations for UTC, it ends up at either close to 8:30 p.m. or close to 9:30 p.m. Attempted shooting happens around 9:15. So around 9:30, Tammy is conducting those searches. Well, why does that matter? Deputy Cannon's not on scene. Deputy Cannon doesn't get to the scene until 9:52. He can't be there when Tammy's looking at anything. He can't be there to know who did the Google searches. And Deputy Cannon talked to you about the fact that he was looking for casings. Why was he looking for casings? Because he didn't know. He thought it could be a rifle. Nobody knew if this was a paintball gun or a rifle. What else we know from Deputy Cannon's report is towards the bottom, when he talked to Joe Murray told him he was cutting wood on his property when he heard Tamara scream. Joe Murray heard his mother-in-law scream. He called 911. Later, Tammy called dispatch. We know Tammy sent an email to her son, Mark, and we reviewed that email several times. We know Tammy called into dispatch, and we reviewed that call several times. Tammy at times refers to it as a paintball gun, but remember how she describes it. He was holding it like it was a rifle. He was pointing it at me. He was pulling the trigger. He was shooting at me. This wasn't someone just pointing a gun. This wasn't a prank. The person was pulling the trigger. She says it was dark. She describes the person dressed all in black, and she describes the person wearing a face mask. Remember, Alex Cox had purchased a face mask earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had purchased black or dark clothing earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had a 6.5 Grendel. Alex Cox was searching about shooting a 6.5 Grendel in the dark or in the cold. Why? You heard from Detective Kaikamanu that it was 26 degrees on October 9th of 2019. You heard in Tammy's own words, he stood there pulling the trigger, shooting. The gun didn't go off or the gun misfired. Alex is searching about how to shoot an AR in the cold. You heard from both Investigator Edwards and Detective Kaikamanu about their training with paintball guns and their training with ARs. You heard from them how the scope on an AR could be mistaken for a hopper on a paintball gun. You further heard when it's dark, it's even harder to tell. You further heard that if the gun is pointed at you, it's going to be that much harder to tell. You also heard that Tammy wasn't familiar with guns. Her own kids, Emma and Garth, told you. They've never seen Tammy with a paintball gun. They've never seen Tammy with an assault rifle. But what do you know? Tammy was scared. Tammy sent a Facebook message warning people. In her email to Mark, Tammy said, "The scared part came later when I realized what could have happened. I didn't want to go out the next night alone after dark." Tammy had no idea someone wanted her dead, but she was still scared by that incident. And we talked about how Alex had done some additional searches, or that account had, about how to shoot with the AR. And you heard how Alex was going to the shooting range in Fremont County from Detective Kaikamanu, and that was before and after this attempted shooting of Tammy. And you heard from Agent Wright how he was going to the shooting range in Rexburg, and he was practicing to shoot long distances. And you heard from Investigator Edwards, he talked to you about how he looked at that gun. He looked at that Grendel 6.5 and it had a pin that was loose. And he explained to you about how if that pin had come loose, that could cause the gun to misfire. Alex didn't know why the gun misfired. That's why he was looking at shooting an AR in the cold. Instead, we do not know of any other attempted shootings of Tammy Daybell. Instead, what we know is that on October 19th of 2019, just before 6 a.m., Chad Daybell and Garth Daybell made a call to 911 to report Tammy's death. Remember how Garth described her. She's stiff and cold. Remember what Chad said. She's clearly dead.
Yeah, she's not even gross.
A little over 24 hours from reporting his wife's death, Chad messages Lori, "I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks." His wife had been reported dead a little over 24 hours before he sent that to Lori. You heard the description of Tammy, stiff and cold, clearly dead. And yet, Garth and Chad say they put her back on the bed. Garth says he hears a thud and his dad calls for him. However, Garth and Chad were consistent. Tammy didn't fall out of bed. Where's the thud? They both describe the top part of Tammy falling out of the bed and her legs being tangled in the sheets. And you heard from the coroner that when she arrived on scene, there was this rag in the bedroom. And she took the rag and she wiped the foam or the sputum that was coming out of Tammy's mouth. But what you also heard from her was it was a rag Chad had already been using. Tammy's clearly dead. The body's been moved. The foam's been wiped. And if we back up to October 18th of 2019, we know Lori was in Hawaii. She was in Hawaii with Melanie Pulowski. You heard how Alex took her down to Las Vegas to drop Lori off at the airport shortly before that. But what's more telling than who was in Hawaii is who wasn't. Melanie Pulowski told you Alex Cox was supposed to go with them on that trip. Alex didn't go because Chad needed help with something. Tammy was possessed. Her death percentage was low. Alex believed Chad 100%. And you heard from several witnesses, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, and Agent Balance, that advice associated with Alex Cox was at a church just 2.6 miles from the Daybell residence from 10:07 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. on October 18th of 2019. Chad needed Alex's help with something. You heard testimony. Alex didn't know anyone else in the area. He knew Chad. Alex didn't know Tammy, but he knew Chad. At 11:53 p.m., the phone, again, there was a data point, about a 7-minute drive from the church. Garth would have gotten home between 1 and 1:30 from his employment. You heard Garth tell you that when he got home, he saw 2 lumps in his parents' bed, assumed it was them. He didn't go check on them. He didn't verify anything to see if they were okay. However, you heard from Micaiah Baglin that what Garth told him, that was when Garth got home from work, he found his mom dead in her bed and his dad was nowhere to be found. And you heard from Deputy Greenalch, and you heard from Deputy Coroner Wilmore and Coroner Brenda Dye. And you heard them talk about what Chad told them when they were on scene. And the statements changed over time. The statements changed as new people came in. Coroner Dye mentioned something about seizures. All of a sudden, oh yeah, Tammy was having seizure-like activity. Nothing in Tammy's medical records support low blood pressure. Nothing in her medical records support seizures. Nothing in her medical records support any kind of a negative drug interaction between homeopathic medications or any other medications Tammy was on. Those were statements provided by Chad Daybell. Initially, based on the information provided solely by Chad, no autopsy was ordered. However, just weeks later, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was contacted by the Gilbert Police Department about that attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. They'd linked the Jeep that was used in that to the Fremont County area. And more specifically, they wanted them to check if it was at Chad Daybell's property. Shortly after that, an investigation was launched by Fremont County into Tammy Daybell's death. This included exhuming her body. Her body was exhumed so the Utah Medical Examiner's Office could perform a full autopsy and conduct an investigation into the cause and manner of death. And they, in fact, did that. And we'll come back to that in a little bit. After Tammy's death, you heard how Chad told multiple people that he couldn't stay at the house anymore. He was going to move in with a friend. This was right after Tammy's passing. You also heard how Tammy died on October 19th of 2019, or that's when she was pronounced dead. That was a Saturday. Funeral was held in Springville, Utah on Tuesday, one working day to get everything ready. You heard Todd Gilbert say how it felt like Chad just wanted to get it over with. And you also heard from Samantha Gwilliam that she had concerns because Chad indicated he didn't want his name on the headstone. Tammy was going to be buried alone in Springville, Utah. You also heard Patty later talk about she went to the funeral and Chad's talk was disturbing to her. It was disturbing to her because he talked about Tammy's depression and how she was hard to live with. Patty thought that was a little off-putting. Alice Gilbert also thought it was odd, but she thought it was odd that Chad spoke. In her experience, usually it's too difficult for a spouse to give a talk at the funeral. Steve Schultz, who was the mortician from Utah, indicated he thought the timing of the funeral and the fact that there was no autopsy and that Chad didn't want an autopsy was a red flag. So much so that he said he asked Jason Gwilliam, Chad's brother-in-law, "Do you think he killed Tammy?" When we talk about the timeline of October 18th to the 19th, you can see the communication. Texts between Chad and Lori, Lori and Alex, Chad and Alex, Alex and Lori, and it goes on. They're in constant communication that day between the 18th and the 19th over that time span. Tammy Daybell had an autopsy conducted by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiners. They determined the manner of death to be homicide and the cause to be asphyxiation. Tammy had life insurance. And we talked about a couple different policies. One was Primerica. It was a policy that had been in existence since 2002. Both Chad and Tammy were insured, and they were both each other's beneficiaries. However, Tammy also had insurance through her employment, through the Ballard Insurance, or we also called it Life Map. She had a base of $50,000, and on September 8th, just a little over a month before her passing, she raised her individual amount to the maximum of $80,000. So that policy was now a total of $130,000. Chad submitted claim forms to Primerica and to LifeMap. On both claim forms, he indicated the cause of death was that she died in her sleep. Chad then received and deposited $300,000 from Primerica on October 31st of 2019, and then deposited $130,000 from LifeMap on November 8th of 2019. Again, on both claimant statements, he put the cause of death was she died in her sleep, and maybe more telling on LifeMap, because Chad told people that Tammy was having medical issues. She was having trouble breathing. She was having shaking fits, dizzy spells. He provided information to try to explain her death. However, on the LifeMap claim form, under the question, when did the health of the deceased first become impaired, he wrote October 18th of 2019. When Tammy upped that LifeMap insurance, Chad signed off on it too. Chad knew she had increased that life insurance. You heard how just days after Tammy's death, Chad went and visited with Alice and Todd Gilbert. And he told them about Lori. And shortly after, he brought Lori to meet with them. And Lori and Chad talked about their plans for a future. their plans to be together. What else was telling about that visit? They asked about kids. Chad's response to Alice, Lori had a daughter that died. Tylee hadn't been found yet. They went to dinner with Chad's parents, and you heard from Sheila Daybell. Lori told her, I have a daughter that died. We know on May 6th and 7th, Chad and Lori Googled searches for malachite rings. This was during a time that Tammy and Charles were still alive. We know on August 14th, Lori attempted to purchase a malachite ring. Again, on August 25th of 2019, she again attempted to purchase a ring. Charles was dead, Tammy was alive. On October 2nd, Lori purchased 2 malachite rings. Then she also purchased one more. The other ring was a men's size 11.5. And what's telling is that ring was returned on October 4th for a size 11. Then on October 25th, it was returned for a size 10, and that ring wasn't returned. That ring, however, resembled the ring Chad Daybell was wearing in their wedding photos when he and Lori got married on November 5th of 2019, just 17 days after Tammy's death. Chad filled out a rental application for Hawaii. What did he put in there? Clean couple with no pets or children. No pets, no children. Chad and Lori had been messaging in July about a movie. Lori ended up telling him, looks like Kauai a lot. Chad, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad's response again, that is the plan. That is the plan. What is the plan? To be in Hawaii together, to be in Hawaii unencumbered by earthly obstacles, unencumbered by earthly relatives. Chad and Lori got married on the beach in Kauai on November 5th of 2019. Charles was dead. Tammy was dead. Tylee and JJ hadn't been found. No children, no earthly obstacles, married together on the beach. Chad and Lori's bliss didn't last long because Kay Woodcock reported her grandson JJ is missing. And you heard from Detective Hermosillo how in November of 2019, he, along with some other officers, responded to 765 Pioneer Road. You heard how immediately upon arrival, untruths were told. Alex said JJ was with Kay. He said he didn't have a phone number for Lori. Chad said he barely knew Lori and didn't have her phone number. Lori said JJ was with Melanie Gibb and that Chad was her brother's friend. Chad and Lori were married.
Hi, Lori. Sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having Melanie get hold of your friend down there, Melanie.
Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today.
This is Detective Stubbs.
Hello.
Meet you.
So, we're here,
It's a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the.
and what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So, JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh,
Hey.
you got a notepad?
No, let me get one.
No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
Oh,
So,
all right.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. That's stuff that was going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me, not the brother that lives here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. But everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter's going to BYUI.
We had two detectives over here trying to,
Looking for you a
Oh,
little while ago.
oh, because I was at the store.
and they ran into well, probably one of your brothers in
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
We've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad.
Chad from around here?
Mhm.
What's his last name? Yeah, okay.
On that same day, Chad called Melanie Gibb and he told her, the police are going to call. Don't answer. Melanie talked about how Chad sounded scared. She asked Chad, JJ's not with Kay? Chad's response, no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Later, Lori did reach out to Melanie and she asked Melanie to lie to the police and say JJ was with her, that she'd taken him to the movie Frozen. She even went so far as to ask Melanie to snap a photo of some kids to try to pass it off as JJ. You heard from Melanie Gibb. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori. They had told her law enforcement was dark. She initially told police JJ had been with her. Pretty quickly after, she corrected her statement with law enforcement and told them she never had JJ. He'd never been with her. She didn't know where he was. On December 8th of 2019, Melanie Gibb decided to place a phone call to Chad and Lori.
Okay, I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like
Yeah.
I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be
Yeah.
questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Alex said Melanie didn't want to know where he was.
Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well,
Remember how JJ was found? He was found discarded in Chad Daybell's backyard. Lori said he's safe and he's happy. Chad Daybell is standing there with Lori when she makes those statements. No chime in from Chad. But Chad knew Kay didn't have him.
So is there kids that are not involved, or there what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because
No, well,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
okay.
You just heard an excerpt of Chad talking to Jason Williams. But before that, on that December 8th call with Melanie Gibb, Chad ends up chiming in and he's trying to explain the Tammy situation. People are out to get us. People are making stuff up, such as my sister-in-law. Tammy died naturally. Tammy died in her sleep. Tammy was having health issues. Her heart was about to give out. My kids will testify to that.
So is there kids that are not involved, or there what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because
No, well,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's separate from the Tammy situation.
Again, Chad trying to distance and explain the Tammy situation separate from the kids. But it wasn't separate. Chad determines if people are dark or possessed. Chad rates their death percentage. And we all know what Chad said. Dark people, possessed people, the body has to die. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all labeled as dark by Chad Daybell.
It's a simple situation, but we just can't tell you because then you'd have to be involved.
Yeah,
No, I get it. That's fine. So at that point, they're talking about bringing down like a host of like FBI people involved and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want, you know, I don't need that. It's Christmas. So, you know, that's where I'm just going, all right, that's interesting. So, okay.
Well, you don't know anything, which
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything. And so that's good news at that point in time. So, okay.
I don't know how I would have done that other than Heather.
You heard from both Melanie Gibb and Jason Gwilliam. They recorded these calls. They were both hoping to help locate JJ and Tylee. They still hadn't been located. You also heard some recorded calls that were recorded by Ian Pulowski. In those calls, you hear Chad and Lori repeatedly refer to law enforcement as dark. Some of them are even disciples of Cain. They're so dark. Melanie Pulowski at one point asks what she's supposed to do about Detective Hermosillo because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he finds those kids, and she wants advice from Chad. What does she do? Chad's response, get out of his way. He doesn't say, and Lori doesn't say, we'll produce the children, we'll come and help you. Chad actually tells her, well, they are going to continue to bug you because you're the only one they can locate right now. She's the only one they knew where she was. Back in October, Lori had messaged Alex, or had messaged Chad about Alex. She had some concerns. She ends up telling Chad he would be the one they use to get us both. Who is they? Law enforcement. You heard Melanie Gibb's statement in that recording. Alex said, I don't want to know where JJ is. You know who labels people dark. You know what has to happen to the body. And Alex believed Chad 100%. In November of 2019, Chad gave Alex a patriarchal blessing.
And you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Oh,
Alex was Lori's protector.
I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We are going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing. as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of.
Alex is a member of the Church of the Firstborn. You heard testimony about Lori and Chad's mission. Their mission, part of it, to gather the 144,000. Chad was a self-appointed leader or gatherer and the leader of the Church of the Firstborn.
You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already done things for them that could never be repaid.
I just want you to know that at this time the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you will now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and that will be bestowed upon you.
Alex had been cleaned. Whatever acts he'd done, he'd been absolved of them now, according to Chad. On December 11th of 2019, Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed. Chad and Lori had a conversation with Alex that day, and Zulema talked to Alex after that. She said Alex seemed worried when he got off the phone. She questioned him. Alex ended up telling her he was worried he was going to be their fall guy. When pushed further, Alex said, I am either a man of God or I am not. Alex believed Chad 100%. Melanie Gibb had asked Lori at one point if she believed what Chad told her. Lori had responded that she did, but that if he was a Satan, he sure was a good one. On December 12th of 2019, on December 12th of 2019, Alex Cox ended up dying the day after Tammy's body was exhumed. An autopsy was conducted on Tammy's body, and you heard from both Dr. Eric Christensen and Dr. Lily Marsden. They both unequivocally testified the manner of death was a homicide, the cause asphyxiation. And you heard them talk about the different manners of death. And you heard Dr. Christensen just yesterday talk about no sign the asphyxiation was a suicide, no sign the asphyxiation was natural, no sign the asphyxiation was accidental. That left homicide, death by the hands of another. They talked about the bruises on Tammy. They talked about the fact those could be consistent with being restrained. They talked about the exhaustive toxicology tests that were done to try to ensure they had the correct cause of death. They talked about considering all the other natural possibilities, seizures, cardiac arrhythmia. And they talked about how they went through that process to reach their final conclusion. They talked about they followed their normal protocol. They gathered evidence, they gathered information, and you heard Dr. Christensen talk about that. Normally, you give a medical history. With his patients, they can't. They have to rely on collateral sources and collateral information. They gather the medical records and they gather reports and statements surrounding that person's death, so they ensure they reach the correct conclusion. Again, both of them were consistent in their findings, homicide by asphyxiation. You further heard from multiple of Tammy's coworkers and friends that she didn't have any known health issues. Tammy was very active by all accounts. She participated in fitness classes. She participated in clogging. She never missed work. She was reliable and a hard worker. The only reported health concerns to law enforcement came from Chad Daybell. You heard several officers talk about that. Agents, investigators. Chad's kids didn't want to talk to law enforcement. They didn't want to provide information. The information came from Chad. Chad told people different things regarding Tammy's death. Heather Daybell, Jason William, the coroner. Tammy was sick, coughing, found her at 6 a.m. dead. Also to Heather Daybell, no autopsy because the coroner had found matter in her throat. There was no testimony of that. She died of an embolism, also told to Heather Daybell. Chad said Tammy woke up at midnight, throwing up, and died at 2 a.m. Consistent that it's an embolism, different time of death to Alice Gilbert. Tammy was sick, coughing, went to bed around 10. Chad went at 1 and found her cold and dead on the floor to Hannah Munoz. Again, remember, Hannah went through the funeral line or the viewing line twice, once with each parent. Second time, Chad said she'd been coughing violently. Both went to bed at 10. He woke up at midnight and her body fell out of bed. While Tammy's autopsy was being conducted, while the kids were still missing, while Alex passed away, Chad and Lori remained in Hawaii, on the island of Kauai, living out the plan as set forth by Chad Daybell. They had money, power, sex, and no obstacles, and specifically no earthly relatives, no encumbrances. However, they left a wake of destruction and tears for those that had trusted them. Chad and Lori consistently told those around them it was all a misunderstanding. To Jason Williams, it's a simple situation. The kids were safe and it would all be cleared up in time. However, neither Chad or Lori ever came forward to provide any information on the whereabouts of the kids. On June 9th and 10th of 2020, you heard multiple officers, investigators, detectives talk to you about the search of Chad Daybell's property. Agent Daniels described in detail how the search was conducted, and you heard multiple officers talk about the scene, the smell, the process, and the callousness of the way the children were discarded. You heard how the officers present at Tylee's scene were on their hands and knees, sifting through the dirt with their hands, small tools, in an attempt to locate Tylee's bones and her other remains. Tylee had been discarded in a pet cemetery with some of her remains in the fire pit as well. The investigators collected the bones, tissue, organs, and what has been described as a burnt mass. That's what was left behind of this young lady. Tylee had a whole life ahead of herself. You heard how JJ was buried by the pond, and you heard how once the soil was removed, there were rocks. Once the rocks were removed, there were boards. And once those boards were removed, you heard how they found JJ. JJ was 7 years old. We'd heard multiple testimony, multiple talk of Lori asking Chad about a plan, of Lori asking Chad for confirmation of the plan. And one of those things that we heard was a call that took place on June 8th of 2020. I think in the slide it was dated as 2019. That call took place on June 8th of 2020, the day before Tylee and JJ were found. Lori wanted confirmation of the plan. The judge is going to give you jury instructions, and we talked clear back in jury selection about those jury instructions. But I just want to remind you, when we're talking about a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. Only one of those persons has to commit one overt act. So one act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And you're going to be given jury instructions, and they'll have the overt acts listed out. And looking at the overt acts, endorse and espouse religious belief for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying murder. You heard testimony from multiple witnesses, Lieutenant Hermosillo, Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastenis, Ian Pulowski, David Warwick, Alice and Todd Gilbert. There were Temple records, iCloud records, Verizon records. You heard from Detective Considus and forensic accountant Mike Douglas, as well as Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, that Lori changed Tylee's money to go to her on August 16th of 2019. You heard that Lori, Tylee, JJ, and Alex moved from Chandler to Rexburg. You heard about that through multiple investigators, multiple witnesses. You heard how Chad Daybell Googled south-southwest wind and visited a website. Detective Stubbs talked about that. Analyst Heidemann talked about that. You heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright, as well as Patrick Eller, how Alex went to apartment 175 in those early morning hours of September 9th. You heard, again, from Detective Considus, forensic accountant Douglas, Mark Sari, and Agent Hart, that Lori did not report to the Social Security Administration. She continued to collect that money. There's evidence of that in the iCloud accounts and bank records. Similarly, same type of evidence to support, she continued to wrongfully collect those Social Security benefits. On or about September 23rd, Alex took possession of JJ. Lori tells Warwick and Gibb, JJ's with Alex, refuses to let David Warwick see him on the 23rd, and the night before, David and Melanie had seen him with Alex. We heard multiple clips from that November 26th interview with Lori Vallow, where she provided false information. JJ wasn't with Gibb. She was married to Chad. She didn't provide truthful information. September 23rd to February 1st, again, similar to Tylee in the Social Security, Lori failed to report that. You heard about that through those financial timelines that were presented and that testimony. September 9th, similarly, she continued to wrongfully collect that money. She didn't report it. She continued to collect it. Again, that Chad and Lori espoused religious beliefs in an attempt to justify their actions. You heard multiple witnesses talk about that. On September 1st, again, we've already talked about that. Multiple witnesses, multiple evidence showing they moved to Idaho. And again, remember, those text messages designating Tylee, JJ, and Tammy as dark happened before that move. Text messages with Chad and Lori regarding death percentages, we just discussed those today. You heard about them through Agent Hart, through those iCloud records. Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone. We heard about him obtaining multiple phones, multiple phone numbers. We talked about Alex Cox obtaining a burner phone on October 9th. Text messages between Chad, Lori, and Lori about Tammy being possessed. Again, we talked about those today. They came in through Investigator Edwards and Agent Hart. September 8th, Chad signed that application to increase Tammy's life insurance. His signature's on that policy. Emma Daybell talked to you about that. Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy on October 9th, talked about that. You heard from multiple witnesses about the firearm, about what was reported. Deputy Cannon, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, Agent Balance. Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches. So we talked about that, the Homer J. Maximus account, the searches about how to shoot the AR in the cold, and different things regarding a Grendel 6.5, as well as shooting through a Dodge Dakota. Alex being at the gun ranges. We talked about that again today. Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright. I'll talk to you about that. Alex traveling to Sportsman's Warehouse on October 9th. Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Investigator Edwards, Detective Kaikamanu. I'll talk to you about that location data and the recovery of the items purchased, or the identification of the items purchased, I should say. Alex being at the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on October 18th, 2019. You heard about that information from Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Detective Kaikamanu, and Investigator Edwards. One other instruction that's going to be talked about and the court already has is principle to commit first-degree murder. When we're talking about principle, it can include aiding and abetting, so advising or assisting, encouraging, commanding, coercing another. Chad didn't ever have to actually physically cause the death of another person if you believe the state has met our burden with one of those other elements. If Chad advised or assisted, encouraged, commanded, coerced, and if it was premeditated, so planned or intended. Tammy Daybell was a 49-year-old mother of 5, a new grandmother. Chad labeled her as dark or possessed. Her death percentage was low. We know what happens to the body. Tammy had to die. Tylee Ryan, a 16-year-old young lady with her life ahead of her. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. We know what has to happen. Tylee has to die. JJ Vallow, a 7-year-old little boy with most of his childhood and his whole life ahead of him. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. JJ has to die. All 3 victims gone too soon.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the state's closing. At this time, we are going to take a lunch recess. We will go ahead and resume with the defense closing starting at 2:00. Is that all right, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be fine. I think that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll be in recess till then.
All right.
Oh my goodness. I need to take a moment. Let's take a moment, just a moment. That was a good closing. Very good. Very well done. I'd let you know if I didn't think she did a good job. Her way of speaking during this entire trial has been, the inflection has been pointing the jury to what it is she wants them to see. And I've heard it the entire time. And she did it right down to the very last 3 words. And I'm sorry I get teary-eyed over the subject of JJ. I always will in these cases where the subject that people don't like me to mention, but that subject, autism, comes up. And especially cases like this where that child was being, I have a feeling some bad stuff was happening. I think that there was stuff towards the end, and I don't want to think about it, but I think that he was punished for being a way he couldn't help. And I hate to think of that and say that, but oh, this case always brings that out in me every time we get to JJ. And one of the things that I noticed during this trial was the way JJ and Tylee were separated across the property. I think that I think that there was something with the way Lori felt between Tylee and JJ and their closeness. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a conversation she had with Chad and or Alex. And the reason that they were split and moved away from each other and buried in separate places was because that was their way of saying something about the closeness that they had with each other. That's just my feeling. Maybe I'm just being too dramatic, but seeing the pictures of I had to take the light off my I had to bring the lights down a little bit. Seeing the closeness between them in the pictures and how she was with him. And I kind of think that I just feel that it could be totally my emotions going into it, like I said, but I do. I did hear other people, and I think it was Melanie Gibb and others did say that Lori did treat him nice, kindly and stuff. But I have a feeling that he was forced on her. It wasn't her child. And because of that, and I'll say it as an adopted child myself, that I have a feeling that the closeness, there was no mother-son bond with him, especially with a child on the spectrum where there is already a problem bonding in and of itself. And I feel like she probably never formed that with him. And that's why she was able to throw him away, in my opinion, mentally, physically, and all the things. And that is why when Lindsey Blake said he was thrown away like garbage, that hit me like a ton of bricks. And it's a hard subject. It's an emotional one. I said during this entire trial, this subject. So moving on from there, I knew it was going to get me. I have a feeling that defense is going to be, it's not going to be, it'll be interesting to see who he points at. You know, it's going to be interesting to see who Pryor points the finger at. Is he going to lay this all on Alex and Lori? Alex alone? Try to say, you know, Emma did this and that and whatever, you know, like try to pass the buck type of thing. We'll have to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens and where he tries to take it. I actually do enjoy defense, I like seeing where they try to go, like where they try to place the doubt for the jury to see. We'll see. Yeah, sorry about that. I have a hard time with this subject. Kids, and then this one. The other one that I had a hard time was the Stout trial. Oh my goodness. That was a rough one. Ugh. So, so I'm trying to think of what we can do. We have, what was it, an hour? What did they say? Was it, or was it, it's one now? So two is when they're coming back. So we have an hour to find out or to do something. We can either play stuff. We can read over the indictment. Or we can save all that until after and do all the other stuff during delibs, because we got stuff. We're gonna stay live during deliberations, and we'll figure out stuff to do and talk about and whatever. I have a feeling we're gonna be in deliberations for more than a day. I do believe we could see of 2 full days of deliberations. Just my thoughts. We shall see. And that's not because Nate said it. That's because that's how I feel in this case. There's a lot to this case. There are three victims and a ton of stuff for the jury to go through. So let me see what you guys are saying while I was in my emotions for a minute. But yes, I will say her ending was perfect. It was perfect. And great job. Excellent. So this was the total time that she took was 1 hour and 54 minutes. Let me see if I can do it. I may need to take a break for 1 second. I may have a chance to cut it. I want to cut it as a clip. 1 second. So y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I gotta see if I can clip. Oh, if I can't, let's see. Can I go all the way? Can I? Nope, it's too long. Oh well. I figured it would be. It needed to be, and it's okay. I'll just have to cut it later. I want to separate that stuff out. But like tomorrow or something, if we want to listen to bits and pieces of it, I'll have it for tomorrow. But yeah, I can't do it. I tried. So oh, Toby went to go do stuff and be productive. I see that. I love it when she announces all the stuff she's gonna go do. Oh, I have a what I call my Titanic lists of movies that I will never watch again. And I call it that because Titanic is one of the movies that I will never watch again. And there's a list of them. That, Green Mile, and anything that makes me cry like a baby. I do not watch again. So I don't know. Do you guys some of you guys have emotional stuff like that? Like, it's not just, oh, I feel a little bit of a tear. No, it's a full on Titanic and Green Mile got me. So I'm kind of seeing what y'all, so Stevie did what now? Oh, so switch to another device. I will be listening, but won't be able to chat. Such a good job. Yes, it was. Yes. And then you said here, Wendy says, Miss Blake is a true advocate and she's super intelligent too. Very amazing. Very good job. Very good job. I have loved her. I've clung to her words during all the testimony. She keeps you in what's going on. She keeps you in what she's saying. And that's hard to do, especially on this is an 8-week long trial. And she's done that since the beginning. And that's just not because I'm I'm super prosecution minded. If there's a good defense, I will be on that side. I will tell you, like I said before, Jose Baez had the trial during that one trial where he was phenomenal. He was so good. Even though I don't like him in the Casey Anthony case, I don't like him there. But in the trial, and I can never remember the name of it, it was a trial where he was on the defense team, and boy, was he phenomenal with that. So I do have mad respect for Jose Baez. Like him or not, he is fantastic with his job. So may not like the tactics, may not, but my issue with Pryor is I don't know. I don't see him like Baez. I think Baez is his own he's his own brand of defense attorney. I see Pryor as I don't know what to say. How he is, his temperament is condescending, which I get. I have been accused of having a condescending tone, but that's only in text. I've never been accused of having that in speaking, just text. I didn't know what that meant. I had to look it up. So every time I say somebody else's, I feel condescension in them. I have to say, oh, I was accused of that. No. Yeah. But I have learned that within autism, there's a thing where it can be a thing and people think you're being condescending when you're not. So I did have to Google it. So now I know. And I go, oh, okay, well, I'll keep an eye on that and make sure that that doesn't happen. But in text, I don't know. It's the way I type. I don't know. I type weird. I don't know. But anyway, oh, I wonder, what did I see? I saw something. Where was it? Here? Is it? Oh. Wendy says, as a proud grandma to a boy with autism, this especially makes my blood boil. Yes, yes, yes. For reasons that I don't really speak about, this entire trial is very close to home for me from the beginning to the end of it. And that's all I'm going to say. So yeah, certain trials like this really do kind of get to the, it's not just pulling the heartstrings. It's like, it's almost PTSD inducing. JJ was extra vulnerable. And right there, Lemon Curd, that's why Tylee clung to him. That's why she saw that in him, and she saw the need to mother him. And I loved that about, I know I have a feeling that that's how she was with him for that reason. Like it's going to sound weird, but like a protective mama bird, she had that instinct in her. And people from testimony, they saw that. They saw it. And I'm glad that they actually made that aware, made that a part of the trial so that we see that about her. Yeah, okay, so she and Lori didn't always see eye to eye, but most kids, especially girls and moms, can tend to have sort of a battle. Not, it's a thing. It's a thing. But yeah, I think that she really did see that he needed to be protected, and she was his protector, as the sibling type of thing. And I know that when I was the same with my baby brother. I was more like a mom to him than a sister. Wendy says, I got that one already. Sorry. I keep going up and then coming back down again. Then I get lost. No, you're right. Let me see. Candy says, you're right on top of it. This is hard. Yes. Yes. These trials, eh? And this right there. Hey, Rebecca. And if I didn't get to say hi to you earlier, sorry. Hi. Oh, the facial expressions that I was trying to watch while some of this testimony was going on, he kept looking over his left shoulder toward the jury, and he would do this thing where he would open his eyes slowly, and it was kind of this whole, so did you get that? Did you, I don't know, be like, what? Don't do that. It was very annoying. Excellent closing. Yes. Excellent closing by Lindsey Blake. Absolutely. And then Wendy went on a lunch date soon. Yes, I remember you said you were going to do that. That's awesome. I'm kind of thinking about just putting up some testimony or something or other, or we could just replay this if you want to hear it again, or we could do whatever. Candy says, I think I need a moment as well. Yes. If anytime during trials, if I have had to actually shut the sound off in some of the trials over the years, where I would be sitting there and instantaneously it would hit me like I couldn't, I had to, if I had a headset on or anything, I had to throw it off or I had to shut the computer off because I couldn't take it anymore. And that's not, I don't get weirded out by forensics, autopsies, that part of a trial. I have no issue with anything like that. I can watch, I can see it. I've seen I've told you before, I've seen so many things where I've had to edit that out of footage. And there were several of us that we would, hey, let's keep a little piece of this because we like the forensics aspect of it. Not keep it, but I mean, like here, did you see this type of thing? We'd show it to each other. That's very common in people who are big into forensics evidence and all of the stuff. And those who are big into the autopsy portion of it. I used to work for a vet, so I saw a lot of surgery stuff and it doesn't bother me. Not affected by it at all. And it is what it is, but there are and have been things where I have had to edit out that have absolutely, the whole time I was like one eye open going, yeah. And sadly, it was centered around a child. And that is what was difficult for me. Jane, hey, good to see you. Beanie was doing lawn. Oh, I saw lawnmower and then I skipped over to haircut. I'm like, wait, what? my skim reading linked lawnmower and haircut in that one. Jane, hey Jane, good to see you. So all the best closing by prosecution I've ever heard. Lindsey covered all the facts and told the timeline of what happened. It was a mic drop moment. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh yes. Excellent. The gone too soon thing. That was like, I had to take a moment. Stephanie says, sorry, Addi, as a person with ASD, welcome my fellow spectrum dweller, as I call it. May no one ever tell anyone. My thing is, okay, so I've been told that I speak about the subject of ASD too much. That why do I always feel the need to bring it up, or whatever? Being asked that is the reason that I feel the need to continually bring it up. Because the day that acceptance happens is the day that question is no longer asked of a person on the spectrum. That's my final saying on that. And if you want to put that on Reddit, go ahead. But I get that stuff all the time. Especially if you're somebody who was raised where you didn't know and you were being accused of stuff and stuff was said about you because no one knew the whys. And now you have the why. And now you want everyone to see the why, the way you now see the why, and how you're like, okay, I can be myself. I no longer have to mask, that kind of stuff. The day that question stops being asked by someone like myself, who found out later in life that she does reside on the spectrum, the day that question isn't asked of someone like me is the day that acceptance has happened. And moving on. Sorry. I completely feel the same as you. And I understand absolutely, Stephanie. And I'm so glad you're here. The spectrum is so wide that to try to compare one person to another and say, I have a child or a grandchild who's like this, and then you're not like that. So how do I know you are? You can't compare. Do not compare one person on the spectrum to another. The spectrum, in my opinion, is not linear. The spectrum is there. In my opinion, there's no real. I don't even know how to say it. There's no it's not cookie cutter, all the things, all those words and whatever it is you call those and whatever. Anyway, every time the subject comes up, I say something and then I feel the need to explain myself. So moving on. Stephanie says, I always felt like JJ was wanted by Charles and Lori was indifferent to resentful. And I wonder if that's because Charles is the one who said, well, he was the nephew, right? It was his brother's child. So he's like, well, this is my brother's child. We have to bring him in. And he convinced Lori that she needed to be the mom to him. I don't know. I've heard it said that they both decided to adopt him together, but I kind of feel like because the familial tie between Charles and JJ, that he would have been the one to say to her, can you mother my brother's child and we'll raise him as if he's our own. And I think they did that because Kay and Larry were probably getting up in age and they probably were struggling trying to handle a child on the spectrum. And they thought maybe that Charles and Lori, maybe they could handle it better. Just my opinion. I don't know them. I'm just kind of seeing it in my head about how it was. And I think that Lori may have been resentful of him because she's now tied for life with a child on the spectrum who I think was a little bit more on a certain part of the spectrum than like myself or whatever. And so I kind of think that, I don't know. I don't think I've heard him speak. So I don't like JJ. I don't know. Like I haven't seen anything but pictures and that little video where he was focused on the thing. I saw myself in there when I was watching. I'm going, oh, look he's focused on that. Yeah. Sorry. Went down that path. Let's see. Jane says, Lindsey Blake is an inspiration to anyone who wants to be a prosecution lawyer for sure. Yes. Like I said, and I don't know if you guys saw in text, I typed a comment saying that she and Camille from the Depp trials should start a law firm together. She was fabulous. Fabulous. Both of them. Camille was, that was an awesome trial. That was like, what was that? That was was that our first civil trial that I think so. I think that was the first civil one. Then there was that Mick, whatever his name was. Not Murdoch, but the other guy. I forgot his name. I hate that I cannot remember names. Sandra says, my son has autism and he is 21 now. He is very kind and loving, so I understand with the full tears. Yes. Oh my gosh. And Linda says, as stoic as Chad looks, I caught him smirking and it's infuriating to me. Yes. Oh, the look over to this look. Like, okay, dude. No, it wasn't that bad because I don't think he can move his face muscles that much. I think I got way more expression most of the time. If you see me sitting here trying to get through these things and whatever, you'll see my eyes go like that all of a sudden, or they'll be. I'm very. I'm very. All this stuff. My face is always doing stuff. This is all whatever. I'm a completely different person on the spectrum than the ones that most people think about, where there's emotionless or whatever. I'm the hyper one over in the corner, jumping up and down and making all the stuff. So all the hands, my hands will always be moving. So, okay, Candy says, will the state get to have a rebuttal closing after prior? Yes, if they so choose to have a rebuttal, which I'm sure they will. Absolutely. Yes. I think it's going to be a great rebuttal. I think it's going to be even more powerful than the closing argument, because they're going to have to wrap up whatever prior tries to spill out there. And Stephanie says, I wasn't late diagnosed. I wasn't told until my son was diagnosed. Yes, that is exactly, yes. My youngest received his diagnosis when he was 5. And I heard have you ever been diagnosed? I go, why? Why would I need that? Why? What are you saying? They observe families, and it was evident. And then at his re-diagnosis, because, when the kids get older, you got to get them other stuff. So they got to have more diagnoses. And, you just kind of, just to see how things have changed over the years from 5 to 19. They're also like, we did that went in there with it. And they were also like, yeah, Mom, we see you. We see you. What? It's okay. But anyway, I'm going to read the rest of what you said. I was 38. I spent my whole life in pain, ill-fitted for the world around me. I like that you talk about it. It makes me feel like I'm not alone. You are not. You are not alone. You aren't. And that's okay. I'm not going to ever shut up. I'm not going to ever stop, because as long as there's no acceptance and people aren't questioned, and why do you do that? Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Do that. Do whatever. Then I won't stop talking about it. If you don't like it, don't watch. And that's not to you guys. That's to some of the people that I've been dealing with. I thought it was his nephew's kid. See, that's what, okay, was it nephew? I thought it was brother. So, see, okay. I'm adopted, so I'm not very good at families either. I have to ask my husband all the time, what is this? What is a father's brother's whatever, blah, blah, blah. So could have been whoever it was. It was his relative. So was it his nephew? Wait, let me look. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay. So nephew who had the issues or whatever, and then he adopted him from there. Okay, so nephew. Thank you, Christy. Brothers, nephew. I've learned a lot about being, oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. I've learned a lot about being on the spectrum from you, Addi. I appreciate the info. One of my favorite terms that I've heard is neurospicy. I think the spicy comes in when ODD is on board. ODD, I don't know if you know what that is, oppositional defiant disorder. Like, there are certain degrees of it. Like, you can have a kid who's just, self-injurious, injurious to others, doesn't like, that kind of thing. But then there's the kind that will argue a point until you're like, how is it possible you can keep arguing that point? Because, but yes, I think that's why I always say the spicy comes from the ODD part. So Luna Lake says, I tend to have very animated facial expressions. It can be good and bad. And the reason it could be bad is because there's this thing called stop, where you can stop my face on a thing and it'll end up forever on the internet. But oh well, it is what it is. I'm okay with it. And then Stephanie says, yes, nephew Kit JJ is the son of Kay's son. Okay, wait. The son of Kay's son. Okay. All right. So the familial, oh my gosh. I am like family trees. Oh my gosh. I cannot follow a family tree. I tried to follow like the English or the Queen, you know, the whole royalty in England thing, and I'm like, okay, this is just too much. I cannot follow this. It's like trying to follow a roadmap. I can't follow that either. So, anywho, we are down to what do we have? We have half an hour left, and I would like to actually get some water in me and some food and something a little bit, and make sure that it's time to take my vitamins again. So I'm going to play something for the next half hour. Let me see what we can play. I'm gonna see if something sparks our interest, and then I'll play that for a bit so that we can have a 30-minute break, because I think they said back at 1. I think that's what I remember. I should have put it up on the screen, but I forgot. So let's see. Anything from yesterday? Trying to think, was there anything from yesterday? That was more, yesterday was more the rebuttal thing. It was short and not much to it. Let me see. The next day before that was the other part of the rebuttal. So 2, 3, trying to decide how long was, I was kind of thinking about playing McKay. I could play McKay. He wasn't, I played Garth yesterday. Was that yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. Sorry. I can play Garth or McKay, Jason McKay. He goes by McKay. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that. We'll play him. Since we played Garth, we'll play McKay and let him come on up here and tell us all about the stuff that Garth said to him. Here it is. All right. Put that up for you guys. Oh, wait, I always forget to do this part.
All right, the state can call its next rebuttal witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call McKay Abeglin.
All right, so I'll be back by 1 o'clock. See you in a bit and enjoy.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the court will note now the witness has been sworn. Before we begin with direct examination, I'll just inquire, Mr. Abeglin, have you listened to any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial, either through the live stream or any other way observed any trial testimony?
I have not. No.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about anything they've testified to in this trial?
No.
Okay, thank you for those responses. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Jason McKay Abeglin. That's JASON MACKAY ABEGGLEN.
And do you go by McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Abeglin, do you know an individual named Garth Daybell?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
We worked together at a haunted attraction called the Haunted Mill.
And where's the Haunted Mill located?
It's in Teton, Idaho.
And when you say Teton, Idaho, is that the city of Teton?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you worked there with Garth?
I started working there, I think, in 2016, and we had worked together for quite a few years. But I worked like right next to him the year of 2019. We worked, yeah, really close.
And when you say you worked right next to him, can you explain a little bit what you mean by that?
He was just one room over from mine. And so if it was slower, we could like talk to each other and stuff. So,
And with the Haunted Mill, typically how long is that open? Is it a seasonal attraction?
yep, it's open for roughly the month of October.
And so in October of 2019, you were working in close proximity to Garth.
Yes.
At some point, did you and Garth develop a friendship?
Yeah, we did.
Did you sometimes hang out outside of work?
We went to a few haunted houses together after the season had ended. Yeah.
Did you hang out when you were at work and associate with each other?
Yes.
Did Garth generally talk to you about any issues within his family?
Nope.
Do you recall an occasion when he did share something with you about some family issues?
He told me it was the following weekend after his mom's passing. He talked about that.
What do you recall him telling you about that?
I remember he said that he found her when he got home from work, and he didn't know where his father was. And I don't remember if he said that she was in the bed or next to the bed, but she said she was kind of pale and her lips were blue.
On a typical night, when would work end at the Haunted Mill?
We usually left work around 12:30ish. Depending on how busy it was, we would go later. So some nights we'd go until like 1 or 1:30. But
And your understanding from what Garth told you was when he got home, he found his mother.
yeah,
And at that time, her lips were blue and she was pale,
yes,
and that he did not know where his father was.
correct.
I have no further questions.
All right. All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what was the work schedule at the Haunted Mill?
We would open around 7:30 and then it would go to midnight, but we weren't able to leave until the rest of the customers made it through the attraction.
And what days of the week would the Haunted Mill be open during the month, just the month of October, correct?
Correct. And it would be open. They changed their schedule. I think the last 2 weeks of the month it was full time, and then the rest of the month it was just on the weekends.
So if I understand correctly, that the last 2 weeks of October would be every day?
Yes.
Did that include Sundays?
No.
So it was Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday?
Monday through Saturday.
Okay. And the day that the Haunted Mill would close would be the 31st of October?
Correct.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you know the day that Tammy Daybell died?
I do not.
Okay. So when you told the prosecuting attorney that it was the week after her passing, if you don't know what day she died, how do you know it was a week after her passing?
Garth he took a day off after it happened, and then he was back the following weekend. So it's just when I saw him next.
Okay. So it was the following weekend after the date that Tammy allegedly passed away.
Correct.
Did he mention anything about attending funeral services or any memorials the following weekend?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything about having to do visits with his church or anything like that as part of any program the weekend after that?
No, he did not.
Okay. So he indicated that she had blue lips and she had already passed, is that right?
Correct.
Did he indicate to you that at that time he played video games until 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
Did he say anything to you about the fact that he was playing video games until 3 o'clock that evening? Sir,
No, he did not.
did he say anything about hearing snoring coming from the room that night as well, sir?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you and Garth would be such close friends, you went to 2 haunted houses in 3 years?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that question.
So how many, you mentioned that you went to a couple of haunted houses, is that right, sir?
Yeah, we did that all on the same night.
The same night as what?
It was, I think, the following weekend after our attraction had closed. We just went and visited some other places that were still open.
On the 31st. Who went with you?
It was myself, Garth, Kara Briggs, and Emma Moss.
And this revelation that he supposedly made to you occurred,
Your Honor, argumentative, move to strike.
Sustained.
and this statement that he made to you supposedly occurred when during this visit?
Objection, Your Honor, again, argumentative with the word supposedly move to strike.
I'll sustain that as well, Mr. Pryor.
Can you tell me when and time, date the statement was made to you, sir?
I was still at work at the Haunted Mill. There were a few other scare actors around us at the time. It was a little bit closer to the end of the shift. Garth was pretty quiet most of the night, and then I kind of went up to him and gave him my condolences, and then that's when he told me that he had found her.
So you weren't particularly close friends, would that be fair?
Yeah, more like close coworkers.
Okay. And this close coworker disclosed to you something very personal about his mother's death, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
This close coworker decided on one day just to disclose a very personal matter about his mother's death to you, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Blake, redirect.
Mr. Baglin, when Garth talked to you about finding his mother, how did he appear?
He did seem sad. So I could tell something was affecting him.
And was he clear to you in his statement that he's the one that found his mom?
Yes.
And was he clear in his statement that his dad wasn't there?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Mr. Baglin. I don't know if he was here under subpoena from the state, but if so, can he be released, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor, he may be released.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You can step down. All right, does the state have another rebuttal witness to call today?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Detective Bruce Mattingly.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, before we proceed with direct on this rebuttal witness, Detective Mattingly, have you observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since you were last here?
No,
Have you talked to anyone else about the testimony they've given since you were last here?
no.
All right, thank you for responding to those questions. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. And Detective Mattingly, since it's been a moment since you've been here, would you please remind the jurors where you currently are employed?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed there?
about 23 years.
What is your current title or position?
Detective Sergeant.
Have you held other positions within the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I have. I worked patrol and school resource officer.
And at some point, did you personally become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved?
About mid-December.
And was that of 2019? And again, is it fair to say that you also were involved in the investigation into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
Were you also involved in the investigation regarding their deaths?
I was.
At some point, do you recall receiving the results of the autopsy for Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Do you know if any of Chad and Tammy's children reached out to the sheriff's office?
Judge, I'm going to object without some sufficient foundation.
Overruled.
And specifically in relation to the autopsy?
I do.
And who reached out?
Emma Daybell or Emma Murray.
Do you know at any point if anyone attempted to make contact with Emma Murray in relation to her request?
Yes. I learned that Detective Kai Kakamanu had attempted to reach
Judge,
out.
I'm going to object without foundation.
Overruled.
I learned that Detective Kai Kakamanu had reached out to, or attempted to reach out to Emma and Garth with no response or callback.
Based on that, at some point, did you do something in relation to the autopsy results and Emma Murray?
I did.
What did you do?
So where none of the family members were able to,
Judge, I'm going to object as non-responsive.
Overruled.
where none of the family members were contacted or had been found, we formed a team and we split up to make contact with most of the Daybell children.
And was that to make contact in relation to the autopsy?
That specifically, yes.
And who specifically were you going to attempt to make contact with?
I was attempting to make contact with Emma.
Do you recall approximately when you attempted to make contact with her?
February 18th, 2021, or after school had let out, so maybe around 4:30.
And well, you said after school had let out. Do you know where Emma was working at that time?
She was working as a teacher at Central Elementary in Sugar City.
And did you attempt to make contact with her at the school?
Yes,
And you said it would have been after school let out?
yes,
Did anyone else go with you to try to make that contact?
yes. That would be Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police Department.
And prior to this attempt to make contact, had you personally had any involvement with Emma Murray?
Not personally, no,
You'd not had personal contact with her prior to this?
no.
Were you ultimately able to make contact with Miss Murray that day?
Yes, we did.
Did you have some kind of a recording device on?
Yes,
And was a recording made of that attempt to contact her?
there was.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 427, and defense already has a copy. And the state's intent would be to ultimately ask to publish a portion of that for identification purposes unless there's a stipulation for admission.
There's no stipulation.
Okay, so without stipulation, you may just publish just enough without any content, obviously, that would influence the jury if it doesn't come in, just enough to establish foundation. I'll permit that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may have that, and I'll play from the exhibit for the court.
Very well.
It's been a while, Rick. Yeah. How you been? It's been.
And I'll pause right there. Detective Mattingly, do you recognize the voices in that recording?
I do.
And who are those voices we're hearing?
Myself and Principal Rich Garner.
Does this in fact appear to be a correct depiction of the audio recording that you made that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, based on that, the state would move for the admission.
Any objection?
No.
All right, exhibit 427 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would intend to play the exhibit partway through.
All right, if you please identify the portions you play when you publish.
And Your Honor, the state will begin to play from minute mark 5:50.
I hit the wrong door. Now you're going to go at the front. I apologize. I'm Bruce Mattingly with Fremont Sheriff's Office. And the sheriff said you've been working at trying to get a hold of us.
Yeah.
And to talk on the autopsy results. We've been trying to get a hold of you and other family members, but probably been a comedy of errors. We haven't been able to do so.
Okay.
And which is why we showed up here, because we'd like to be able to talk with family, because I know you were the one that made a request,
Yeah.
right? So we'd like to be able to do that. And
I'm going to pause here momentarily. Do you know who that female voice is that we're hearing?
That was Emma Daybell.
And did you hear in there where she confirmed she was the one that had requested the autopsy results?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing. I stopped it at 6:31 for the benefit of the record, and I'll continue playing from 6:31.
because you're here and we're here, want to take a few minutes and talk about that and go over that? Or? Okay. Who is the attorney so we can contact?
So we've worked with Josh Garner before, but right now we don't have any attorney-client relationship with any particular attorney.
Okay. So we
decided we're gonna wait to learn what it is when you're ready to release it.
Okay. That is a choice, but damn it, we usually just let family, we always let family know. Personally, I've not had anybody really say that they want to wait. That's a little.
We're just not interested in interviewing, answering any questions. We just want to see it.
Sure. We'd like to at least let you know what's in it, and tell you about it. We're not asking for an interview.
I'm going to pause right there, Detective Mattingly. Did you hear Emma again decline to see the results?
Yes.
And what did you tell her in relation to whether or not she would have to be subjected to an interview?
I told her she didn't have to do an interview.
For the record, stopped at minute mark 7:35, and I'll continue playing from there.
So, and of course, like now, if you're free to leave, you can tell us we're done, anything. we're not looking to ask questions. We do want to just let you know the findings.
And again, stopping at 7:45, Detective Mattingly, did you again hear yourself confirm she would not have to provide information?
Yes.
And starting again from 7:49.
And then later the report will, attorneys will get everything. But where we know it's back, you know it's back, we want to let family know.
Okay.
And let people know what the results are. We can't go in depth on the report, but we can talk and give general findings, at least for now. So would you like that? Would you like to do that? What are your, okay, do you want me to set that up with Josh?
I'll have him call you.
Okay, can I give you my card so he knows who to call? That'd be great. This is an Embrace, right?
Yep.
So, I said that, he knows me, he knows my number. I also, just for preparatory, I was hoping to find you, and I'm glad I did. This number on the back is for victim services, which helps with counseling and anything else because you lost your mom. That's what this number's for, is to help with that. Okay. It is our prosecutor's office. You don't have to talk to the prosecutor. Just say, hey, I'm looking for help with victims services. Here, I'll give you that. And that's for you, for the kids, the rest of your siblings. Okay.
Okay.
And then Josh, he can.
You have Josh's number? Yeah.
Okay.
And pausing at 9:23, Detective Mattingly, did you in fact offer Miss Marie contact information for victim services?
I did.
Did you also offer her contact information for the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
What did you expressly tell her in relation to the prosecutor's office?
To call the prosecutor's office for the help with the victim services. And more specifically, she didn't have to talk with anyone with the prosecutors.
And playing from 9:23.
All right. Are they building a new school over there?
They are. We're
Which one is
growing.
that?
So that's gonna be a junior high, and then they're taking third grade out of the school. This is K through 3. They're moving
Wow.
third grade over there. That's 4 through 6 right now, and
So
then
you're moving over there?
sixth grade. Yeah, I'm moving over there. Across the field, and then they're moving 6th grade over there. There's a junior high down the road that they'll move over there, and then the high school will stay the same. So we're just
Okay.
trying to wait until it's finished. It was supposed to be done by this fall, but you know how.
Especially these days. For sure. So, are you increasing the principal?
No, it'll be the current principal of the junior high. I'm not sure what they'll use that building for.
Okay.
There was
Alright.
talk about it being a YMCA, but that was just a Sugar City rumor.
I know how small town rumors go.
Yeah, I think they just want a swimming pool, but yeah, so it'll be mostly just rotation.
All right. So I do want to let you know, because we've been having difficulties trying to get a hold of people. Today was the day that we were able to get other deputies, officers to go out and try and find and make contact one way or another.
Okay.
So, if you hear from other family members or you don't, it might be dependent upon if we were able to find them or not. Okay, so I don't want that to be a big blame for you. I just want to let you know, hey, if we haven't been able to get hold of anybody, it's important to really let people know or have that opportunity. That's what we were working on. So,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
I'm pausing at 11:13. Detective Mattingly, you were informing her that other family members were going to be contacted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know who some of the other family members that contact was going to be attempted with?
Judge, objection on foundation.
Sustain.
Based on the investigation, did you discuss things with other investigators?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had met and talked about going out to try to provide results to some of the kids, the autopsy results.
Yes.
Do you know who some of the other individuals from the family were that contact was going to be attempted with?
I do.
And who was that?
Judge objection, still insufficient foundation.
Overruled.
Garth Daybell, Seth, and Leah.
And was the attempt to reach out to some of those kids going to be done around the same time you were attempting contact with Emma?
Yes,
And at the end of that, did you hear Emma tell you thank you?
she did.
And there was some conversation between you, Emma, and Lieutenant Ball. Did you also hear that?
I did.
I'm going to continue from 11:13.
Josh knows how to get a hold of me. We've talked before, both Vince, he knows how to get a hold of Vince, our office, we're not that big. So have him give us a call, then we can go out and sit down with him and you and talk about it. That is true. He did reach out and he said, Emma called, we were gonna do a schedule, but he says, as far as I know, I'm not representing, but maybe things have changed.
Okay.
So, get that ball rolling. I'd like you to know about that.
Okay.
Okay? But that's, I'm not gonna make anything up or make you do anything. I do wanna let you know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep.
And stopping at 12:14 or 12:15. Detective Mattingly, at the time you were attempting to share these results with Miss Murray, was this still an active investigation?
It was.
And is it fair to say you were not going to provide her a copy of the autopsy at that time based on that?
Correct.
But you were willing to sit down and go over some of the results with her?
Yes.
There was some talk about an individual named Josh. Do you know who that was in reference to?
I do. That was in reference to attorney Josh Garner.
At any point, did you attempt to make contact with?
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, we could have the jurors return to the courtroom, please.
All right, we're back live. Jury being brought in.
All right, please. Here's all present counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess. At this time, the state completed its closing argument. It's now time for the defense to make its closing argument. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready? Yes, you may. Okay, we'll enact that, and you can use the wireless microphone as well.
Folks hear me? Okay, thank you. I promise you, got about 15 slides. Not going to be long. I want to touch on a few points, and then I want to spend a little bit of time talking to you folks a little bit about the case, okay? I promise you this isn't going to take 2 hours. It'll be briefer, but there are some points that I need to touch on, and then I would respectfully ask for your attention in regards to that. I want to start out with the first slide, and the reason I did this is because in order for there to be a conviction, there's a chain of links that the prosecutor attorney has to go through. Chad Daybell, the first link is that he's presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent now. He was presumed innocent during the trial. He's presumed innocent throughout the trial. When it goes back to the jury and you consider the evidence, that's when you make the decision. And that's how that works. Throughout the trial, from the very beginning to the middle to the end to today, the entire burden has been on the state, okay? And the definition of what has to be proven by the state is beyond a reasonable doubt. State must prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you've heard some information previously from the other attorney about what the state has to prove. One of the things the state has to prove in regards to the conspiracy charges is that there was an agreement, okay? And if you recall, when we were going through the voir dire process, that fancy French word that talks about when we were trying to select the jury, I talked to you and asked a number of you what an agreement is. What do you believe an agreement is? Okay? But the state has to prove that Chad Daybell with Lori Vallow or with Alex Cox or with other co-conspirators that they haven't named, with one of them entered into some sort of an agreement to kill the children and to kill Tammy Daybell. And then you have to show that Chad's involvement in that. That's the next thing the state has to show. Then they have to show that there was evidence of the murder. Jury instruction number 3 talks about, again, what I just talked about. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of conspiracy with Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, who's deceased, and or other conspirators, both known and unknown. And then it goes on, and I'll talk this a little bit up. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. Okay, it can't be an agreement that we have consistent religious beliefs. It can't be an agreement that we talk about religion unless there's an extra step. And that extra step has to be, we are going to kill these children. We are going to agree to kill Tammy Daybell. You can hear all the testimony in the world about dark spirits. You can hear all the testimony in the world about light and dark. You can hear all the testimony in the world about death percentages. And if you remember when we talked about death percentages with Officer K, who I think is here today, one of the text messages or the messages that he put up that he pulled off when he did his Google search is about Tammy and Chad talking about death percentages, talking about light and dark. You heard from Emma Murray, how Emma Murray talks to her father. Now, they used a different term, but in Chad's traditional religion, his traditional LDS faith, it was not uncommon to talk about light and dark. It was not uncommon because we showed you the message between Tammy and Mark and Chad where they talked about death percentages, okay? Now, the state brings up, yes, oh, Chad put a death percentage on Tylee and JJ and Tammy, and they're all dead. But you also heard testimony from one of the state's experts that said, we don't know if it was a high number or a low number, and there's confusion as to what that means. And I'd like to go back to the discussion that we had with one of the FBI agents who mentioned that there were thousands and thousands of messages, an enormous amount of evidence here. You heard from my expert, Patrick Eller. He talked about, I think the Library of Congress holds 1 terabyte of evidence if we went paper to paper through the whole building. And we had 6 terabytes, 6 bounds of paper that would fit in 6 libraries of Congress. And what has happened is you've been shown a handful of text messages that talk about a plan, that talk about death percentages, that talk about light and dark, talk about a variety of subjects. But what you didn't hear is you didn't hear about the thousands and thousands of messages that talked about religious beliefs, talked about a variety of other topics. And if we look at each and every one of ours position, you can always find a text message or a message of some kind that may be slanted or turned in a way to benefit one position or another. And that's not particularly uncommon. How often is it you send out a text message to somebody and it's misconstrued? How often is it that you send an electronic message to somebody through an email and it's misunderstood? Or maybe it's looked at in a different way. You know, as a society, we've lost our ability to communicate. Doing what I'm doing today is a lost art. Lawyers have to do this, especially in our position. But many of people who are in jobs, what it's done is send me a quick email, send me a text message, tell me what you feel. And sometimes those messages can be construed. The prosecuting attorney talked about, oh, there was a plan. And insinuating to you, suggesting to you that this plan was to kill the children. And at no time did the prosecuting attorney show you a text message that said, let's kill the kids, let's kill Tammy, okay? Instead, they talked about a plan. This is what we're looking to do in the future. Okay, that's what they said to you, and they're trying to insinuate or suggest to you that in some way that means, well, that means that we're going to kill the kids. No, the plan was, and whether you believe with Chad's religious beliefs or not, whether you accept his religious beliefs, the 144,000, that's his beliefs. He was a gatherer. He was a gatherer of the 144,000, and he said, I want to gather people, the sick, the elderly, the children, the impoverished, those that can't handle for themselves, and those that may be able to go on and become a part and parcel as this gatherer that he suggests would put together the 144,000 in Rexburg. Now, whether you think that's crazy or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with light and dark, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with death percentages, it doesn't matter. He's entitled to his beliefs. Every one of us has beliefs. Every one of us has a certain core set of beliefs that we believe in. And think about, are they all rational? Maybe not. Maybe not. Everybody has pursuits that they want to pursue and things they want to do in their future. You know, I wanted to be a professional fisherman. Not really good at fishing. Wasn't going to work out. Wasn't going to make a lot of money, but it can still be a dream. I always wanted a 30-inch waist. That's not happening, folks. It's just not going to happen. I'm too old and maybe not as motivated as I should be. But we all have dreams. Now, how do we know these are dreams that Chad talks about? Because for 15 years, he was writing books. He was writing books about things that he was passionate about. And if you know anything about authors, when they're passionate about something, anybody comes up to them and brings up a subject and says, let's talk about religion. You've opened the floodgates. And it's very easy for you to go out there and say, I want to talk about my religion. I want to tell you all about all of these things. And at some point, when you start writing books and you go to these preparing the people conferences and you meet all of these people and you feel like, well, maybe I've become a little bit of a celebrity. Okay. In this case, I don't want to become a celebrity. I've had enough now at this point. But you know, Chad writes books and he goes to these conferences and he talks about all of these religious beliefs. He talks about his premonitions. He talks about things that he thinks he can predict. Do you believe him? You don't have to. You don't have to believe anything he stands for. Nobody does. But he has a right to talk about it. And he has a right to say what he wants to say. And that's one of the distinctions, folks. Involves an agreement. It requires an agreement. You don't get to the overt acts. You don't get to all of the things the prosecutor has said about all of the things these people have done until you establish that Chad Daybell, by evidence and testimony in the last 2 months, has shown that there's been an agreement between him and Lori, him and Alex, or anyone else. There's no agreement. Show me the text message that says there's an agreement. Show me the text message that says this is what we're going to do. You were showing some things that talk about plans. Yeah, the plans of the 144,000. The plans of putting together this village of people to help all of these people out and do all of this. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Those traditional Mormon faith beliefs that also included things like celestial marriages, being able to marry someone in the celestial realm and do that. Going to a temple and saying, up there, I'm allowed to get married in the celestial because that's what we were taught. That's traditional. I'm allowed to do all of these things. Now, whether you agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. But if you have a core set of beliefs, and those are things you believe in, that's not a crime. The crime only comes into play. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement to commit a crime. You should only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Guy Daybell in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving alleged co-conspirators. When I first started with you folks with the voir dire process, again, that fancy French word that I always mispronounce, I talked to you a little bit about speculation. I talked to you about hunch. I talked to you about conjecture. I talked to you about guess. They all mean the same thing. The judge's instruction and what this judge has told us we have to do. And I put it up there for a reason. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Daybell in this case. It says it in the third instruction that you're going to read. Only in this case, the evidence that you have heard, they have not established an agreement. They have not given you any proof that there's any kind of an agreement. Read the overt acts. They espoused religious beliefs. That's what it says in the conspiracy charges. We espoused religious beliefs. Chad espoused his religious beliefs. Unless there's agreement, it doesn't matter whether he espoused his religious beliefs or not, because everybody's allowed to espouse their religious beliefs. I can tell you all about my religious beliefs. I can tell anybody, you could all talk all day long about our religious beliefs. But unless there's an agreement to commit a crime, you can talk all day long about your religious beliefs. You could say anything you want. I can say there's a little green man in my backyard and I get to dance around with him and talk about religion all day long. And whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, but I'm entitled to my opinion to say that. And unless I can get into an agreement to commit a conspiracy, all the overt acts in the world don't matter. So there are two overt acts in the conspiracy that they talked about with JJ and Tylee. They killed these kids because of Chad's religious beliefs. That's what they're saying. His religious beliefs and all of this talk about dark and light was the reason Chad, Lori, and Alex killed these kids. Okay. And then, oh, by the way, the other overt act. Chad Googled south-southwest wind. And yet we heard from Emma Murray. She said, I Googled south-southwest wind. I had an event like Joe Murray's 5K race to see what the weather was going to be like, or another event that Joe was involved in. And she Googled it a short time before that event. You have to have an agreement. Again, do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirator. What that's telling you is this: judge's instruction. You heard testimony about Charles Vallow. We've heard about that. We've heard a lot about it. Counsel brought it up again today. And I believe, if I remember right, I don't see him. Officer Duncan's here today. And Officer Duncan got on the stand, and when I pressed him, and remember, folks, I brought the paper out, brought the sheet of paper out, and I said, Officer Duncan, read this to the jury. Read what this prosecuting attorney in Arizona stated about the status of the case. And what did he say? Chad Daybell, with this in regards to Charles Vallow, no reasonable likelihood of conviction. What that means, they don't have any evidence. They don't have any reason. So, you don't get to say, well, he's guilty because he must have been involved. Charles Vallow, except the prosecutor said no reasonable likelihood of conviction. Lori Vallow's involved with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox, if he was not deceased, involved with Charles Vallow. Then we go to Brandon Boudreaux. Chad Daybell, not implicated in regards to Brandon Boudreaux. You know what Chad did? You know why he's not implicated? He carried a tire from a storage unit from a Jeep. And the prosecutor down there recognized you don't have an agreement there because you carried a tire. You don't have an agreement because Chad Daybell has religious beliefs that we don't believe in. What they have is they have Alex Cox shooting at Brandon Boudreaux and Lori Vallow down there involved. And that's what you have down there. Do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceeding involving the alleged co-conspirator. It's in black and white. Facts, evidence. Again, that fancy French word, voir dire. I talked to you folks about that. I talked about facts and evidence. Fact. Chad Daybell was not involved with Charles Vallow. Fact. Chad Daybell is not implicated with Brandon Boudreaux. Fact. Chad Daybell espoused religious beliefs. And if you want to believe the prosecutor, well, maybe Chad Daybell did a south-southwest search. Where's the agreement? Where is the agreement? It's not there. You must remember, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. It's the judge's instruction. It's not their instruction. It's not the four of them over there. It's the guy that matters here, who sets the instruction and tells us the rules we have to follow. And the rule is, you must remember the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence, the facts and evidence that you have been presented. That's what you have to consider. We don't speculate. We do not guess. We do not engage in conjecture. We don't do any of those things. Facts and evidence. facts, and evidence. Reasonable doubt. Under our law and system, this is jury instruction number 5. Again, this isn't me speculating or saying anything, maybe making guesses, maybe giving you facts that maybe aren't consistent with what you remember in your notes. You all took notes. You all have a memory. I know it's been a couple of months, but you all took notes and you all have a memory. And the judge's other instruction would be rely on your memory. Rely on your notes about what you remembered, not what the lawyers say. That includes me. If I say something that's different than what you remember in your notes, you rely on your notes. They said something different than what you remember, you rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. That's the way this works. That's why we all have memories. That's why we all take notes. That's why we all document what has been said for the last 2 months. I watched all of you take very careful notes. I watched all of you document what was being said. Rely on your notes. Rely on your memories. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocent means 2 things. The state has the burden proving the defendant guilty. The state has the burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Chad doesn't have to do anything. He could sit back there and just let the state do their thing. And if he did that and they never proved that there was an agreement, you can't say they put on more evidence than the defense did. That's not the way this works. They have the burden to prove that there was an agreement. They have a burden of proving that Chad in some way was involved in the murder. Now, the insurance cases go back to, well, if Chad was planning a murder, that way he lied and he took advantage of the insurance. And that's how that works. Because if you folks find that he wasn't involved in the conspiracy or the murder of anybody, there's no insurance fraud case. Doesn't have to provide any evidence at all. Now, 4 experts. Dr. Bartling, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. Dr. Hampinkian, Dr. Raven, Patrick Eller. He didn't have to do that. Chad didn't, it's not his job to prove innocence. It's their job and it's their burden to prove guilt. They have the obligation to prove guilt. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is based on reason and common sense. So when you think about reasonable doubt, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, do I have a reason to believe or doubt whether Mr. Daybell is guilty, whether Chad did this? Do I have and using my common sense and reason, is it possible Chad's not guilty of this? That's reasonable doubt. If you're saying to yourself, I don't know what happened. I don't know the truth. I have no idea really, maybe we will never know what happened here. If that's going through your head, folks, and you don't know which way this is supposed to go, or you have some doubt in your mind whether the state proved their case, the verdict is not guilty. And under our system of justice, it has to be not guilty. Because you can't just bring a bunch of people in from a school who suddenly espoused that Tammy was perfectly fine, and one after another, and bringing the principal in, and bringing anybody who ever even spoke to Tammy once, or once a week, or anybody else, and saying, oh, she was healthy. And yet they didn't show there was a significant discussion about her health. And we're not supposed to believe her family. We're not supposed to believe her son and her daughter who knew her better than anybody else. And then I guess what the state would like to do is, well, believe all of these 9, 10, 12, 15 teachers and principals and everybody else who was dragged in and said, oh yeah, healthy as a horse. Okay. Common sense. Common sense. That's what you need to do. It may arise from careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from the lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you have a doubt and you don't know what happened, you must find Chad not guilty. That's not from me. It's not from them. It's from the one that matters, the one who sets the rules and tells you what the instruction is, and read it for yourself. You're going to get a copy of the instruction. It's jury instruction number 5. You must, if you have doubt, Chad doesn't have to prove anything, but if you have doubt about what happened here, the verdict has to be not guilty. That's what the law says. This is jury instruction number 8, and I want to, when you pull up jury instruction number 8 with you folks in the booklets that you get, you'll see that I only took a couple of sentences out of that. In all fairness, jury instruction number 8 is much longer than this, and there's a lot more information in there. But what I did is I pulled out what the theme and what I wanted to talk to you about. And on jury instruction number 8, as part of it, it says, in determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. You consider the evidence that has been presented to you. There has not been any evidence saying, we're going to kill the kids. We're going to kill Tammy. There is talk about a plan. Yeah, the 144,000 building a village for the children, the infirm, the sick, the other people that Chad is able to gather. There's the plan, and if you go through the evidence, you'll see there's reference to the plan. It wasn't a plan to kill, folks. It was a plan to gather. A plan to gather by a gentleman who's a traditional Mormon. And yes, you don't have to like his beliefs. You don't have to agree with his beliefs. But he sure has the right to believe whatever he wants to believe. Second line, and again, you'll see the ... is because the jury instruction number 8, I want to say it again so that we're very clear. I didn't publish the entire jury instruction number 8. I took these 2 paragraphs out. And when you read the rest of it, you'll see it basically covers the same subject. There's other topics in there that talk about it. But under the second sentence, do not attempt to guess what my answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. That goes back to what I talked to in the very beginning of the trial. You can't speculate. You can't guess. You can't engage in conjecture. You can't say, this is what he must have meant, or this is what she must have meant, or this is what they meant by this. No, you look at the evidence, and unless it tells you something, you take the evidence as you take the evidence. Again, the judge's instructions. This talks about jury instruction number 18, and the state talked about this a little bit, and I'm going to go through the whole thing. I'll be quick, okay? The law makes no distinction between a person who directly participates in the acts constituting a crime and a person who either before or during the commission intentionally aids, assists, facilitates, promotes, encourages, counsels, solicits, invites, helps, or hires another to commit a crime with the intent to promote or assist in its commission. That was a lot. I can talk, but that was a lot. In other words, what that's saying is that if there was a murder and someone did something to help along, aided in that's a problem, and it is. Okay? But then we go down to the last sentence, and this is what's important, and this is what you need to look at. And in all fairness, I wanted to put the entire jury instruction so you could put it into perspective. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commissioning of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Okay? What that's saying is this. Chad Daybell can talk about religion all day long. Chad Daybell can espouse his beliefs, and he could talk about zombies with Zaluma, or Melanie Gibb can teach about zombies, and Chad can talk about dark spirits. Chad can talk about light and dark. Chad could talk about all sorts of religious beliefs. Okay? But when the time comes, if something happened to those children, even if Chad had knowledge, acquiesced, or silently said, well, I may know about this, I may know what have happened. What that instruction in number 18 is saying, mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Accomplice means no conspiracy unless he took some sort of a step to make an agreement. There has to be an agreement. We're going back to that again. There has to be an agreement. There is no agreement. Chad Daybell testimony, he met Tylee a couple times, met JJ a couple of times. There was not a lot of contact. There was not a lot of encounter from when they first met to the time they moved to Rexburg. And you heard the testimony. I want you to go back and listen to the testimony, okay? I want you to look back at Jason William and really listen to one of the exhibits that's been admitted, and state provided that a little bit, provided a portion of it anyway. Lori Vallow is talking about a family attorney. Now, for those of us who know what a family attorney is, they deal with divorce, they deal with custody fights, they deal with all of those topics. Chad said, the kids are okay, it'll be cleared up in time. There's a simple solution. He calls Melanie Gibb, talking to her, and if you listen back to the tape recording, basically in essence, he's saying, where are the kids, Melanie? What's going on? I thought they were with you. He did say, don't lie to the police. Well, you know why? Because he thought Kate and Larry were in the process of trying to take the kids from Lori. Where did he get that from? Guess where? Lori Vallow. Chad didn't know where the kids were. Chad didn't know where the kids were until that fateful day on June 9th, when they're discovered on his property. Up until that time, Lori Vallow was selling to Jason William and anybody else who would listen the family attorney line. The kids are fine. And you heard Lori Vallow talk about it. If nobody knows about it, the better. She said that. Only I need to know what was going on. I'm the one who needs to know what's going on. And if nobody else knows anything, they can't do anything about it. That was the dupe on Chad Daybell. The kids are fine. It's all going to be cleared up. There's a simple solution. We're hiring a family law attorney to deal with it. They're not hiring a criminal defense attorney. They're not hiring a criminal defense attorney. So Lori Vallow's decision to hire a family law attorney and Chad going along with it, because there's a simple solution. Kids are safe. Everything's going to be fine. Mere presence, acquiescence, silent consent doesn't get you there. Even if he knew there was a crime, even if Chad Daybell knew, well, maybe the kids aren't safe. The testimony is everything's fine. Simple solution. But even if you don't believe that, even if you don't accept that and say, how could he not know where the kids were? I want you to look at jury instruction number 18. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, silent consent to. It doesn't get you there, and it doesn't mean he committed a crime. He's saying the kids are safe because Lori told him the kids are safe. He's saying it was a simple solution because this was a custody fight, because Kay and Larry were trying to take the kids JJ anyway, from Lori. Lori talked about that with Detective with one of the detectives on the 26th of November. He talked, Ron Ball, excuse me. Officer Ball's here, I think. Front row. Talked about it with Ron Ball. The other thing about that tape that you need to understand, the other thing about the tape, and I didn't mean to go on this long, and I'm sorry, I guess I may not have been completely forthright. It's going to take a little longer than I thought, but I want to emphasize this stuff. I apologize for that. The other thing is when you listen to the tape with Ron Ball and the other officer, okay, you hear Lori Vallow talk about, well, I'm only here for a short while. And this is in September when they first started looking for where the kids are. And go back to your notes, go back to your memory, but then go back to the tape and listen to the tape where Lori Vallow says, well, I'm also going to be planning to move back with my friend Melanie Gibb. That was in September when she moved here. The kids were here and she's already planning. She hadn't even been here for very long, couple months. And she's already planning on moving back, and she said it in her own words, with my friend Melanie Gibb. Okay, after being 2 months here. Okay, and that's important. Remember that. Jury instruction 18, acquiescence. And it's a big word. Okay? And I looked it up in the dictionary. I'll admit that, okay? I looked it up because I know what silent consent is. But when you look up acquiescence, it says awareness, acceptance, compliance. I'm aware of it. All right, I'm accepting it. I'm going to go along with it. That's acquiescence. I'm going to just go along with what is going on. So even if you think Chad Daybell should have known, but there was no agreement, there was no evidence that he entered into this plan to do this. The prosecutor's overt acts talk about espousing religious beliefs. They don't mention an agreement, but they know you got to have an agreement first before you get to the overt acts. I showed you that earlier. And acquiescence means I'm aware, I accept, I'll even comply. Mere presence, acquiescence in, or silent consent, the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Acquiescence. If there's no agreement, there's no plan to do that, and you don't have Chad Daybell with any evidence, the evidence that you're only supposed to consider that you have, he didn't commit a crime if that's what you believe. Now he's saying the kids were fine, they were being kept, and Lori Vallow was doing that. It was a simple solution. But if you don't believe that, acquiescence does not make it a crime, folks. And this isn't me saying this. This isn't some lawyer's argument. This is this judge's instruction. Acquiescence, in or silent consent to, is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Okay. We're going to go back to the jury instruction 20 and talks about, again, the amended indictment against Mr. Daybell for first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. And the important, oops, skips. Was expecting it at some point. The important part here is involves an agreement. Once again, it involves an agreement. Once again, conspiracy involves an agreement. You have to have an agreement for there to be a conspiracy. You have to have an agreement. There is no agreement. I want to talk a little bit about Exhibit 35 and 36. And those are exhibits that I submitted for your consideration. And if you remember, I had the officer on the stand, and I believe it was one of the state police officers, and I had them show you the handle of the shovel that was one of the many tools that were provided to them. And I zeroed in on the shovel, and this was the shovel that was at the scene of the crime. And it had dirt on it, like it had been used, like someone had been shoveling with it on June 9th and June 10th, the day the bodies were removed from the ground. But I provided your exhibit number 35 and 36 for a reason. Because when you look at the very first pictures of the tools lined up in the corner in the barn, and you zoom in on that picture of the black shovel, you'll notice there's no dirt on the handle. And then on June 9th, later in the day, you see the shovel on the ground. Zoom in on the shovel, black shovel handles, folks, and magically there's dirt on the handle of the shovel. And then the subsequent pictures again on the 10th, there's dirt on the shovel. And then when the shovel gets to the state police and the officers up there from the lab, surprisingly, no dirt on the shovel handle, the black handle, the high end of the handle. No dirt in the beginning, dirt in the middle, no dirt on the end. And magically, surprisingly, those pictures are from June 9th and June 10th. The shovel and tools were used to dig. You heard from Officer Schmidt, grab some shovels and start digging. They didn't say, grab the shovels that we brought. They didn't say anything like that. They said, grab the shovels and start digging. Now, how do we know that he's telling the truth? Because 35 and 36, and take the time and go over the pictures. Expand on those pictures of that black handled shovel. And tell me, clean, first picture. Dirty, dirty, clean. They use the shovels. The police who were investigating this case used the shovels, and then magically we get a pickaxe, and magically we get another shovel. And guess what? Surprisingly, of the 18 tools, you heard from Dr. Hampinkian, not a drop of DNA of Chad Daybell is on any of the tools. Nothing else was tested. But ironically, we found Tylee Ryan's DNA on a shovel and a pickaxe that were found right next to the shed with that black shovel that was used on June 9th and June 10th. Motive. I want to talk to you a little bit about motive. Alex Cox. He killed Charles Vallow in front of Tylee and JJ. You heard testimony. Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow once. And then he walks up to Charles Vallow while he's dying and puts another bullet in him. And who are two of the witnesses? Lori Vallow is not going to say anything against her protector. Lori Vallow is not going to do anything about her beloved brother. But Alex Cox knows there are two people, two expendable people in Alex Cox's mind who witnessed the murder of Charles Vallow. That would be Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, the murder of Charles Vallow. They become expendable because the one thing that can cause Alex Cox to spend the rest of his life, or far worse, in Arizona is a 16-year-old girl and an autistic 7-year-old little boy. Chad Daybell was not charged in that. Lori Vallow's charged. Again, what I told you before, we had Officer Duncan. No reasonable likelihood of conviction of Chad. Lori Vallow cared about a couple of things. Lori Vallow cared about money, and she cared about Lori Vallow, and she cared about Alex Cox. Now, how do we know Lori Vallow cared about money? We know Lori Vallow cared about money because I believe it was the third husband, Joseph Ryan. You heard evidence from the witnesses. Lori Vallow collected the insurance proceeds from the death of Joseph Ryan. Then the state went on and put on a tremendous amount of evidence. Tremendous amount of evidence. Charles Vallow, she was mad. She was really mad. She didn't get the money. Kay Woodcock is on top of it. She stopped that. And even when Lori tried to get the beneficiary changed, Lori didn't get her greedy hands on the money. And then what happens? The next victim, husband number five, just get insurance. Don't worry about saying there's any kids or any beneficiaries or anything like that. Honey, just say it's me and you. And while all of this is going on, all of this is happening, Chad's really good friend, Alex Cox, really close friend, is Googling how to put a bullet through the windshield in the side of a black Dodge Dakota that Chad Daybell primarily drives. The target was not Tammy Daybell. It was not Tammy Daybell. You heard testimony about the insurance. The target was not Tammy Daybell. He was the target. The driver of the black Dodge. How do we get it through the window? How do we get it through the side? Because once Chad is gone, once Chad is out of the way, guess what? Ryan's insurance. Kay Woodcock stopped the insurance from Charles Vallow, and she put an end to that. Lori Vallow's next victim, Chad Daybell, because Alex Cox was going to do something to him, and that gave Lori the straight line to pick up the next proceeds. And according to Lori Vallow's own statement on November 26th, with our friend Ron Ball there, I'm going to get back with Lori. I'm going to go back with Melanie. I'm going to go back with Melanie. Okay. So Alex Cox had a motive. The motive was Alex Cox would be either spending the rest of his life in prison or far worse fate if JJ or Tylee even opened their mouth and said anything about observing or being there when Alex Cox decided to put the finishing touches and do the final bullet into Charles Vallow's chest while he was laying there dying. I want to talk a little bit about confirmation bias. We talked a little bit about that. It's when somebody starts an investigation or gears themselves. We talked a little bit about that with Dr. Christensen, how he made the determination at the end. And he said, well, it's between, we don't know what happened or homicide. But then I looked at all the police reports. And the police officers provided me with all of the police reports. They provided me with all of the evidence. And when I looked at all of this massive pile that Miss Blake went through of all the evidence that they provided at my request, I said, this is going to be homicide instead of undetermined. But then you ask them, why didn't you call the kids? Because you requested information from the police. Why didn't you request information from the kids? Why didn't you ask them? Because they wanted to know why their mother was exhumed with no basis or explanation to them for doing it. And they didn't hear anything for 14 months. No explanation. So call Dr. Christensen, call these children and say, can you tell me anything about their medical history? Can you tell me anything about whether your mother was feeling ill, whether she was fainting, whether she was having seizures, whether her anemia was inflamed, whether, and the last questioning was, whether she had inflammation in the lungs that was never brought up, and why her lungs were filled. Give us something, tell me something, but that didn't happen. Confirmation bias means you pick a target and you go after whatever evidence you have to make that target look like that person is guilty. And all of them in the audience with the suits, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. Gibb and Warwick were ignored. Gibb and Warwick were ignored. They didn't get DNA evidence from them. They didn't get phone records from them. They did nothing. At the end, they took a hair sample for I think Melanie in 2020. There was a hair sample in 2020 from Melanie. Didn't do anything with it. On the 22nd and 23rd, in Lori Vallow's apartment, there were 4 people in that apartment. On the day that JJ Vallow was murdered, Lori Vallow was there. JJ Vallow was there. Melanie Gibb was there. David Warwick was there. And the prosecutor talked about a phone call to Chad. Go back and look at the notes, folks, and you'll see that it was actually a text message that Melanie sent to Chad. It went unanswered for 8 or 9 hours. Melanie was trying to cover her tracks. She was trying to say, well, you know, I know I'm here. This is what's going on. Me and my good friend, this is what happened to JJ. And, you know, oh, there were all of this stuff. And the biggest complaining witness against Chad Daybell, all of this religious stuff, all of these facts, all of this stuff about, you know, Chad teaching people about his religious beliefs, it came from Melanie Gibb, the one person who has everything to lose. David Warwick and Melanie Gibb were present at the time that JJ Vallow was murdered. Chad Daybell's phone on the 23rd, no location information, no Google information. Now, you heard from the officer, I think it was Stubbs, who said, well, he turned the Google off. What about the phone? What about all the apps? What about all the other ways that Patrick Eller talked about you could find and locate a phone on a piece of property if he was there? And yet we didn't hear anything about that. Because on the 23rd, when JJ's body was dumped in the ground by Alex Cox and dug that hole, Chad Daybell was not there. And ironically enough, look back at your notes. Look back at your notes and look back when Melanie Gibb and David Warwick said, well, we left town that morning. Alex Cox left at 9:21 to drive toward Chad Daybell's property. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick claim that at 9:30, well, we were on our way to Pocatello. Show me the phone records, David. Show me the phone records, Melanie Gibb. Because Melanie Gibb and David Warwick went on a little ride to Chad Daybell's property, and David's is a construction consultant, and they had to say whatever they have to say to get out of this. Offer whatever information they need to this prosecuting attorney to convince them that, oh, we weren't involved even though we were there at the night of the murder. We have nothing to do with this. We know nothing. And yet, ironically, within 10 minutes after Alex Cox leaves, 10 minutes later, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. So how did the body of JJ get in the back of the trunk from Lori Vallow's apartment with Melanie and David there? 10 minutes later? 3 people? Simple as can be. Now, September 9th, Again, same cast of characters, same folks, same people. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan. You saw a text message from Chad Daybell at 10:56, 10:57. Shot a raccoon, burned some limbs. Okay. No location device on September 9th with Chad Daybell on the property. No Google information, no apps, no evidence to show that Chad Daybell was there. Earlier in the day, yeah, he buried a raccoon. He started a small fire, burned some limbs, and he told his wife about it. Okay. And we know that he shot a raccoon. Regan Price. Remember Regan Price? Regan Price is the one who said early in the morning she heard a shot. She didn't see anything else. She didn't see anything else out there, but Regan Price heard a shot in the morning. Okay. And if there's a hole to be dug in the pet cemetery, we know why. If there's ground that was disturbed, we know why. Because Chad Daybell in his text message to his wife said, I shot a raccoon. And Regan heard the shot. Regan heard the shot. But Regan didn't see anything else. Then we get to Dr. Eric Bartlink. Dr. Bartlink, remember? Forensic anthropologist, the fire guy, the guy who tested the bodies that are contributed to his program to see how long it would take to burn. What did he say? He didn't say you needed a lot of accelerant. It wasn't as much accelerant. What it was a bonfire, folks. Where was the bonfire on September 9th? Because Regan Price didn't see anything. Because there was no bonfire. There was no bonfire. It wasn't there. The body was burned as a whole. I can't prove to you where Alex Cox burned this body. I don't know. What I do know is that the body was burned as a whole. I do know the body was burned as a whole because that's what Dr. Bartlink said. I also know that what Dr. Bartlink said is there is no explanation, and it couldn't have just been the fire, that a large number of remains of Tylee were not found at the scene. They were not discovered there. Now, you can't say the police didn't try. You can't say the police didn't try. They brought out a bulldozer. They had a bulldozer. Look at the pictures. They made an effort to try to find whatever they could find, but they couldn't find all the pieces. In Alex Cox's garage, Lori Vallow's garage, you'll see the pictures of Lori Vallow's garage in the exhibit. And there's a container of Quikrete. And you talked about how one of the people said that while trying to dig it up, it looked like there was some sort of concrete or Quikrete or hard, because Alex Cox poured about some Quikrete in there. But the question remains is this. If Alex Cox put the body in the ground and put Quikrete to cover up the burial, when did the carnivore bite take place? When did we get the carnivore bite if Alex Cox took the body directly from his apartment, brought it over to Chad's like they're suggesting, threw it in the ground, threw in the Quikrete? When did the carnivore bite take place? Alex Cox murdered Tylee Ryan. Lori Vallow knew what was going on because her beloved little brother, or beloved big brother, could be tagged for the murder of Charles Vallow, and those two kids saw it. And Alex Cox took the body after he murdered Tylee Ryan. He took it out somewhere and he burned the body. And while out in the middle of Fremont County or Madison County or wherever he went, where there are thousands and thousands of acres of open ground, Yellowstone Park is just a short way away, folks. This is a wildlife heaven for hunters. Great place for hunters. The body was burned. It was subjected to a carnivore bite, and then it was put in the ground. And on September 9th, Alex Cox was on Chad Daybell's property, at least part of the time. If you remember what Patrick Eller said, he talked about, you know, the fact that there's a certain block of time, an hour, 15 minutes, an hour, 20 minutes or more, where we can't really identify where Alex Cox was. He was there, he was gone, he came back. But then remember the testimony from the state's expert, and remember the testimony from Patrick Eller. 6 or 7 other times, Alex Cox was on the property of Chad Daybell. No location device with Chad Daybell at that time. No indication that Chad Daybell was on the property at that time when Alex Cox was there. You commit murder of 2 kids. And the intent is to eventually finish off husband number 5. What's the best place, the ideal place to bury bodies? The new husband set him up. Chad Daybell's electronics weren't there. Chad Daybell wasn't there. Other people were there, especially on the 23rd. The 2 people who were there when J.J. Vallow was brutally murdered. But set Chad up. And then to make things nice and neat, Alex, finish him off like you were going to do Brandon Boudreaux, like you did Charles Vallow. Alex Cox is a murderer, and he is not shy about shooting people. He shot at Brandon Boudreaux. He murdered Charles Vallow. Chad Daybell was next, and to make the plan nice and neat, let's bury the bodies on Chad Daybell's property. Folks, this has nothing to do with religion. This has nothing. You take a dozen or 2 dozen or even 4 or 5 dozen text messages or emails and communications with someone you're having an affair with, and you tell me that you're going to be able to construe them only one way. They can be construed a number of ways. And that's exactly what they did. Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. You pick the target and you don't do your job. Text message. Gibb to Prosecutor Wood. Keith, Dateline interview, and I want to make sure the church is protected. You heard Melanie Gibb read that. Keith and I. Keith Morrison. Dateline. We want to make sure the church is protected. There were over 300 other messages between Prosecutor Wood and Melanie Gibb. Why are we, as Melanie Gibb, telling a prosecutor in a criminal case that we need to protect the church? We need to protect the church. We know from Officer Kiyokamanu, one of the messages he pulled off when he did his search was Julie Rowe and the stake president saying, Julie, my stake president's going to call Chad's stake president. You need to stop publishing your books. You need to stop doing all of this stuff. We need to make sure that the church doesn't get implicated in this, because these subjects that we talk about, these dark and light spirits, these other subjects that might be uncomfortable to be exposed, these other subjects that nobody should want to hear about, we need to protect the church so we don't hear it. So what do? You pick a target, and rather than looking at where the evidence leads and the facts, you create a scenario saying, well, he's a religious zealot. Well, he's got all of these crazy ideas about all of this stuff. Yeah, he talked about death percentages, folks. He also said Heather Daybell was dark. He said Allie Bloomer was dark. He said Samantha Gwilliam was dark. And he said our good friend over here, Officer Hermosillo, he was dark. He doesn't look dead to me. And Samantha Gwilliam isn't dead. Allie Bloomer's not dead. Heather Daybell's not dead. Heather Daybell, that's the pot stirrer. That's the other one. That's the other one who said, you know, I'm the stake president's part of this society, and I'm going to send it to all of the ward ladies, and they can decide whether they want to disseminate all this terrible stuff I've said about my brother, Chad Daybell, and we're going to spread it like fire. The pot stirrer. The problem is the pot stirrer was in the organization of the LDS Church, was doing it again. Chad was the target. This author writes about uncomfortable things. He talks about uncomfortable things. He discusses topics that maybe make people uncomfortable. But you know what? He has every right to talk about it. And you cannot hold it against him because you don't like the topic, or you don't agree with the topic, or you don't even understand the topic. I don't understand half the stuff that's going on with some of this religious stuff. I don't have a clue. But I will defend his right to believe whatever he wants to believe. Experts. Dr. Raven. Okay. You remember what Dr. Raven talked about. She talked about the results. She stood here very clearly and said, you don't get to engage in confirmatory bias. It's undetermined. And by looking at all of that other stuff, and in 25 or 30 years of doing it, she never did that. She never looked at the other stuff. Dr. Bartlink, we already talked about that. The whole body wasn't there. Where is it? Patrick Eller, no data showing Chad Daybell, no device location. Dr. Hampinkian, he talked about hair samples, and you remember from the state police talking about the 40 or 50 hair samples that they sent over to one of the laboratories, and some of those included blonde hairs. Blonde hairs. Now, the DNA evidence on the plastic on JJ showed that there was a fingerprint and a handprint of Alex Cox on the plastic. There was also Lori Vallow's hair, and they had her sample. And when he asked Dr. Hampinkian, did they exclude those blonde hairs that they found on the tape wrapped around JJ? Did they exclude Lori Vallow? It wasn't her. But you know what? Whose blonde hairs were there? I only know one other blonde. JJ Vallow, and the other blonde. Well, it was the blonde who was with him in the apartment when he died, named Melanie Gibb. But once again, we ignore that evidence. We don't test that evidence. We don't look at that evidence. We don't examine that evidence. We don't get samples of that evidence. Instead, we ignore it and we go right to Chad Daybell. We talked about Dr. Hampinkian talking about negative DNA results. And of the 18 tools that were found in Chad Daybell's garage, how many of them had his DNA? 0. Did they test anything else? No. Magically, Tylee's remains are on a pickaxe and a shovel. The same thing that I talked to you about in Exhibit 35. And folks, please examine that. Please look carefully. Casting, religious beliefs, dark light casting. He's a traditional Mormon. You may not like it. You may not believe what he believes, but he has every right to talk about it. He's written a number of books about it. And any chance anybody gets to even mention the word religion to him, he goes off on a 35 or 40-minute patriarchal prayer that I still don't even understand what he was talking about. But he does it. and goes into great detail about all sorts of things. Dark spirits, death percentages, castings. You heard from Emma Murray. You heard from Emma Murray, and she talked about the fact that she felt like she had something possessed in her. And Chad helped her rid her of that spirit. Now, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. But I asked her, does that mean you die? No. And when they're talking about inflicting pain and inflicting discomfort, they're not talking about inflicting discomfort on the actual person. The discussion, if they took the time to look at it, is they're inflicting pain on the spirit that's inhabited the body, and they're trying to make it uncomfortable so that the body and the spirit are separated, and that spirit goes off. And you make it uncomfortable enough that that spirit disappears. DNA evidence. I talked about this already. No Chad, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, primary and secondary. And the important thing is here is, folks, is this. At the time that JJ Vallow was buried, I talked to Dr. Hempinkian about this, and some of you smiled because I said, is there anything else I'm missing? Sweat, spit, fingerprints, breathing, any kind of way to get DNA. And Dr. Hempinkian said, a small little particle, that's all it takes. And yet after the state lab did their examination, after they went through everything, nothing of Chad's. Nothing of Chad's. Hair's not tested. Dr. Hempinkian said, DNA does not tell us where or when the DNA got there, when it occurred. Talks about presence. Chad Daybell, you can't hold his silence against him. You can't do that. If he chooses not to talk, you can't even consider that. If that's going into your consideration, then the judge will give you an instruction on that. That's not something you do. Reasonable doubt. Motive, Alex Cox. Alex Cox needed to cover for a murder. Lori and Alex, they're the two ones who are involved. Why is it that it's a woman like Lori Vallow, married 5 times? She pursued Chad. She's the one who pursued Chad. Remember when we talked about they were at the book situation where they're selling the books at the Preparing the People? And then subsequently there was a basketball game and Zaluma talked about, well, are you afraid of me? And Chad goes walking off. She pursued Chad. I don't know what her agenda is, but ultimately her agenda was to get another life insurance check after Chad Daybell was knocked off by Alex Cox. I want to talk a little bit about Tammy, the Fitbit. Officer Mattingly went into great detail about all the mileage she was traveling and all these things she was doing. And then Emma Murray and Joe Murray talk about a simple thing. Tammy would lay in the bed and there was a competition. And Tammy, if anything, wonderful woman, very competitive, real easy. Run that Fitbit up, run that Fitbit up. And it doesn't matter, even if she was walking, you heard from Emma Murray how her health wasn't that great, from Garth how her health wasn't that great. And you can't speculate. You don't get to do what Dr. Christensen did, which is speculate we think that's what she died. Because if you're speculating, you're breaking the judge's rule. No speculation. Either you know what caused it or you don't know what caused it. And if you don't know what caused it, and one person says undetermined, the other one says homicide because I was provided all the police reports, that doesn't get you there. You don't get to speculate. Officer Coulter. The prosecutor pointed out that at 9:30, Tammy Daybell did a search. And she did a search on her computer about paintball guns. And then 10 minutes later, she called the non-emergency line and said there was a paintball incident. And the prosecutor saying, well, how did she show Officer Coulter if she was Googling it? Because when Officer Coulter eventually got there, As you remember the testimony, if you remember it this way, Garth and Tammy took Officer Coulter the computer and said, this is what the paintball gun looks like. This is what I Googled. And Tammy didn't Google AK-47. Tammy didn't Google all of that other stuff. She Googled paintball gun and told Officer Coulter, that's where it is. And then Officer Coulter fills out a very short police report. And lo and behold, at the urging of whoever his boss is out there, changed it a little bit. But he included that Joe Murray saw and heard Tammy yelling. And Joe got up there and said, I did not hear that. I did not do any of that. You're wrong, Officer Coulter. And he got his facts wrong. And you know where he gets facts wrong on? The second report he did. Sometime later, after he does the second report, that's where he got the facts wrong. I want to clarify something else. When the police on the 26th contacted Melanie Gibb, she said, I have JJ. I have JJ. And it wasn't a short time later. There was a suggestion that it was a short time later. It was 10 days later. The gig was up. Melanie knew she was caught. She was there during the murder, and suddenly she starts singing. And she starts telling these long tales. And the biggest complaining witnesses against Chad Daybell, David Warwick, Melanie Gibb. They're the two that are saying all of this stuff, saying, oh yeah, Chad. Well, they got the most to lose because they were there when JJ Vallow was killed. Zuluma Pastenes, another complainer, married to the murderer of JJ Vallow, married to the murderer of Tylee Ryan, married to the murderer of Charles Vallow, and married to the attempted murderer of Brandon Boudreaux. Excuse me. Brenda Dye ordered the autopsy, said no autopsy. Emma Murray agreed and then said, my dad didn't say anything one way or the other. Chad wasn't trying to hide anything. Steve Schultz, no bruising. The bruising on Tammy's body, 8 bruises on one arm from the book fair carrying the books. Emma talked about that. 1 bruise on the other with 1 up here. You carry a book in your arm, it leans against your chest on one point, and you got 8 bruises on the other arm. There's no asphyxiation here, folks. You heard Dr. Raven saying 600 pounds would have to sit on your chest to smother you the way they're suggesting. No marks on the neck, no indication of anything else. This was not homicide. Steve Schultz, Chad's a good guy. He strayed, and he did have an affair, folks. He had an affair. But the affair doesn't mean he killed anybody. And maybe there was a plan. You tell me that you're having an affair with someone and you don't start discussing the possibility of a future, having a future, spending time together in the future, that doesn't mean you're going to murder. Reasonable doubt. Motive Alex Cox. Lori and Alex, that's where all the trouble. You don't go being married for 29 or 30 years with nothing as much as a speeding ticket on your record. And then you marry someone who, what are you, afraid of me? And 5 husbands later, no DNA. These officers failed this investigation. They absolutely failed in their investigation looking up the facts of this case. Folks, if there is reasonable doubt, and there is reasonable doubt, you must, according to the judge's instructions, return a verdict of not guilty. I am respectfully asking all of you to return a verdict of not guilty.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. That will conclude the defense closing argument then. Does the state intend to offer a rebuttal closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to suggest we take a quick recess before you start with the state's rebuttal. Is that all right, Ms. Blake?
That would be, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll recess for 15 minutes and then the state can have its rebuttal.
All right.
I had to take my face off. I had to turn my camera off. I was making too many faces going, oh. So I was wondering which way he was going to go. And basically, let's see if we all, I feel like he basically made Chad the victim. He victimized the narcissist. He was going to be next. He was going to be her next victim. Well, I actually kind of think that that's a possibility because, I mean, how many spouses does she have in her past and how many of them are deceased? 2 of them, right? 2 out of what, 5? So that very well could be a thing that could have eventually happened. But then there's him on the other end. Sadly, we can't sit here and say Chad did this and I mean, we can, but that would be speculating. Oh my goodness. Oh, so. Yep. So we have, oh my goodness, please, we have to get this back on track. I assume Lindsey will be up. Maybe it'll be, is it going to be the other one? Not, was it going to be Wixom? I don't know. We'll see. Normally they split it up. Normally if they have the brutal, the rebuttal, they will have one do it and then the next one does the rebuttal. But we'll see in this case if she does both. Oh, wait, no, she did. She is doing it because it just hit me. Duh. She got up and said yes. She answered. Duh. It's the one who speaks. That's right. I forgot. So never mind that. Lindsey is up next. Let me, I have to fix that. I got to fix that banner. Let me get this thing fixed. Hold on one second. I need to prep it before I forget. And all right. Okay, that's ready. So let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, please. I want to see lots of stuff, lots of stuff in the chat. I need help walking through this. Hold on, let's see. Nobody there today to support Chad. Is his side empty? I wasn't even paying attention to the background. Where are the loving children? Maybe they sat on the other side. Who's gonna buy that property? Who's good luck in the real estate market. Mal says it's funny how many people thought though will value this property for the infamy. I don't think anyone would have cared if Lori unalived Chad. Yeah, 5 husbands later, Ah, Candy Bray, what he needs to do is live there himself and live with the ghosts that have been left behind. Oh my God, I thought he was talking to a jury member. Pause. What are you looking at me? What are you looking at me? I'm that type of person that doesn't really put too much weight into who died where on a property, but I don't necessarily know. I think that, I mean, I can see tearing down a house, like in the case, there's been several cases where we've seen where they've gone in and demolished homes, horror house type of thing. But in property, I mean, you could bulldoze it over. That's about all you can do with it. Poor Chad, almost killed by that woman. Oh my goodness. These officers failed this investigation. Oh yeah, they absolutely, give me a break. I was wondering during this whole thing where he was going to point to with that whole thing about the shovel. I knew that when he put that out there and he kept, look at that shovel handle, look at that shovel handle. And he kept trying to zone, he couldn't say anything. He couldn't really do it. So he had to bring it out in closing arguments. And that is exactly what he did. He tried to say that it was the shovel, one of the shovels. Do you honestly think that in this case, that these detectives or whatever who were dealing with a scene like this would have just gone in the garage and grabbed any old shovel and handed it to somebody, to one of the other guys, and say, hey, go start digging? That's what they tried to portray. I think, wasn't it Pryor who's the one who tried to say he just handed you a shovel and you just went out and started digging? Because he wanted to set that up for his closing argument. And I don't remember. They should have tied that up a little bit, though. They should have said something about the detective brought his own shovel, that kind of thing. But that was not part of anything that was tied up. But I thought that was interesting that I kept waiting to see what he was going to say with that. And then so it was to turn around later on in cross-examination, closing arguments, and say, he got the shovel and just went out there and started digging. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that that's what that was? I mean, in my mind, I think, we did just look at a trial where Solo cups were used in a brown paper bag to collect blood evidence. So, but in this case, I don't think that was the problem. We did not see anything that was anything, in my opinion, that was really something that defense could go at as far as the detectives and their detective work and all the evidence gathering and all that stuff. But I kind of saw him doing that with the shovel thing as him trying to, I can use this as reasonable doubt. We can point to that. We can say they messed up the tools. We can say Chad's stuff, DNA wasn't on anything. Yes, because some reason Chad's DNA is not on the tools that are in his garage. That to me is suspicious. It would have been less suspicious to me if his DNA was on the tools in his garage. Because remember, he was a digger. He was a sexton who dug graves. So he knew how to dig. Did Alex know how to dig? Who knows? I don't think so. But it just seems suspicious to me that the person who owned the property, who would have been the one to use those tools, had no DNA on them. I always thought in the whole thing that was suspicious. I was mouthing back to the phone. Oh, is that when I went to the All Rise thing? We couldn't see their faces. They were standing up and their faces were cut off anyway. The entire time, because they're zoomed in and they didn't take into account of the fact that when they stand up, his head is cut off. So we couldn't see anything anyway. So I put the all rise sign up. Oh, I missed almost all of his clothing. Clothing. So this right here, hip boots could not get through all the. Oh. So blame it all on those sinful women. Oh. Mal says, Wendy, you're the real winner here for missing it. Oh my gosh. So Linda says the PowerPoint at the end was just to remind us he believes Chad. Or to remind himself that he believes him. In my opinion, I think he struggled with this whole belief thing, this whole thing that Chad was into. That's why he tried to steer away from the religion being it. You know what I mean? He tried to like separate all this stuff, make it not about religion, when, in my opinion, the plan of the 144,000 gathering was also to weed out the zombies. It's all part of it. Do you? I just have never thought that this was just an evil plan for Lori just to kill people. No, I think that I do and have felt that his religious stuff was a part of his side of it. He brought that in. She bought it. She also had. She was going to survive for the rest of her life on all the money she could get out of everybody. I mean, that's why she kept it secret with JJ. She was living off the money. Tylee, same thing, living off the money as long as she could. Toby says, I figure once a relationship gets to I did have a reaction when that was brought out, when it was said. I can't even say it. Oh. So let me see. We need to make a new poll on how long prior. Oh, how long do you think? We do need to go. I should have been making more polls. I just am not really good at thinking that stuff through. Brutal rebuttal. You got it. Oh, I'm tired. I'm starting to get giggly. We're all in trouble. Chad has a storm. Pryor has. Oh my gosh. And this right here. Oh, I'm in. Oh my goodness. This is going to be just me laughing through this whole thing. Wait. Oh. Oh, I can't wait. I'm hoping that one of these days I end up on panel with some of the law tubers, and we all go down this road right here. I'd be in. Oh, and Candy wants a Bloody Mary, tequila all the way. Oh my gosh, tequila is my favorite, but it's also my enemy. Brown sugar bourbon is my thing. I'm just saying. And it's only like once a week. Mal says I was locked out, and with a good reason, I might add. Wendy, never tried what? Bloody Mary? Oh my gosh. if that's what you mean. Oh, I've had some dudes. Yeah, one friend who made a bloody. The thing was like he made it with spicy hot sauce stuff. I didn't know it, and I'm taking a good old sip of it, and it's like, ooh. Oh yes, Mal said that his side totally empty. Vodka is not really my favorite. It's okay. I mean, it'll do. Pryor asked dark and Pryor said dark and named people still alive, but he left out they have to be dark and zero. Yes, good point, Dana. That right there is key. Pryor pointed to everyone that Chad said was dark, but he left out the freaking number. What number were they? Did he even give them a number? Or did he just say they were dark? If people are dark, it doesn't mean they should be unalived. It means that he thinks they're dark because they probably don't believe him or they probably don't like him or don't trust him or law enforcement. All of law enforcement, I do think for him is dark. Oh. Mal says, poor Pryor, it all sounded good on the cocktail napkin. Oh, I still want to hear from the shovel. I feel cheated. I have to put this in. Oh, you guys are great. Wendy, opening, closing cannot be used as testimony, though. Yes. Yep. They're not allowed to consider this in their deliberations. They don't even have to take notes. They don't have to do it. They just have to sit there and listen. And Mal says, I'm a hush now. No, girl, no. Yes, me too. Pryor needed a shovel. Oh my goodness. So Stevie says, y'all wouldn't like me if I drank in my best Clint Eastwood voice. Ooh, wait, I get diamonds? I like sparkles. I agree with this one. Let's find out. All of a sudden, now Chad was on the radar too. Yes, that was never said anywhere but here. In the back of my mind, I had this little sense that maybe he might say, poor chatty boy was gonna be next. I mean, like that. He just a little. I think it was like a split second of a thought, because I'm thinking, wait a second, she does have 5 husbands and 2 of them are dead. But I also was thinking that she could have been his next victim. Only he wouldn't have done it. He'd have had her do it herself, which is what I think that they had Alex do, the Mexico trip, in my opinion. I haven't run my opinion this entire day. Uh-oh. Oh. So what this was tested that it was, did they say that it was Doug Precision, like a professional did it? Was that actually stated? If so, that's the reason there are no shovels with his DNA. Because if he dug it, he got rid of those shovels and got new ones. And then, oh, if that's the case, then, and her DNA was on the pickaxe and was it the pickaxe and the shovel? Then he dug the ditch. He dug it first. Just me thinking. He dug it first, and then Alex came in and did the rest. And then he took away the stuff. We have no data points for Chad at all on his own property. We don't know when he dug, when we wouldn't know when he dug, when he was there, when he wasn't there, or anything like that. So he could have dug that and out where no one saw it. You know what I mean? Who's out there looking in that area for anything? If you're not looking for it, you're not going to know if it's there or not. That's just my brain going with this. I think he dug it. He may not have done the unaliving, but I think he dug. And then the whole fact that none of his DNA was on there was just a plus because, well, I mean, so let's see. Just the thought of Chad's DNA anywhere. So Toby said, there's a photo of Chad digging using a shovel wearing gloves on the property or somewhere else. Is that a photo of him digging? I mean, Chad craved Lori and did all this for that. Case closed. Chad, yeah. Oh. Lori craved easy money. Yes, Chad craved Lori. Lori craved easy money. Breaking news from Lori's next trial. Chad is toast. Oh. And Toby says she hopes that Pryor lets Nate interview him. I doubt that's going to be a thing. Did you hear the way when Pryor heard Nate's name mentioned? That was a little bit of a, oh, that guy. Chad doesn't seem like a guy who works with tools, maybe at work, but he looks lazy to me. He is a sexton. He used to dig graves for a living. That's why he's, yeah. Oh, maybe he hasn't done that in a while, but he used to. Mal says the Green Man had me howling, very reminiscent of Mrs. Crowley's defense attorney. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, y'all. I can't stop it. It's a thing. Oh, my channel will be based every time I'm on anybody's panel or whatever. I really have to try to control it. In my channel, it is what it is. It's what I'm known for. It is a thing. But on other people's panel, I really try to control myself with all this moving and all this. I don't always win, but Stevie says to Toby, yes, I'd like to ask Pryor, do you look forward to sitting back by the pond? Oh my God. Do you like the master bedroom in the house? Do you feel comfy in the cozy cone? I'm sorry, it's not supposed to be funny, but oh my goodness. Oh, me reading the post things out of context. I'm just grabbing them. I don't know. I keep scrolling up and then scrolling back down. Whatever. I'm getting almost to the bottom. I tend to really get lost in your guys' comment, which is my favorite thing of this. I love reading what you guys are saying. The mailman must be here. Chad may get some converts to his all law enforcement is dark belief in prison. That's probably true. Mal needs to do stand-up. Oh, you mean me putting them up on the screen? That's how you guys can work on your typing skills. You just have to think They may end up on the screen. And that may oh, hear 'em. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
Oh, looking at, oh, this one right here. This was my thing about the digging. Just digging where unknown. Gloves protect the hands if one is doing serious digging. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, that's why that picture was shown. So his DNA wouldn't be on anything because he had gloves on. Right? Is that what you're saying? Did I get there? You guys will have to remember that I don't do math well, so putting two and two together can be difficult for me sometimes. Thank you for your patience.
All right, please.
See, you can't see his head. Chad, bend your knees.
Here's our President Counter for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense concluded with its closing argument. At this time, the state is permitted a rebuttal closing argument. Is that going to be you again, Ms. Blake? All right, Ms. Blake, then if you'd like to have the state's rebuttal argument, you can do so now.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please have use of the HDMI?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, counsel talked to you about some jury instructions, and I want to talk to you a little bit about them as well. You are going to get the official jury instructions from the judge, and in fact, you've already received those. As counsel talked about during jury selection, we also talked about jury instructions, and we talked about that that's what you would agree to follow in this case. I want to go over a couple of those with you. Instruction number 18. Counsel went over that with you, but I want to go through it again briefly. Aiding and abetting is defined as before or during the commission, intentionally aiding, assisting, facilitating, promoting, encouraging, counseling, soliciting, inviting, helping, or hiring another to commit a crime with the intent to promote or assist in its commission. If you find any one of those acts occurred, any one of those things, again, when we're talking about principal to first degree murder, when we are talking about conspiracy, you don't have to find that the defendant actually committed the physical act to end someone's life. You have to find that he did one of those other things that we just talked about. When we talk about reasonable doubt, again, you have a jury instruction. However, reasonable doubt is commonly defined as a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Emphasis on reasonable. It's not any doubt. It is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And again, you have that jury instruction. The state absolutely recognizes we have the burden of proof in this case. We told you that from the beginning. We're not shying away from that. It is our burden. And the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, that's not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It's based on common sense. I also want to talk to you a little bit about the conspiracy instruction. You have several of those. In this case, we have 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. When you look at that conspiracy instruction, At the very bottom, it'll say that you have to find each and every element. What I want to distinguish, because I think it can get a little confusing at times, is one of the elements says that you have to find one overt act. You don't have to find every overt act. You have to find every element. And I think it's number 6 within that instruction that will list out the overt acts. And again, for a conspiracy, it requires that there be a plan to commit a crime, and then that just one of the actors commit one overt act. Not every actor has to commit one. Not every overt act has to be committed. Which brings us to jury instruction number 20. And counsel talked to you about this when it comes to an agreement. And I would highlight that in instruction number 20, criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho. And one or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties. It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or it may be implied from the conduct of parties. I think that's important here. Counsel talked to you and kept trying to highlight and say, there's no agreement in the text messages. There's no agreement saying we're going to kill anyone. I would disagree with that. And we're going to go through some text messages again. However, there doesn't have to be a written agreement. Again, it can be implied. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind. And when you go back to deliberate, really look at those jury instructions. As counsel said, it is the judge that controls the instructions. It is the judge that controls the law in the courtroom. Counsel talked to you about Emma Murray and the wind searches. We also talked about the wind searches. It's a listed overt act. On September 8th of 2019, Chad Daybell's email address was searching southwest wind. It was the day before Tylee Ryan is believed to have been taken to Chad Daybell's property. And if you recall, I asked Emma about that she just happened to do it the same day Tylee went missing. But what I'd also ask you to remember is Emma Murray talked to you all about how she wanted to see her mom's autopsy results. And she told you how law enforcement threatened her. You can't see it unless you sit down for an interview. And I'd ask you to remember when Detective Mattingly came in and we played a recording. The recording was a depiction of the interaction between Detective Mattingly and Emma Murray. And I'd ask you to remember that in that interaction, Detective Mattingly specifically tells Emma, I just want to share the autopsy results with you. I think you're entitled to see them. I'm not saying what he said verbatim. It's an exhibit if you want to listen to it. But he was very clear with Emma. He wasn't trying to interview her. He told her, you don't need to sit down for an interview. And yet when Emma was on the stand, she said the only way she could see those autopsy results was if she sat down for an interview. That's not what the recording showed. And I'd ask you to keep in mind too, Jason William came and testified. And one of the things Jason talked about is that he and Chad had been friends. Jason is married to Tammy's sister. Jason indicated Chad made a statement to him along the lines of, my kids know how to keep a secret. Counsel talked to you about Charles Vallow. And he talked about that charges are not being pursued against Charles Vallow. But if you recall, what Detective Duncan said is law enforcement absolutely recommended charges. And what Detective Duncan said is that homicides are never a closed deal. Counsel wants you to believe that there was evidence presented that Tylee witnessed or saw what happened to Charles. You rely on your recollections. What you all saw and heard and what you recall is what you consider in this case. Arguments of counsel are not evidence. But I would indicate I don't recall hearing that. I don't think there's any evidence whether Tylee actually witnessed the homicide of Charles Vallow. But what I would ask you to consider is what we do know. Because counsel also brought up Brandon Boudreaux and brought up Chad doesn't have charges pending for Brandon Boudreaux. He does not. Chad's not here on trial for the death of Charles Vallow or Brandon Boudreaux. But keep in mind what we know. Chad Daybell labeled Brandon Boudreaux dark. Alex Cox went down to Arizona in Tylee's Jeep after Tylee was already gone and took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Chad labels people dark. Chad determines death percentages or when someone's time is up. And Alex believes Chad 100%. Alex does what Chad asks of him. What do we also know? Chad labeled Charles dark. In fact, 3 different entities were named by Chad as having taken over Charles. And keep in mind the facts that we do know. On June 29th of 2019, Charles confronted Lori about the affair. On July 1st of 2019, Charles said, I'm going to go and meet with Tammy. She deserves to know. And 10 days later, Charles is dead. Alex shot and killed him. Chad was on the phone with Lori, texting just before Charles arrived. Chad was on the phone with Lori throughout the day, and Chad called the mortuary about how to get Charles cremated and sent to Louisiana. Lori and Alex weren't the ones labeling people dark in the messages. Lori and Alex weren't the ones assigning death percentages. And you saw the message from Lori telling Alex, she and Chad were trying to figure out how to fully get rid of zombies, and then they would let Charles know, or Alex know. Alex wasn't the one making those determinations. Chad was. And when it came to Tylee, also remember, Alice Gilbert said Chad told her, Tylee didn't like me. Counsel talked to you about Regan Price hearing a gunshot. And again, you go off your recollection and your understanding of the testimony. I don't know, I don't recall Regan saying a specific date or time. But what I would indicate is counsel says, well, he shot a raccoon on the morning of September 9th. I would remind you, we don't know the cause of death for Tylee Ryan because she was burned. We do know, and we saw the slide, that Alex Cox, or a device associated with him, was on the Daybell property the morning after Tylee was last seen alive. And we saw the location data, it doesn't just put him on Chad's property, it puts him by where Tylee's body was found. It puts him by the pet cemetery, by the burn pit. Chad sends a message that morning around the same time about burning limbs and debris. But he wants you to believe that somehow Tylee's body was buried somewhere else. Alex just happened to be up there that day at the same time in the same place that Tylee's body was ultimately found, but she must have been moved. Alex went to the apartment where Tylee was staying. Alex received a phone call from Chad and Alex went to Chad's property on September 9th of 2019. There was talk about these tools and looking at the exhibits, and I encourage all of you to look at any exhibits that you want to. You're the finders of fact. They are there for your review. But what I would remind you is Agent Daniels was asked about those tools. And he kept saying and indicated he didn't see what dirt or what counsel was talking about when being asked questions about the dirt on those handles. Agent Daniels was very clear about how they ran that search scene. He was very clear about partitioning things off. And you heard from multiple officers about the intricacies of that body recovery, about how many agencies and investigators were involved. There was no evidence, no testimony that anyone on scene took those tools and used them. In fact, it was the opposite. There was no testimony, no indication that any investigator went and took tools out of Chad Daybell's property to dig up those kids. I'd also remind you, Agent Daniels was very clear about Chad Daybell's house having an upstairs. He was asked about that several times. He was very clear. There was an upstairs. And I remind you, on June 9th, there was an audio recording played of Chad and Emma talking. And there was an indication of Chad saying, you can go ahead and take the mattress out of the upstairs. Again, on January 23rd, Chad places a call to Alex. Alex then goes to Chad's property. And we see a device or Alex at the Daybell property on the morning of September 23rd, the day after JJ's last seen alive. And he's not just on the property, he is where JJ is found. He gets a call from Chad and he goes up there. Counsel talked to you about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick being there the last time JJ's seen alive. I would remind you, you heard from Agent Hart and you heard how he went through Lori's iCloud accounts, and there were thousands of messages, a lot of data, a lot of information. And what didn't he find? He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying Tylee and JJ were dark or that Tammy was dark. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying what anyone's death percentage was. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick indicating anything like that. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick to Lori about any type of a plan. Melanie and David both testified. They left the morning of the 23rd. They did not go to the Daybell property. In fact, if you recall, David testified he wanted to see JJ again. Lori didn't let him. In addition, if you recall, Ian Pulowski had made some recordings at the request of law enforcement. He was trying to help law enforcement locate the kids. In those recordings, there's several times where Chad and Lori are on the recording with Melanie and Ian. In one of the calls, Alex and Zulema are present as well. And in that call, they talk about Melanie Gibb. They're upset with her. Why are they upset with her? Because she's going to go to the police and tell them the truth. And Lori's own words, 3 things are going to happen. She's going to basically pay for it in the afterlife because she has knowledge. She's out of our group. And the cops aren't going to believe her now that she's telling the truth. What's key there? She's telling the truth. And what was Melanie Gibb's truth? She never had the kids. Counsel talked to you about Lori making a comment about going to live with Melanie Gibb. That comment would have been made on November 26th of 2019 when Rexburg law enforcement responded to the apartment trying to do a welfare check on JJ Vallow. Remember, at that time, Melanie Gibb had been told that JJ was with Kay by Lori. When Chad called her that day, she asked him, Kay doesn't have JJ? And Chad said no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. There was no indication that that Lori had any plans to move with Melanie. And in fact, at that point, JJ and Tylee were gone. Where did Lori actually go? She didn't go to Melanie's. She went to Hawaii with Chad. And in fact, with both Tylee and JJ, both of them were last seen shortly after it was confirmed that Lori was receiving their Social Security payments. Chad is the one who determined if someone was dark. Chad is the one who determined death percentages. The kids were buried on Chad's property. Chad called Alex both mornings before Alex showed up. Counsel also talked to you about the fact Alex is not shy about shooting people. Counsel talked to you about he shot Charles Vallow. He shot at Brandon Boudreaux. But remember, on October 9th, when there's the attempted shooting of Tammy, Alex had gone and purchased dark clothing, including a dark face mask. Alex had a Grendel 6.5. Remember Tammy's description. The man stood there looking at me, just pulling the trigger, just shooting at me. This wasn't someone that mistook Tammy for Chad. And you heard testimony from Garth Daybell. And first, Garth said at the time of the attempted shooting, Tammy was the one driving the Dodge. And upon a little further questioning from counsel, he switched that. At a minimum, what stayed consistent with the testimony was Tammy did in fact use that Dodge. Tammy was the one confronted by a gunman. Tammy was the one that had someone standing there pulling a trigger at her, not Chad. In fact, you heard testimony, there was no report by Chad ever made, at least to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, about anyone attempting to harm him. No report made that he was concerned or had any fear of Alex Cox. In fact, after Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow in July, Chad was back down there visiting with Alex and Lori first part of August. And during that visit, that's when he gave Alex a blessing that Alex should move to Idaho. Doesn't sound scared of Alex. And we talk about some of the things Chad told people. And we'd heard a little bit of a conversation that he had with Jason William. And I think on that call, we had it as December 18th of 18. And that actually would have been December 18th of 2019. So you knew Gibb placed a call on December 8th of 2019 to Chad and Lori tells her JJ's safe. And on December 18th of 2019, they have a conversation with Jason William. And in that conversation, Chad tells him, it's just a simple situation. Chad was with Lori when she talked to Gibb. Lori was with Chad when they talked to Jason. A simple situation. Know where JJ is. You heard also from Emma Murray that her dad told her the kids were safe and it would all be explained or cleared up in due time. What you never hear is Chad reporting anything to law enforcement about these kids being missing, never reporting anything to law enforcement about fear of Lori Vallow or Alex Cox. What we do see is continued phone contact between them, We hear of continued interactions in person between those individuals. And we hear repeatedly how Alex and Chad have a close relationship. Melanie Pulowski said Alex looked to Chad like a big brother, would do what he asked. And then counsel also talked to you about Tammy's autopsy. And he talked about Dr. Christensen not reaching out to the kids to get medical information. You heard from multiple law enforcement officers, the kids wouldn't talk to him. There weren't any reports to provide because the kids didn't talk to law enforcement. You heard Dr. Christensen talk about what he did review, medical records, multiple reports. And counsel talked about some of his experts as well. And first one, Dr. Raven. What Dr. Raven talked to you about was that she reviewed a handful of documents, a handful of records that were provided to her by counsel. She didn't review a significant amount of information, but most telling maybe, she didn't even review any medical records. Dr. Marsden and Dr. Christensen reviewed medical records. They reviewed reports. They looked at the circumstances surrounding the death in reaching their conclusion. And again, they were both firm. Cause of death, asphyxiation, manner of death, homicide. Counsel talked to you about Patrick Eller. Didn't find location data for Chad. You heard from Detective Stubbs about how Chad had done searches on how to shut off location data and also at one point had cleared his location data. Chad knew how not to be found, how not to be located. Dr. Bartelink had determined that he couldn't rule out that Tylee could have been burned in 2 hours, depending on what kind of accelerant was used. And then Dr. Hampinkian, we talk about the DNA. What I'd remind you, the state talked to you about the hairs and the DNA as well. For conspiracy and for principle, there is no requirement that the defendant actually committed any physical act to end anyone's life. And counsel talked to you about coroner Dye saying Chad was kind of indifferent on the autopsy. But I would remind you that Deputy Coroner Wilmore, Samantha Gwilliam, Heather Daybell all indicated Chad told them he didn't want to get an autopsy or he wasn't going to. Steve Schultz was brought up. Counsel talked to you about how he said Chad was a good guy. I remind you, Steve Schultz is the one that after finding out there was not going to be an autopsy and how quick the funeral was, said he turned to Jason Gwilliam and said, "Do you think he killed her?" And law enforcement talked to you, several of them, Agent Hart was one, about how they did follow up on leads. And Agent Hart explained they didn't want to get blinders. So if tips came in, if it was out of the state, the FBI generally followed up on it. If it was in state, local law enforcement generally did. Tips were followed up on. This wasn't a case where law enforcement had blinders. They talked to you about that, and you heard a lot. They would go where the evidence led. Tammy was found dead in Chad's house. The kids were found dead in his yard. You go where the evidence leads. Council also talked to you about Chad just talking about zombies. Chad just talking about these things. Chad wasn't just talking about zombies. Chad was saying if someone was a zombie, they had to die. And people that Chad labeled zombies that were obstacles that were in his way of being with Lori or that he could get financial gain from, those were the zombies that actually died. Zombies is designated by Chad. And there was an indication that these were just messages that Chad was exchanging about people being light and dark or people's death percentages. They were just messages that resulted in 3 people dying. When we talk about whether or not there was a plan, this mission included being with him and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear. Full plan to be together. Is there a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Children being JJ and Tylee? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. What happened to the children? They were found dead in his yard. We're so close to the finish line. What finish line? Getting rid of all earthly obstacles, all earthly relatives that were in the way of he and Lori being together. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. Looks like Kauai a lot. Hopefully, we will be there someday soon together. That is the plan. And when council talks to you about Alex maybe going after Chad, this is in November. The picture's taken in August when Alex travels back with Chad. But remember that patriarchal blessing given in November.
Powerful goddesses were needed to be, and you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the 4th creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Always. Chad Daybell, it is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We are going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already helped them in ways they could never repay. Again, when there's talk of a plan, Chad talks about the perfectly orchestrated plan for the kids. He talks about the plan for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly obstacles, earthly relatives. Chad says who's dark. Chad says death percentages. And 3 bodies are located in his house or on his property. 3 bodies that belong to people that were obstacles for him getting what he wanted, that were obstacles for he and Lori to end up together in Hawaii, just the 2 of them.
It's billed through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in.
That is body cam from June 9th. I think it says June 9th, 2024. That would have been June 9th of 2020. On June 9th of 2020, the bodies of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were discovered on Chad's property. Chad's response, I'm not coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to hold the state to our burden. Review the jury instructions. Apply your common sense. Review the testimony. Give it the weight you think it's due, the testimony and the evidence in this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude then the closing arguments of counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next thing we are going to take up is to draw numbers of the alternate jurors. We do have 17 jurors here present, so there are going to be 5 alternates. I am going to have a random draw of those 5 alternates, and when you are when you have your number drawn, I'll ask each of you to please just briefly stand and then retake your seat so that counsel and that we've identified who those alternates would be, also for the assistance of the bailiffs. Once the number is drawn for an alternate, then those jurors will be designated as alternates, but your jury service is not necessarily over. In the event a juror were to become ill or is excused for any other reason during deliberations, an alternate would return and deliberations would start over. So as alternate jurors, I'll also mention that because of the proceedings and the nature of the rules here, you will be sequestered until the conclusion of the trial. And as we draw these alternates, I do just want to make a comment that the court certainly appreciates, as I'm sure the parties, the exemplary performance you've all had thus far as jurors in this case through a long trial getting to this point of deliberations. So with that being said, I am going to request Madam Clerk, if you would hand me the box that has the randomized numbers of the jurors, then I will have the clerk just randomly draw out of the box your numbers. And again, as your numbers read, please just stand up briefly and then take your seat. And then I'll give you further instructions before the bailiffs are sworn in. Madam Clerk, please draw the first number.
Juror number 6, red card 686.
We'll draw the second alternate now.
Juror number 16, red card number 1577.
We'll next have the third alternate drawn.
Juror number 18, red card number 1382.
This will be the fourth alternate.
Juror number 17, red card 1271.
And this is the fifth, correct?
Correct. Juror number 13, red card 751.
All right, thank you. That is the designation then of alternate jurors. As I mentioned, you will be sequestered for the time being while the jury deliberates. You may be called upon to additionally serve. You'll be advised if and when that happens. And you must continue to abide by admonitions of the court given previously about not discussing the case or investigating the case in any way until the matter has concluded. So at this time, the next matter we'll take up is the swearing in of bailiffs who will be in charge of holding the jury until a verdict's been reached, including during sequestration. I am going to note on the record, because of the number of bailiffs and marshals necessary for sequestration and with scheduling, there were 3 additional bailiffs sworn in on the record yesterday. So 3 have been sworn previously. The additional 3 that are here will now be sworn at this time. If you would each please raise your right hand, I'll have Madam Clerk administer the oath to these 3 bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place? That you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So Deputies Holmesbash and Costello have now been sworn additionally as bailiffs in this case. At this time then, I will ask everyone to rise. We'll send the remaining jurors to the jury room to begin their deliberations, and the court may address them regarding scheduling for the rest of the day or through the bailiffs through a message. So that will conclude the trial, but for the deliberations to commence at this time. Thank you.
This way.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, the court's previously discussed with you the need to keep close by. We do have your contact information should either a jury question or a jury verdict be announced. And so if we do receive any word, we'll advise counsel. Otherwise, we'll be in recess until then. Anything further from the state this afternoon, Ms. Blake?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be in recess. I do want to thank all those in the gallery for complying with the courtroom conduct order. And thank you, counsel, for your hard work and professionalism in this case. We'll let you know once we hear any word from our jurors. We're in recess.
All right, please.
They shut the camera off right away. So there was nothing to see. We didn't get to see his face when he was standing there or nothing. They just went, and there it was. So I wasn't sure if they were going to cut the whole thing off or what. So you didn't miss anything. As soon as I put that up, it went bloop to that thing. So we're good. All right. So yes, I don't have well, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a counter. I don't know if I can put one up. Let me see. If I can find a counter. I used to have one. Maybe not on this. This isn't the computer I used to do all this on. This is the new computer. Let me see. Well, we don't. Okay, so we'll just have to keep an eye on it. I assume they have a time that they will deliberate to. 6? I don't know. So we'll just let that happen, and here we sit. Oh. So let me see what Nate, let me look at what Nate's saying here just for a second, just so I can kind of get an idea. Where is he? I should. I was hoping he would put, Linda, did he put I want to make sure that I got, the time I went by is what I see on my computer. So I assume it's that. Since that's when I was looking when you said it. So also it could vary by, we're just going to go by my time that I have here because that's what I see. And if we see anything else we could go by, then I'll change it then, but that's what we're going by. Because I'm not seeing that Nate said that. Is it like, I'm not even seeing any updates yet. Come on, updates. Looks like 19 minutes ago was the last update. Is my internet dead? Okay, so what I was thinking of, I'll actually let me put a banner up to actual banner. It says, get that scrolling there. And then I'll update that as we go. All right. Yeah, I don't have a time thing. I forgot to look for one. I should have gotten a countdown clocky thing. Let's see. I'm not gonna worry about it. So let me get back over here. Actually, I'm gonna change out the we don't need this poll anymore. That's good. We'll get in this one. And then I'll start the new poll and we'll just leave it here. Of course, hold on. I need to figure out what to say about the verdict. Okay, so what verdict would be guilty, not guilty, or how is he supposed to word this? Because it's a death penalty case. This is the kind of ones that always threw me off when I was making them for elsewhere. How to word a death penalty one. So let's see if we can. Is it guilty, not guilty, or ugh? Mal or Linda, got any ideas? Is this still live? Missed closing for defense? Not sure. I feel like listening to it. Same old. Oh, you should listen to it. Then listen to Rebuttal, because she drove it home. She hit all the points because he tried to say some stuff. I suggest you can scroll back or whatever. I can't get I'd make them into clips. We could always I could always replay them if we wanted to re-listen to it, but I don't have them as clips. They're still in the live. I got the instructions clipped, but I didn't get that. It's because her instructions were almost 2 hours long, and I only have a 2-hour window to be able to clip, and I didn't clip it in time, so I didn't get to the beginning of where the clippies would be. So, oh well. But I don't know how long they're planning on going. He didn't say, did he? Yeah. So, okay, no one's paying attention to me. Okay, ask questions and I didn't get any answer from y'all. I'm being ignored. Everyone left. There's only 13 people here. Oh well. Maybe we'll just put it on jury deliberation and we'll just leave the room the way it is. And then we will just go do whatever, and I will keep an eye on it and see when they come back, because everyone's leaving. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So let me just put on jury deliberating, and let me see. I got to make it into a loop. Hold on. Let's see if I'll do it this way, and then we won't worry about anything. We'll just let it sit here. I may need to. Oh, wait. Hold on. Actually, we'll just leave that across the bottom. Banners. And it, oh yeah, there we go. And then maybe we'll leave this full screen. There we go. Oh yeah, her rebuttal was great. She hit the points that he was trying to. You'll know when you're listening to it. You'll be like going, "Oh heck no!" Oh yeah, and then she'll take care of those little things. And Mal made some excellent points during that, and I put them up on the screen, and you'll see it all. So I just sorry, I just saw them moving their mouse over there in the court. It scared me. I'm like, what? Yeah, he didn't give right here. Judge did not say how long. So we'll see, because they're going to be sequestered, so they'll take it to however late they decide to go tonight. So, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's already 4:43 there. Yes, Dana. We saw them get sworn in, yes. Question in the background. I don't know. He did say, or here, we'll just answer it in the chat. Linda, you can ask in the chat. That way I can just put it up here. Sorry. You can ask in the chat. I'm just gonna say it. Don't worry about it, Linda. Linda asked if we thought Nate was going to go live from the courthouse, from the court outside the courtroom. She said, did he say he couldn't leave? I didn't listen to all of his stuff from today. I listened to, in fact, I have it sitting here. I only listened to 21 minutes of it to write my my recap. But as far as was he going to go live from outside? I don't know, but we can keep it open, and then we would know. We can, and then we can all watch. We can't watch it. I don't want to stream him on mine. I don't want to risk that. But we'll know if Nate does go live from outside. Then we can all watch him do it. I'll put the link in the chat, or you guys can go watch it, or whatever. Because it looks like everybody's going to be leaving anyway. So we'll just sit here, and once we find out when they are left to go to the jury hotel or whatever it is, then we'll know they're done. I'm sure they'll come back on. I hope they'll come back on and say, we're done. Jury's going to stop for the evening, blah, 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 or whatever. We'll sit here and wait. Because I don't want to miss anything. That's why I want to leave it the way it is. Going to leave it up like it is, set like this, so that in case the jury or that has a question or anything tonight, then it'll just pop up if they take the question in the chat, and we'll be monitoring Nate. I believe Nate is actually staying there because he'll be there in case there are questions and stuff. So I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. Yeah. See, like what Linda, like what you're saying, because I think that's what he's going to need to do so that he can still report on if there are any jury questions or anything tonight. So, and like, I bet tomorrow he'll be at the courthouse the entire day. I wonder if they're allowing them to stay in the courtroom and hang out there. I mean, the gallery. Thank you guys for that. Yes, because I didn't get that far in watching. I didn't see the end of his, all of what he had to say at the end of it. And I don't want to play him and get in trouble. So, I also don't want to put, I gotta be able to, if I put the other stuff up, I can still watch, and I'll know if something happens and I can just switch to it. I'm scared to miss anything. I think, let's see if Nate updates anything further. Nope. Nothing. Nate's last update was 30 minutes ago. I think that's how I'm seeing it, right, Linda? I can't read the how they do these tweets sometimes confuses me. Well, I've got 80 cigars, so I'm good. I should, no, it's already 7 hours. Never mind. I was gonna say I should cut it, then I could, I could work on cutting the clips if I cut the stream, but, oh well. Not that biggie. I'll do it later. Let's actually, I'm gonna see what's going on YouTube. Let's see what's going on YouTube. In YouTube land, maybe stuff is going on elsewhere that we could bring in to see and to follow and do. My stream is all about Nick Rekieta. Oops. Anybody live? Oh, Storm Chaser stuff. Mm-hmm. Nope, not. Legal cases. Let's see. Trying to see if we could, if anybody else in the Law Tube is live. Anybody else in the Law Tube live? The Umbrella Guy is live. The lead attorney is live. Wait, but they're talking other stuff, not this. We could watch birds. Anybody want to watch birds? Namibia Wildlife Resorts. Gettysburg live cam. More birds. Oh, the docket is going talking about this trial now. They're replaying this. Kind of thinking maybe, I don't know. What do you want to do, guys? All right. Yep. I think that we'll have a verdict on Friday. Yes, I think so. I think they'll take the rest of the day, all tomorrow, most of Friday, and by Friday evening, we'll have a verdict. So, oh yeah, you want to watch? I can put up a Storm Chaser thing. Yeah, I'll keep up the trial so we can see it too. That way we know, and then we can put it. I'll put a Storm Chaser thing up. Unless you have one you like specifically, Brian. I just don't want him getting mad at me for doing this. Oh, there's this one, Storm Chaser, Tyler Kurtz. Do you have any? Let me see. Let me ask. So, who do you normally watch, Brian? On I would love to find out where people get those body cam stuff, like to be able to replay or whatever, like how I used to when I was elsewhere. I don't know how that's done because I didn't do it. But so we can do Storm Chasers body cams if I can find them. We can start off with some Storm Chaser stuff. Reed Timmer is one that I sometimes follow. There's one that Storm Chaser guy. He is live right now. So this is
I need to update the donation goal, but it's
Tyler Kurtz, I think I said.
difficult.
I forgot.
All right, Brittany, sounds good.
You think
See you here
so?
in a bit.
I don't know if there's much going on. This one we'll take a look for a second and then we'll see.
It's some police just passed me a little bit ago. It's probably state patrol or a sheriff.
Make sure that I see. All right. Look at those clouds. Oof. Yeah, I like Reed Timmer.
From Norway, wow. Thanks for joining.
I don't know. I checked to see if he's live. I don't think he's live.
Storm's popping further to the south, too. This might just become one big, huge thing. I should top off the tank. Crap. We're probably up to like almost 200 some members now, if not more than that, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, how close are we to 10,000 subscribers now?
Be sure to just subscribe to this, Harold.
7,502. We're, what's that, 3,500? No, that's 2,500 if my math is good. I'm not good at math. About 2,500 away. So keep subscribing, keep liking. Keep up all the support, guys. Thank you, thank you. It is smashed and destroyed.
Here. I'm trying to get his channel. That way he gets a shout out.
And we're potentially looking for more mods at some point as we continue to grow and stuff. I think right now we're pretty all right. But if you're interested in potentially becoming a mod down the road,
that's his channel.
Melanie or Wendy can leave a link to that. But you'll join my Discord, and then there's a section in there where you can find that. Why did Nightbot hide that comment, Lisa? What the heck? So here's Lamar, Colorado, if you've never seen it. Sometimes I feel like I'm like a tour guide. If you look off over to your left, over to your right, I kind of am a tour guide in a way.
And if it gets too, if not much is going on and it's just us watching traffic, I can try and find something else, which I'm looking.
I love that smack command. I'm glad you finally got that added, Melanie. That's terrific. Melanie has wanted that smack command for like a year. Hey, laced with lacy. Actually, we gonna stop at the loves and top off the tank, so I can quit saying I need to top off the tank. Ah, dagnabbit. Why do they make it like this?
Oh.
What the heck, man?
Everybody just saw you kiss me.
Well, I'm just gonna,
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
tell
for
me
it.
you're lying.
That man was squeegeeing that windshield.
Oops. Sorry, I was looking for storm chasers.
Alright. Be right back. Sorry if
Oh, I just snorted. All of a sudden, wait.
not really.
Sorry, he was
Be right
telling
back,
me
give
about his
gas.
phone. He somehow got a crack and he didn't drop it. It's okay, there's only 14 people here. I'm going to switch to this other one. This one is Storm Runner Media. I'm going to switch over to him. He's driving on a large highway. Or in the middle of nowhere. This guy. The other one.
Hey, I had to give you guys a little something. You guys were asking for it. And we had a great stream yesterday, so.
This page. This was Storm Runner Media.
Awesome, Tuxedo. Thank you for getting the sticker from the merch site.
There. Trying to find something to fun. Look at that. Ooh, that's like. That's pretty. This one is the app, or I mean the channel that I just went, Storm Runner Media. So,
1,000 likes. Let's go. So currently what you're looking at is a storm to our northwest that is severe warrant for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are trying our best to get north up to that storm. Started to see the edge of the precip shield there on radar on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
oh, sorry. I'm in the bottom left corner of the screen. Hold on, I'll move. And don't worry, I can see the court. Well, I can see the court will resume shortly. Sorry. Oh, for storms? Oh, Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we haven't seen anything. Shadow.
But I didn't try and pass there.
Changed up.
Yeah,
Let me see if
that's
I can
true.
find something else like maybe body cam. Or I can replay or
Like to see those.
right away.
Those,
Romanus.
It's only 5 o'clock here. Feels much later.
I was gonna say it feels like it's about 6, but that's what time it is from where we've been for the last few weeks. We've officially been chasing 3 weeks straight, which really isn't that long considering we're doing this full time. So. I guess I can make an announcement like that when we've been chasing for 3 months straight.
And it's severe thunderstorm warned.
I'm trying to figure out, is this associated with that cell or like these cells merging or what's going on over here?
Oh, you know, I would
Not merging.
I just realized we could replay
They
that
could with time.
Yeah,
phone
this is
call.
pushing up. They're starting to, yeah.
Was it on?
Did we miss its isolated phase? I mean, these storms did start to form an hour and a half ago.
Phone call. I think
We are a bit late today.
Maybe it's boring.
But to my credit, my initial plan, based on what I saw yesterday, I didn't even think we had to be up here until 6:30. Or I guess 5:30. Colorado time.
Let me look. To remind myself. I'm gonna search for something.
I'm seeing some CGs over here with this thing. Ruth's trying to get your attention.
Oh, sorry. I am here. Did I miss something?
She just said sup.
Oh, what's up? By the way, somebody asked what a land spell was, I think in chat. It's pretty much one tornado that doesn't always condensate to the ground. It's usually like possibly a little funnel up above, but it's caused by the kind of like winds being brought up at the surface toward the cloud instead of the cloud to the surface. It's kind of reverse how most supercellular tornadoes start from the cloud and come down. This almost starts on the ground and goes up. They pretty much start during the initial stages of cumulus development by stretching boundary layer vorticity.
I have 6.
Upwards into the cumulus updraft.
But I'm trying to
the
only
vertical
use
stretching decreases the radius of the vortex
Because my husband
through the
was watching me
conservation of
live.
angular momentum,
I'm gonna
which
change
then
over to something
increases the
real
spin
quick.
rate.
We're gonna watch
So it pretty much starts from
or listen to
the
the phone
surface
call
and goes up
between
to the
Lori and
cloud.
Chad instead of this, because I'd rather listen to my own. Where'd it go?
The plane's taking off in front of us. Yeah, Super Walt, that first tornado that we.
All right, we're gonna listen to.
Spoke about, but this jail phone call was recorded on June 8th of
This one
2020.
is the jail call.
Do you recall an event that took place on June 9th of 2020?
Yes,
What happened that day?
that was when we served the search warrant on the Daybell property and found Tylee and JJ.
I did it again. This whole time I was muted. So I was jibber jabbering and no one heard anything I said. Ah, dang it. You asked me, sorry, Christy asked me how many monitors do I have? I said I have 6. Did I turn my sound off? Because I looked down just now and there was no sound. But was I talking about the monitors at all? At all? Did I answer that at all? Oh, good Lord. So is it muted for anyone else? No, it was muted for everyone. I muted it because my husband was here and I was like, it was unmuted when I don't know if you guys saw it earlier. He came in to show me that he dropped his phone and busted the screen. And we were talking about that. I almost forgot and he kissed me. So you guys got to see that. Oh, you can rewind a little bit and see. He's all like, I didn't know you were live. I go, I didn't know I was live. I forgot I was live too. I was looking at the Storm Chaser stuff. So my screen was covered over. But anyway, he should know better. He probably doesn't know that we're still doing trial stuff right now because he just got home and I haven't told him yet what we're doing. So what I was trying to say about the monitors, when you asked if I have, how many monitors do I have 6. I have 3 on the bottom here and 3 on the top there. And my husband told me a couple weeks ago that I look like I'm looking up at the Lord. Well, he didn't say it that way. That's my thing. So every time I look up, it's because there's a monitor right there. And so I've been trying to not use anything but right here in the center and trying to keep it down to 1. So then I get lost in all the tabs that I have open. But if I keep it, if I can kind of spread it out to the sides a little bit. So I could use the 2 bottom ones if I wanted to. But then that makes me turn my head back and forth and it doesn't look as good either. So I'm trying to keep it center. I also struggle with remembering to keep my eye focus on the camera while I'm talking, especially during recaps and stuff. So I'm learning to do that. I watch other chatters and most of the time my eyes are all over the place anyway, because I don't have anything that I centrally look at. I look at the chat, mostly when I go back and forth, you'll see my head doing this. That's because I'm looking at myself and then I look at the chat. Then I look back over here and I look at the chat. But but yes, it's a lot. I was saying that when I was working elsewhere, I was able to do up to 7 trials at once. You know, when I say 7, when I would say doing, there was a whole team doing them. So all that info was being fed to me, and I was the one putting all the info in the chats and stuff. I was able to do that because there was a whole team, and now it's just me and Linda. That's why I got Linda doing the awesome trial tweet posting, because it's a lot to try to be on camera and do that as well, because then I'm not paying attention to the trial. I'm more focused on remembering to go back and forth to look for the tweets. So Linda takes care of that for me now, so I don't have to. At first I was trying to do it all. So, but yes, lots of monitors. So if I lose one, I can always just switch over and we'll fix it in post-production. Oh, well, everybody gets to see. He and we've been on, if you go into my videos and stuff on this channel, you can see all the videos of me and the Captain Unicorn doing videos together. And you can see the one video, it was a clip I did. I made it into a short. It's on the front, or it's in my shorts, where he professes his undying love to me. Oh, that one actually took off on TikTok. TikTok liked that one. But I'm married to what I call my Viking unicorn Santa. My husband is known online as Captain Unicorn. Everyone, or Melmac knows him from when he was doing a channel for a little while with a friend, and they were doing cooking videos. I should actually upload those videos to my channel. It's our stuff. I could put those up and they'd be fun to watch. They were videos that he and a friend of ours did on a channel that he had called Cooking After Dark. It's basically the not too naughty, but the sensual side of cooking. And it was him cooking and our friend who has the most amazing voice. And he would do the what do you call that when you talk over I forget what you call it, whatever it is, he would do all the voiceover. I guess it's called voiceover, while my husband was cooking, and then I'd be in the end of it, a little clip of me eating whatever it was he was cooking. Linda probably, I don't know if Linda remembers those. Did you ever see those, Linda? I can't remember, but they stopped the channel a long time ago, but I have those videos. I think hopefully I downloaded them. I have to see if I did. If I didn't, then never mind. But yeah, it was fun. So anyway, sorry, back to that. But he's called Captain Unicorn because he likes unicorns, and he has. We both for Halloween dress up in unicorns. I have a unicorn tattoo. We both have the matching tattoo of 2 unicorns snuggling because I am a unicorn and he likes unicorns. And so it's a whole thing. It has nothing to do with anything else, just that my husband likes unicorns. And his favorite thing to say is there's, nothing like you don't see a lot of, I'm just going to say it. You don't see a lot of straight men wearing unicorn onesies. So he's very well known at work for showing up on birthdays and stuff in not only either his onesie, or he has a blow up, one of those ones, the blow up unicorn outfits that you pump it up and you're all inside there. He plows snow in his onesie. I mean, in his unicorn blow up suit, and the kids in the neighborhood love it. They'll come running a mile to get a picture with the unicorn plowing snow. It sounds bad, but it is. But he's a lot of fun, and he's also known as the Admiral. That's what John Yates calls him, the Admiral. They are bonded on. They both love Star Trek, so it's their whole thing together. And yes, My husband is a Trekkie. Anyway, so he's the Viking unicorn Santa Admiral. All the things rolled up into one. He's a fun guy, not to be confused with a fun guy, but sorry. Oh, yes, their cooking videos are adorable. I had them on my thing, but then maybe I did. I think I downloaded them. If I didn't download them, then we don't have them anymore, and they're gone forever. I asked him if he wanted them, and he said no. So if they're gone forever, I have to see if I downloaded them. Anywho, what was I gonna say? So I was doing something. Now I forgot what it was. Oh, I was setting us up to watch this, which is the phone call. Wait, sorry, I just had I blanked out for a minute. It's the phone call with Chad and Lori on day 24 of testimony. So I'm going to go ahead and play that. And then I'm going to take a break while that's playing. I'm going to keep my eye on stuff. And I can see it. And if anything happens, I will bring us right back in. So here you go. Have fun watching or listening to Lori and Chad's jail phone call.
And so did you listen to this June 8th recording before or after June 9th?
It was after June 9th.
And Your Honor, if I may publish by HDMI?
You may.
And Judge, for purposes, I'm going to ask that the entire audio recording be published.
You intend to publish the whole call, Mr. Wood, or an excerpt?
Your Honor, I intended to start the call in at about 6 minutes. I think if Mr. Pryor wants to play the rest during cross, he's certainly welcome to.
Yeah, I would agree. You can publish an excerpt if you'd like, and the entire call has been admitted. And if you wish to play other sections not played by the prosecution, you can do that on cross.
And for the record, Your Honor, I am going to start at 6:10. Or 6:04. So that's where it's going to let me start.
Visions under pillars of fire. That's what you were reading to me.
Yeah.
Because at the very beginning,
If I can inquire, is that coming through the?
No, it's not.
says, this was all still before the second coming. The Lord had ordained for us to begin the millennial day within Zion and her cities while war and chaos reigned everywhere else. So it was already like the millennium, they were already living millennial way
Like a pocket, yeah.
the whole time.
That's kind of how I've seen it. As begins with a family, then a neighborhood, then a town, then a city. And New Jerusalem's kind of the best example of that.
Right.
Yeah, it starts small, but grows exponentially. It's will, and they're doing all they can to destroy one of the key families, but they're not going to.
I mean, there's so much that I know. I was sitting here thinking about that. I know too much.
Yes.
I can't deny it. I know it's just a matter of time. I just don't know what that time is.
So I texted Ray. He responded pretty quick.
Detective, I'm going to pause it there. Did you hear Mr. Daybell say I texted Ray?
I did.
It's because my microphone wasn't up here. Yes, I can. Did you hear Mr. Daybell say that he texted
Yes, I did.
through your investigation? Did you become aware of any individual that had a nickname or alias of Ray?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox often went by Ray Lamar. We also associated a Gmail account through phone records back to Alex Cox, and that Gmail was raylamar@gmail.com.
Now, what was the date of this phone call again?
June 8th of 2020.
And was Alex Cox alive or dead at this time?
No, he was deceased.
Do you recall when he died?
December 12th of 2019.
Detective, through your investigation, did you find any information that Chad Daybell claimed to have the ability to speak with people who were deceased?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
Through our investigation, interviews with multiple witnesses that were close to him, through the teachings in his books, he would often talk about how he had the ability to see and speak with people on the other side of the veil.
And Your Honor, I'm going to resume playing at 7:34.
All right, before you do that, Mr. Wood, I think we might be able to assist on the audio.
Your Honor, I'm going to start playing at 7:34, and if the court can let me know if it's coming through the speakers.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that's good. Usually it's hard to get a hold of him. He's busy
Okay.
days.
Yes. But I asked him what we'd talked about. And he's very optimistic.
It was very optimistic for you, or he's very optimistic it could happen.
He's very optimistic for both of us.
He doesn't know his own project timeline.
He said, stick with it. To what he projected in that paper he wrote.
You know, house renovations always take longer than they think.
That's the problem.
I've been watching that Extreme Pools,
Uh-huh.
and the people are like 3 months out. Like,
I mean,
when they estimated they'd have it done, and then they're like, we had so many problems, we couldn't get to the backyard, we had to pull a crane over the house to get these huge rocks for the waterfall.
I can remember last summer, Taylor Hill, Mark's friend, parents moved into a trailer, like a camping trailer, in their driveway because they were going to build their house by the end of the year. Guess where they're still at?
Really?
They sold their house to their son. And it's just a weird situation, but you're exactly right. Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah, there's always something comes up. Well, we didn't know when we dug in your backyard, we were gonna find whatever. And then they're like, we have to redo all the piping, and then we had trouble with this, and then something else happened. So, but they try to make it sound like it wasn't really that long, but it's always like, gonna take 3 months. And then 3 months after that, they're like, okay, it took 6 months. You couldn't come in your backyard at all. And now it's not summer anymore. Now it's winter and your pool is finally done.
Right.
Mostly they do it in Florida, places like that. But.
So he's optimistic about his construction problem, or construction
Problems.
not problems, but plan. His
Yeah,
construction plan, the blueprints are still intact.
yes.
Their timing.
And I kind of just said, I texted him what you just said is, you guys are always a little off.
Right, exactly. We just want a real estimate.
Right.
What do
Mhm.
you say?
He just laughed. Did a
No,
little
he did not,
LOL.
he did not confirm nor deny that fact. That contractors are always
Oh,
later than they think they're gonna be.
He's like, it'll work out, how he is. He did want me to say he misses you. But he's not far from, contact. We can talk, we can text him whenever he wants.
Yeah, I can't text anybody. Have text.
It
You
was,
just text for me. That's like me telling you, I need you to tell this person and talk to this person.
I'll text him back. But he's optimistic. I want to go visit him and grab him by the throat and say, really?
Can he? I know he's optimistic, but can he just make us any guarantees? I mean, we did make our down payments and everything else.
Guarantee.
It was like a guarantee, just an end date of our project.
Well, he knows you pretty well. So he just laughs. No, I asked him what he thought of the video project. He said it was really nice. He loved it.
Oh, good.
Detective, through your investigation, were you aware of any type of video put out about Alex Cox around this time?
Not around June 8th. But shortly after Alex Cox died, his sister Summer Shiflett made a YouTube video with clips of Alex, photos throughout his life, and put it to music. And so we viewed that early on in the investigation, but that's what is being referred to here.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. He can't speculate is what it calls for.
Untimely, overruled.
And Judge, I had stopped playing at 12:13. I'm gonna recommence playing at 12:13.
You may.
Yeah, oh, that's good. Although I'd never heard that song before. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just something on like iMovie or something that's on your phone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like one of the backgrounds that you can
Sure,
use
she
or
gave
something.
out just a happy one. Yeah.
I
Mhm.
don't know, because I've never even heard that one, or I've never seen the app, but I know people can do that. iMovie, it was always on my iPhone. I just didn't ever click on it.
Yeah. The
So,
frustratingly optimistic, I guess is.
so frustrating for us.
Yeah,
We're gonna be
that's what I
completed.
mean.
Thanks for completing your project on time. Will they get a bonus? They do it.
Oh, yeah, we'll give him a bonus. It was good. It was good to talk. I hadn't texted him in a while. So,
So he would still answer all my questions in the same way, you think, if I texted him?
I think you ought to write down some questions for him and maybe even mail them off and see what happens. See if he'll respond to you. I have no doubt. Don't forget President Holland's talk. That snippet. He seemed like he wants to text you if he could. Yeah, it's all true. That's all I can say. They haven't forgotten. Yeah.
I know they want to work on their project and they're not too happy and busy. You know, that's how I spelled it out. Oh, just like, I'm busy.
Well, true
I'm
for
good.
that.
It's good. It's good. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's still very interested. He hasn't like forgotten about us.
Good. I know he has other projects, so I don't know how much time that takes.
He's involved in this latest batch.
Wow. Remind him when you do text him back that at the beginning of this project, he said there was only like a 3% chance that there would be trouble from certain aspects. And that seems like 100% trouble because that's where it all started. So find out about that.
Right.
See what he has to say for himself on that issue. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
Recall what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 16:35. Detective, who is asking who to obtain information in that snippet we just heard?
Lori was asking Chad for information.
Your Honor, I'm going to continue playing at 16:35.
You may.
So I want to know why that is 100% instead of 3% chance of having a problem.
I think he was somewhat right in that. The other aspect was other people. It was a combination.
I know it was a combination. I'm saying there were other problems, obviously, it's of the location. But what I'm saying is that it's a combination of only, 5 problems.
I agree.
That was a big one.
It was a big one. Uh-huh.
So my faith in those kinds of guarantees are lower.
Me too.
And beggars can't be choosers, I get that, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Thing that I want, he's just gonna have to figure it out.
Right.
Since I'm here and I can't be in charge of the project, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've thought back on that entire scenario.
We went over the plan and the blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
And
And yeah, he said that wouldn't be a problem.
right.
Hmm. Yeah.
What did
take on that. Why was that?
It really was.
Right.
No, I don't doubt that. It's just strange how it blossomed. So
So go ahead.
you go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say, so. You think it was meant to have complications and? Meant to go that direction?
At some point, yeah.
Well, then you should have said, hey, this is a 99% chance that we're gonna have trouble with this soil.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's all we were asking.
Well,
Could this potentially be good, or do we have to fill it with sand?
I think we sensed that we shouldn't take it lightly, and I don't think we did. I mean, we only discussed the matter with the trouble once, and I thought we cut it off and did well, and now that problem is kind of causing its own trouble for itself.
Right. But there's other things in the project where when I'm going back over it, right, that I could have easily done or been inspired to do to avoid a lot of the issues that are gonna come up with that.
Yeah.
That we weren't made aware of, so. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I
So
do.
it was meant to go this way, you think, is what I'm saying.
I do. It's terrible. Minor changes here and there, but overall, this was part of the blueprint. I mean, just
What?
oh, I just wish it hadn't been. But I'm thinking of previous blueprints where the people weren't warned either. It's maddening. Raise in that contractor position for a reason, and he's not gonna drop us for another project.
Well, can't he like forcibly use a hand, punch some people in the face and get some things done? Some people in particular, like the 3%er person?
I don't think he wants to be violent, but
Well, I'm not saying be violent, I'm saying get their attention.
he did. What he did Just kind of mute her effect. The I don't know, just kind of kept her in her place for quite a while, to the point it almost diffused any value of her.
Talking about, not talking about that. In the beginnings, going back over the whole blueprint and all the things that we've been, I don't know what the word is, when you go through it. Anyway, a lot of that stuff could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Just minor tweaks.
Yes.
And I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lola. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs.
Your Honor, I'm stopping at 2641. Detective, in that conversation, who is asking who for assurances?
Lori was asking Chad, and we found that throughout multiple phone calls. She would ask Chad for assurance.
And who said they had seen the plan?
The defendant, Chad Daybell.
Your Honor, I'm starting again at 2641.
Your purpose is only beginning. It's hardly begun. And it will be the pair. It won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not solo.
That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered. Your value is tremendous, immense, and needed. in every way. You're tremendous, my love. I know that is a fact. I think you underestimate yourself. I'm not trying to give you a big head or ego because you don't have one. You just are spectacular, and the Lord is going to use those talents. You're on earth at this time for that purpose. I'll try to call you back so we can pray. Okay.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Council, before we begin cross here, I think this would be an appropriate time to take our mid-morning recess. So let's go ahead and do that. It's right at 10 o'clock. So if we could start up again, we'll try for 10:25 to be back with cross-examination starting.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've extended the morning recess to take up some administrative matters. In addition, council's been working on a proposed exhibit that would be proffered through the next witness that's not currently on the stand. However, in the interest of time and efficiency, there's been a request that the court consider a motion in limine ruling on a section of that exhibit. And so this is an appropriate motion to be heard outside the presence of the jurors. And I believe there's a contested issue on the exhibit. So at this time, what I'd like to do, if council's ready, is to have the state reference what is going to be proffered in the exhibit through an offer. The court will review that. I'll hear whether or not there's an objection to that section of the exhibit from the defense. And then I'll make a ruling so that we can have this exhibit, that particular slide ruled on before the witness that would introduce the exhibit is on the stand. So if that's an okay manner in which to proceed, Ms. Blake, are you going to be arguing the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and argue your motion at this point then and reference which slide you believe is going to be contested here, and then I'll hear from the defense.
And Your Honor, may I remain seated at council table?
Yes.
So within this PowerPoint, it would be slide 18 that is the contested slide. I've handed the court a courtesy copy of the printout of the original exhibit. The actual exhibit will be placed on a thumb drive once we've made any additional modifications as required. It's slide 18 of 45 slides. It's the state's understanding that council would have an objection to this. I don't know if the court wants to hear what the objection would be first, or if the court would like the state to proffer why we believe that it would be admissible.
I think perhaps, Ms. Blake, if you would describe what slide 18 is showing, so we have that in the record, and then I'll hear whether or not there is an objection from the defense. I'll hear the objection, and then I'll hear a response from the state to the objection if there is one. So what is it on slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. On slide 18, it references a internet search conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account by Alex, the 6.5 Grendel drop from 100 to 200 yards, and also a visit to a site drop from 100 to 300 yards. This is in reference to the October 9th incident. Additionally, on the slide, there are two images. The images show an overview, an aerial photo essentially of the Daybell property. Within the Daybell property, we've heard before about the two driveways. There is one longer driveway, one shorter driveway. These particular images show a measurement to the end of the longer driveway from a tree on the property. They also show, the second photo shows a measurement from the end of the driveway, so closest to the house and furthest from the house, those 2 points on the driveway, and a measurement to that tree. Then beneath them, it references distance from tree to end of driveway, 312 feet or 104 yards. The other one, distance from tree to corner of sidewalk, 189 feet, 63 yards. And then would the court like to hear argument?
I'll hear from the defense at this time. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review slide 18?
Yes, Judge.
And is there an objection to that part of this proposed exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
I also don't even know if I clarified on the record. What is the proposed exhibit number, Ms. Blake?
It is 398.
Exhibit 398. Thank you for clarifying that. So we're discussing slide 18 of exhibit 398, proposed, not yet admitted. Mr. Pryor, any argument as to why you think that would not, should not come in?
Judge, the discussion that took place from the previous witnesses talked about the driveway that's identified off of Salem Road, and the words Salem Road are on this proposed exhibit, and that's the short driveway. That's where the state presented evidence regarding the paintball gun and then the encounter Ms. Daybell had with a paintball gun. I don't see any relevance with putting a measurement at the end of the long driveway, and even just because it was mentioned. But Judge, every aspect of this property was mentioned. And what the state is trying to do is trying to take an arbitrary point at the beginning of the long driveway and then another arbitrary point at the end of the long driveway, and extending that out to the area where J.J. Vallow's remains were found without any information or any evidence whatsoever to suggest that there was ever any attempt or even a plan to engage in some sort of a shooting out there. And the state has presented nothing, at least at this point, to suggest that. And they can't just take an arbitrary point, Judge. That would allow them to take an arbitrary point at any point of the property, measure out 200 to 300 yards anywhere, and that's really what they're doing here. And then there is no relevance to this. And again, it's merely designed to just inflame the jury and try to support their so-called theory that that paintball gun was something other than a paintball gun.
All right, Ms. Blake, what's the response from the state on the objection to slide 18?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's response, first, the state would respond that there absolutely has been evidence presented. Tammy's own words, she refers to it as a rifle. She also uses the word paintball gun. She also uses the word gun. She says a person was standing there pointing it at her, pulling the trigger. She also indicates the person was standing there shooting at her. She references that she had fear. In addition to that, the state would indicate that this driveway absolutely became an issue during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu. As part of the cross-examination, a significant length of time was spent on the driveways. There was some done on redirect, but the bulk of that was done through cross-examination. There's also been testimony regarding Alex purchasing a ghillie suit that could be a cover. There's also evidence of the Homer J. Maximus account searching Grendel 6.5 drop from certain locations, including long distance shots. There's been testimony regarding the shooting ranges and some of the distances that were being practiced or where a device associated with Alex was. However, the state's main argument is, I think, given the questioning done by defense counsel of several witnesses suggesting the shooting ranges were done in preparation for hunting, that a hunting license may have been obtained, as well as during the testimony of Detective Kaikamanu on cross, there were questions about the potential that Chad Daybell was a target and the vehicle driven. So I think at this point, the door has been opened for the state to be able to talk about the potential that the tree would be a place where an individual could be concealed while matching up with the searches done by the device associated with Alex Cox and in line around that these trips to the shooting range were taking place. So given that, I do think that this is admissible and the door has been opened for it.
All right, thank you. So I've considered this exhibit 398, proposed slide 18, which shows 2 photos of the Daybell property, as well as a reference to an internet search.
I'm trying something to see if I can work out something. Let's see if this works. Okay. Okay, so that is roughly around the time. That's about what we're at right now as far as deliberations for today. So it may be off a couple minutes, but it's roughly about that time. So y'all now have a counter. It's gigantic, but it worked. I figured out something to do. So there you go. And then you can watch the replay while that's going. So does that work, y'all? That way we can kind of look at do stuff on that other screen. And if you guys, well, do you guys want to I was thinking I could replay openings. Do you want to listen to openings? You want to listen to music? You want to I'm trying. It took me a minute. I'm like, that you saw my other name pop up. I was like, no, can I come in? No, I can't come in that way. I can't. I was going to show it off of another screen, but this way I can show 2 things side by side. I can do 4, but 2 is good. Oh, so basically all you see is just the stuff at the top. It's nothing up there fancy. That's private or anything like that. So you're good. All right. So I'll we can go back and I can go in and try to find closings, openings. You want openings? Okay, let me go find openings real quick. Let me go here. Let me do it outside of this. So, and then I'll put it up there. 1 second. Then you can let me know we want to. Oh, wait, I wanted to do. Oh, what did I want to do? What did I say, Linda, that I wanted to do? Oh, there's not enough of us really, but I was going to actually go over the indictment, but there's not enough of us here really to warrant that. Mm. Mm. Okay, this out here. Oh, I remember how bad this was. This is, you barely see it. Remember? It was awful. I'll start it with the indictment. Reading of this was the original indictment that they're reading. So you'll get to hear this. Let me see, make sure this works. All right, let's do that there. Oh, not that. Let me see what that looks like. Hold on, I gotta. The sound wasn't that great either. Let me make sure it's up. Yep. Can you hear it okay? Trying to make it bigger. See how bad the sound is? Woo! Mel. You can't hear that at all? Let me see, 1 second. I'm gonna try again. Make sure. See. It might not work this way. Take care, Luna. There won't be a verdict tonight. We're just waiting around until they tell us to go home. But I need to make sure I can see the trial. So no sound, you can't hear it? Maybe it's not working because I can't. Oh. Probably, let me see. Dang it. So let me see. Can you hear that? Let me know if you can hear it. Could you hear it before though, Mal? Yeah, this might not. It might not. You can see it great. Because I was trying to show the. Yeah, let me see. Let me work with it for 1 second. Can you hear that? There's a lot of choices in here. Okay. I know you can't hear that. Oh, you can hear it before the clock? Oh, well, yes, before the clock it was on, I was taking it from the website. I'm showing my actual monitor window with 2 things on it, so you can see them both side by side, but it looks like it's not going to. I'm trying to see if I can get to one of these things that may work for you. Oh, I know I can do. Oh, what's gonna happen if I put it over here? Then no. All right. I have to work this through. This is behind the scenes stuff. And nothing now? Oh, good Lord. So we know that. That's not good. Can you hear that? I'm just trying until I figure something out. It may not work. Link voice chat. I don't know what that is. Nothing's working. Take care, Mal. Talk to you later. Yeah, that first one was a whisper that was coming from. I had it, my speakers on, so it was coming over my microphone, but it's not strong enough to really get a good sound. Linda, you have OnlyFans? Oh, I was gonna go here. I gotta open something up first, though. Wait. Trying to find the thing. Hold on. Oh, there. Oh, I can see it now. Yeah, it's not playing anything from that, so that was you get either you get to hear sound, I mean, hear and watch. You can either watch it and watch that and pretend that it's not working. I was hoping it would. All right. So stop sharing that. So, oh well, it was a nice thought. Oh, wait. Oh, I may have found it. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Let me see. Gotta do it again. I may have found the problemo.
Anyway, affect your verdict. Jury instruction number 10. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be.
Can you hear it now? Yay! I did it! I did it! So wait, we're gonna go. Oh wait, let me scooch. Scooch. Okay. Sorry, I tried to scooch it. We don't want to hear the instructions. I want to get to her indictment. Come on, we can hear the original indictment. Whee! Okay, here we go. Sorry. Yay! Look at what I did. Can you hear me talking too? You can only hear me. See if the other thing's coming out of the other speaker or a second headphone. Hold on, I'm gonna listen. 1 second.
Guy Daybell on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions between Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, were not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill J.J. Vallow and or assist in the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did encourage the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did command another to kill J.J. Vallow in violation of Idaho code. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendants, Chad Guy Daybell and or Lori Noreen Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing.
Testing something. If I talk, can you hear me too?
In the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction in common scheme or plan in Fremont and Madison counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tamara, Tammy Daybell, and did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did enact to effect the object, combination, or conspiracy. Count 6, first-degree murder. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on October 18 to 19, 2019, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, was concerned in the commission of first-degree murder and did aid and abet.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys be here for a little bit.
Present, advised, and encouraged its commission.
You're watching the openings. Be right back.
With malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill Tamara, Tammy Daybell, and or assist in the killing of Tamara, Tammy Daybell, and or did encourage the killing of Tamara, Tammy Daybell, and or did command another to kill Tamara, Tammy Daybell in violation of Idaho code. Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, and signed by the deputy presiding grand juror, acting as presiding grand juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements. We inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Williams, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for the HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
2 dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just, sorry, Mr.
Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I think I got it working now.
Okay.
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
Yeah, look, I think your mic's off.
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
You might have a bad battery. You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and I can it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any One person out with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that mic working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption. That didn't down. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care and need. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26, 2018. That was the day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah.
This is an update live
where they were introduced by a
from
mutual acquaintance.
Daybell
At this
Deliberation
time,
Central.
both still married
I've
to other
heard that they are
spouses.
allowed to go as late as they want
That
to.
introduction set in motion
We could be here all night.
the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next in the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had put together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles. And those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark.
Hey,
spirits
Robert, let me
or
here. I'll
evil
show you
ones.
the real me. Let me get me on
This is
camera
more than
real
an
quick.
alleged
Hold
belief
on.
with right-wing labor.
There I am.
The evidence
This
will
is
show
now
was a
me. That
convenient
was
narrative
day
that
one me up
dehumanized
there.
people who stood in their
This
way
right here was
and were
day
labeled
one
as
me.
obstacles.
This is me now.
This narrative
Hi.
gave them the
Hi,
pretext to
Robert.
remove people from this world for their
I
own
got
good.
it. I got it. I have us up. Isn't it? I
Chad
think you should be able
and
to.
Lori
I can't hear
each
through this
that
computer.
only through
So if I want
spiritual
to hear what
intervention,
you guys
what
are
they
hearing, I have to
sometimes call
listen
casting,
on my phone.
sometimes
Because
through burning,
it's going through
or
the
even through
system
death, that
the way
these
I've got
dark
it done.
spirits be
I'm
cleansed.
over explaining, but that's okay. I was gonna try something and see.
Enter Alex
See, I
Thomas,
can switch to this real
Lori's
quick and you
devoted
guys can
brother.
see what
Chad and
what's
Lori
going on the court
manipulated Alex
stream.
with
See
promises
like
of
that.
spiritual rewards.
And then you can
They wielded
or
their
I can do
influence
this.
over Alex,
I
drawing him
can
into their plotting
it's
and
gonna be
planning of
weird.
their own
Just hold
future.
on one second. We're gonna pull this
After the
down
deaths of Tylee, JJ,
and
and
then I'm gonna
Tammy,
do this. And you're gonna
Chad
see
Daybell
if
gave
you can
Alex a
do
blessing.
this.
It was
See
this
what if
blessing
I
was reported by Lori, who was present.
ooh, let's
And
shrink
in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned
look
the
at that.
privilege to be a member
I gotta shrink it
of
a
their
little more.
exclusive
Ooh,
religious
it went away.
group.
Come back here.
And he also
Where'd it
said
go?
to him,
Hold on, I have to find it
"You have
again.
already assisted us in
There it
ways
is.
that can never be
Sorry.
repaid."
I'm gonna shrink it
You
even
will also
more.
see other text messages.
And now you guys
Chad and
can
Lori
see
discussed more earthly concerns
inside the court too.
that Alex
So we
could
got
be the one to
3
indicate them.
things.
Alex knew
And
this as
then
well.
when we get back to the
Shortly
court, we'll
before he
switch
died,
right over
on
there.
December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's small guy.
Woohoo, I got it. Sorry, I had
Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad
This is
Daybell's
fun.
path to a new
I'll
life.
stop now, so I'm not talking over what you're listening
Charles
to.
Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as
Great
dark
to have you
by
with
the
us,
defendant,
Robert.
was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded Dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8th, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, J.J. Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also claimed. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die in early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's Social Security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. 2 things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door.
on October 2nd, 2019.
Okay, I'm hearing that the jury has decided to go
Arizona
home, so I'm going to stop
by someone from what we
this
believe was Tyler's Jeep.
here so I can
Law enforcement
let
in
y'all know
Arizona
what's going on.
investigated-
So the jury has gone home. Let me see. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to put myself up on the screen. Hold on. Make sure I don't have any chili around my lips. Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to eat my dinner. So finding out that the jury did go home 2 hours and 4 minutes. So I will fix the clock. We'll start with that tomorrow. I don't know if there's a stop. Let me see. Let me see what happened. Oh, well, I'll deal with it. I'll fix it. So we have 2 hours and 4 minutes that we'll start the clock with tomorrow. It'll be 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 32 seconds. And I'll make sure that in the morning we'll start back. I will find out what time they are going to be back. And we are done for the day. They did not come back into court. In fact, the court stream is still going. So let me go ahead and put that. Oh, no, that's hi. Hello, Nate. Sorry. We could play Nate. Some of East Idaho news footage would be awesome to look at. We can do that with a courtesy. Yeah, I don't, how the heck do I stop? Wait, let me see if I can stop it. It doesn't. Oh, well, okay. I'll just get rid of it. Let me get back to normal. Let me get this stuff stopped. 1 second. Actually, well, here, I'll do this. We're going to go. This one. And this was just the court thing. They did not come back into session. Let me enlarge this sucker up to here. So we'll see when they do their thing. Sorry, I'm looking up at the sky again. So this is the trial. It should be, let me make sure it's zoomed. Yep, we're live. That should be good. All right. And then I was going to play this. Let me go ahead and put, can I do it on, I might not be able to do it on here. No, I don't, no, let me see. Let's see. I'm just going to do it here. We're going to do this real quick because they're giving some updates and stuff, and we'll go do this. We'll listen to this real quick and then we'll shut it off. But I got it. So I can, we're going to rewind it a bit.
Lori, and I think that's going to be a big question that the jury deliberates.
And we're going to go back here. She was
in this
just talking
tragedy,
about it.
It's all of the people involved trying to connect those two. So if you believe that
still a question of who actually
oh wait, there's the
connect
courtroom.
those two.
Hold
So
on.
if you believe that
they're
Alex
done.
Cox was the one who was killing
Hello,
all of the
Drazzle.
people involved
You can
in
see
this
some of the stuff
tragedy,
I watch.
it's
All right.
connecting the two of
Okay,
them.
that's it.
Just
Court's
how
done.
close do you believe they got
They
in
are
terms
done.
of Alex
Hold on a
believing
minute.
everything that this so-called prophet was saying?
Oh, I can play it here.
I think that was spot on.
Maybe can. Let me
It
see.
seemed to
Let's
be
see.
from the communications
I
that we
turn this
did see
up.
from Alex,
Let me know if
and
you can hear this.
especially the blessing that Chad
Go
gave
back there
Alex,
just
and
to
then
kinda
Alex's comments to
hear a little
Zulema
bit.
prior to his death. If Zulema
He
is
was
to be
saying-
believed,
This
it
is on
seemed
Court
to me
TV.
that Alex really did believe everything that Chad was saying, and I think that makes a lot of sense in his actions.
You know, Rex,
showing
when
us
I'm thinking
footage.
about belief and who believed what, it struck me that Lori constantly told Charles about Ned and about being dark and that he was a zombie. And we saw that. This jury didn't see that information, but it's something that she told him. We don't have any evidence that Chad ever told Tammy that she was dark, that she was a zombie, that she was a different person. Do you think that says anything about how truly held who the beliefs were
There you go.
between
Did you
Lori
hear it?
and Chad.
These victims that they have to decide.
I think you're
whether
saying
Chad
it very
Daybell
nicely and
had involvement in
politely.
their deaths.
The way I would say it is, Lori and Chad made,
on Chad Daybell's
what's a good word,
property.
made
And that
stuff
happened on
up
June 9th
in the
of 2020.
situation
Okay.
for the
I'm
situation.
gonna put myself. We're
So
gonna
none
stop
of
sharing
it's,
that. And I'm gonna get my thing back. Where it's supposed to be. Okay. So they are done. You should be able to hear me. Is it double sound now? The double sound should be gone because I turned off the other stuff that was coming through the microphone, probably. Is it good now? Because I don't have anything else up. Okay, well, so from Court TV, they said that we are done for the day. The jury has elected to go home. And is it still double? Can you hear me okay? There's such a delay sometimes. I feel like no one's hearing me. So, okay. So anyway, there's no double. I get confused. I'm just going to talk until you tell me what's going on and it'll be a thing. So again, they have gone home. They will be back at 10 o'clock in the morning and I will, oh good. It's because I had something else going on. Oh, it was because I had other things still up. So we should be good. I will have it back up in the morning at 10 o'clock. I won't do any more recaps in the morning. We'll just start the stream at 10 o'clock. They usually give us a little bit of a grace period. That's 10 o'clock Mountain and all the other times Eastern and all the things. So I will see you in the morning. 2 hours and 4 minutes and 32 seconds is what we had today. And I'll put that on the clock in the morning and we'll go for it and see if we can find get that set up again like I did, if I can remember what I did. So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. Thank you for all the things, all of moderators. Thank you for all your help. Linda, thank you for posting the tweets for us. Wendy's gone, probably off doing her other stuff. Thank you, Wendy, for your great work with she's become my PR person. I think I need to somebody tell her I said that. She's become my PR person. It's kind of like I don't know how to handle a PR person, but she's the one out there. Please be sure to share, do all the things, and let everybody know this is where we are over here in this little tiny part of the interwebs on the YouTubers. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Oh my goodness, we're here. And then, so I'm leaving now. So y'all have to do this now. This is what y'all have to do first. Oh, wait, but first I got to go like this. Bye.